We're back, baby. It's week 2 of the Overwatch World Cup EMEC online qualifiers. I'm your host, Jim Basco. That's Epitomes, and of course, CB. It is, like I said, week number 2. It's day number 5. This is where history gets made. Of course, the top 3 teams from Group A and the top 2 teams from Group B will be moving on to the main event. CB and Epitomes, though, it's a week later. How are y'all feeling? Epitomes, let's start with you.
Well, a week later, we've pretty much solidified a lot of the standings here. We know who the top and bottom of each group are, and you only got, 4 more chances to get your way to that top of the group. And, if you're at the bottom, maybe things are looking a little bit dire, and you're just kind of praying to the Overwatch gods that those at the top of your group are going to fall short somehow and fall off. But I definitely think it's going to be a week of interesting matches.
Yeah, CB, same for you, man. It's been 1 week. Of course, like you said, there's a ton on the line here, right? High stakes, and of course, just 4 days to prove you are some of the best players in the world. CB, are you hyped coming into this week?
Oh, I'm extremely hyped. I mean, the first week we were kind of feeling things out. We got, some of the stakes set up, but now the stakes are much, much higher. Like you said, there's only 3 spots in Group A, 2 for Group B, and all of these teams vying to make their last chance, their last-ditch efforts at taking one of those top spots. A couple teams look like shoo-ins, but could still fumble the bag, and maybe we've even seen a turnaround from some teams that underperformed last week, and they can still realistically make a shot at that 2nd or 3rd place in their group. And you never know. Anything can happen when the stakes are this high, and I'm just looking forward to seeing what happens.
This is the truth. 4 days of competition separate these squads from the main event. 4 days for them to prove their mettle against the best of the best in the world. Let's take a look at the schedule for today so we can walk you through the action of what's been going on and what's happening. Of course, we ended last week, 4 days straight of matches, and those standings are going to be something that we're going to be keeping an eye on throughout the day, because as we progress through these matches, we'll actually be figuring out who gets to make it onto the main event. Of course, with the first match of the day, we're starting with Team Norway versus Saudi Arabia at 6 a.m. Pacific. Then we move to Turkey versus Germany, Sweden versus Poland, Finland versus Iceland, Portugal versus Italy, Spain versus Denmark, and then France versus Belgium. Of course, the first half of the day here will be focusing on Group B. Halfway through the day, we're swapping out with ZP and Hex, and we'll get them on for Group A matches. Of course, into day 5 here, let's take a look at the standings, and I'll walk you through them as I'm looking through them here. Of course, right now, at the top of the both teams, for Group A, we're looking at France, the UK, Denmark, and of course for Group B, the top 2 teams to make it through right now are Saudi Arabia and Finland. So with a stacked list of matches still to come around, just around the corner here, we start the day off with Norway and Saudi Arabia. So Epitomes, let's start with you, right? Just top-level thoughts before we head into this match.
Well, obviously, I feel that Saudi Arabia and Norway, they are 2 of the top groups in Group B other than Finland. And Norway really need this win against Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia only going down 1 map so far, and otherwise winning every single matchup. But, when you're comparing the second teams in these group, which is Finland and Norway. Finland kind of had a rough go of things right at the very beginning, and they went against Saudi Arabia first up. They had their biggest challenge right in their face, but Norway hasn't really faced that challenge yet has the same map scoreline because they went down against Finland last week. So it's definitely going to be really challenging and a chance for Norway to prove themselves.
Yeah, CB, talk to us, right? Norway just on the cusp here. They're in 3rd place in Group B with a 3-1 standings. Finland is 3-1 as well, but their map score just slightly better. CB, thoughts on this matchup?
I mean, this match is going to be extremely important for determining who gets to go to land for the Group B, the Group B qualifiers here, because Saudi Arabia has ran through pretty much everybody. They have 3 games left to play, including this one. The only other 2 they have are against Germany and against Sweden. We know how shaky Sweden has looked, and Germany realistically could put up a pretty decent fight, but I think you still favor Saudi Arabia in that matchup. So this is the last real chance for someone in Group B to get a win, get a dub over Saudi Arabia, and put just a little bit of doubt into their playoff chances. But I mean, they still kind of have to be looking like the favorites just by what Epitome said, where it's well, yeah, they beat Finland beat Norway on the hierarchy of standings here. That puts Norway way down, but they're still a strong team. Onigod's been very impressive. Psycho's been very impressive. They have a shot here. if they do, it's gonna, it's gonna throw a whole bunch of things out of whack, but I want to see that.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you mentioned the dichotomy between these three teams, right? Because that's something that we're going to be watching closely, but also something to note, there's been a week of, I'm sure, meticulous VOD review going on for all of these teams, right? So you showed maybe all your cards in that first week, you got a lot of points, but can you make it count the second week? That's what we're going to be keeping an eye on. CB Epitomes, I leave y'all with the match. It's an amazing one, and I'll see you guys on the other side.
Thank you so much, Jim, and I am incredibly excited for this matchup. I'm sure we both are, and we've been talking about it before as well. I think one of the biggest matchups in this entire group, aside from Finland, but now that we've kind of cemented it, I feel like the stakes are so much higher.
100%. Like I said, I don't know that there is another team left that can realistically put a stop to Saudi Arabia's supremacy. They have been, every bit as advertised and then some. We came into last week thinking like, Saudi Arabia, maybe they're a dark horse. Maybe we need to keep our eyes on them. We haven't been able to take our eyes off of them because they have just been so dominant. But this squad has also turned a little bit of heads of their own. Onigod and Psycho on that DPS line have worked wonders for this team. I mean, we've seen Onigod perform miracles over the course of these qualifiers. If that pace keeps up, Norway have a shot.
Yeah, Norway definitely do have some sort of similar play style to KSA as well, with Psycho and Mimio often going on to those two birds, the Mercy and the Echo, sometimes the Pharah, but it is more often that we see the Echo out of this Norway squad. And is there potential for that to be able to counter what we've seen Yazan do with Haku at his back?
But the problem with, like, Saudi Arabia, right, is it's not just Yazan and Haku. So, like, yeah, if you take down Yazan, you have to take down Haku as well. But even if you're able to somehow stop the res, you have to do it while Quartz is performing long-range lobotomies with that sniper scope there. It's, like, you just can't win. Like, there's no easy way to topple this team because they're so flexible as well. Like, we've even seen, like, times where Yazan has been forced off of the Pharah or off of the Echo even, and, Quartz is still just pounding, and you can't really plan for just that level of dominance. So, I mean, it's not an easy feat. I still believe Norway has a chance, but Saudi Arabia have shown, like I said, to be every bit as dominant as advertised. And if you're not keeping your eye on Yazan, you have to know where Quartz is, what angles are safe, keep your head low, because he'll take it off.
Yeah, Quartz is definitely a huge factor that can sometimes be a sleeper, but after the last week, you've definitely realized that both of the DPSs of Saudi Arabia are a huge threat, and there is not really a good way to counter them because they cover each other's weaknesses so well. Now, headed on to Lijiang Tower, I'm not really surprised here. We are definitely going to see a lot of that Pharah play. I'm not sure about what the hit scans are going to be taken out. Potential Cassidy, there was a recent patch, but we are still going to be playing on the older patch. So maybe we are going to see some of that Cassidy, the Ashe come out, especially on Control Center. The comps do tend to favor more of that brawl play style.
Yeah, absolutely. And something coordinated like a brawl might end up being what, Norway need to pull out. Something where they can win the ground game, and they don't have to worry so much about taking down Yazan and then taking down Haku. I know that sounds like sacrilege to be like, just don't worry about Yazan, because you should always be worried about Yazan, especially with Haku at his back there. But, like, if you can just overpower the other three members somehow, some way, there's still a way forward. You just have to have that level of coordination, and we haven't really seen a team successfully ever since, I think, Finland early on do that, but they weren't able to do it consistently enough. So I'm looking at Norway right now coming out with a Sombra Echo composition. Mimio gonna swap over onto the Mercy to try and pocket Psycho here. So it's looking like it is gonna be a little bit of a dogfight with the Echoes up in the sky to kick things off.
Yeah, down on the ground, though, that Diva versus Junker Queen matchup, definitely going to be an interesting one on Saudi Arabia's side, but okay. Yazan already going to try and show that dominance onto Norway, sitting down Psycho and Mimio immediately, and now going after Norway's Diva. Isaac going down very quickly. Thermaged actually going to land quite a few headshots with kunais. Saudi Arabia already frying.
And you saw how quickly all of them collapsed on top of the corpse to make sure that Mimio couldn't get the res there. Like, Saudi Arabia is also a very coordinated squad, and that's what makes it hard to play around. Like, they knew, of course, the Mercy was going to try and go for that. They didn't want to let that happen. They want to make sure they keep the man advantage. They get it. That's going to get them the early cap.
Already up to 15%, and they are fighting very aggressive, taking control of that bridge. Yazan just firing from up above, Haku right beside him. Onigod is trying to take control of all of these health packs around the map and go for a little
Yazan
bit more of that
already.
dive play, but okay. That is just an insane pace for the duplicate. Mimio actually does get the res off onto Isaac to bring that tank back into the fight, but Yazan switching onto the Sombra, getting a good hack off, not able to get enough damage to secure the pick, but KSA, they are doing so well for themselves. Isaac already going down as well after switching onto the Junker Queen to attempt to go for that mirror matchup.
Saudi Arabia, I mean, Yazan got that first duplicate so fast, lit it up, ended up making it so that Norway could not, try and capitalize on being able to get that res. Mimio falls, and now Saudi Arabia have 4 ultimates. I mean, Norway, they're building up to something, but the pace is slow. They have to try and pick something up, and they can't be losing their main healer, their JP, to a bunch of sticky bombs. The res is going to come through, but that's one tool out of the toolbox already.
Yeah, that damage boost is just so oppressive on Yazan, especially with those sticky bombs. Now with the Rampage from KSAA and the Kitsune Rush alongside, it's going to make it very hard for Norway to get a foot onto this objective. Saudi Arabia actually going to be forced to back up, though, after both the Valkyrie and Kitsune Rush from Norway's side. Saudi Arabia's own Valkyrie does come out a little bit later. Surmajed, though, looking for that pick onto Onigod, forcing them back into spawn.
I mean, Saudi Arabia may have just made a crucial mistake. They just used 4 ultimates. I mean, they're going to find the pickup there onto Psycho, but I think the res should be able to come through there. Okay, no, with the pickup on the JP, Saudi Arabia should be able to recap here, but they have to do it cleanly. They only have Yazan's duplicate right now to try and force it through.
And there's that hack damage boost combo as well from Quartz and Yazan. Saudi Arabia, they're doing so much damage in just a matter of seconds, and Norway doesn't really have that kind of burst healing to keep their teammates up, especially since their own DPSs aren't performing to the same level that Saudi Arabia's is. Now 99%, they do get the touch. Mimio gets the touch, but the Suzu comes out very early, and Onigod and Psycho both go down. No DPSs, the Rampage is a little too late, and there's just nothing to be done on this first map.
I called out the overinvestment from Saudi Arabia, and it turns out they don't actually need the ultimates if they just make it so that they take down one member of Norway at random every time they try to come anywhere near the point. And yeah, they're just going to be able to win off the man advantage 100 times out of 100. Norway looking a little shaky to start things off. There's little glimmers of the kinds of things I want to see, little glimmers of like the coordination, but there's always just like one small thing that doesn't even feel like a mistake in the moment, but ends up being one once Saudi Arabia just collapses on top of that Mercy going for the res, or on top of Onigod trying to go for, a flank where he uncloaks himself and suddenly is, susceptible to all the damage that Saudi Arabia is pumping out. They have to try and get in safely, hold the point, and just not lose people. They're just losing people. They're bleeding a person like every couple seconds here in these fights. They might. Oh! Okay, Surmajet almost falls there.
That was really close for Norway to get that opening pick, but Yazan's going to once again be the one to open things up for Saudi Arabia. With their Onigod down, they're looking at 1 less DPS, less damage when Yazan is already performing at the top of his game, and now looking to collapse on Psycho as well. Mimio is actually going to be the first to fall without the pocket of the Mercy behind the Echo of Norway. They're looking to retreat and disengage from this fight. Saudi Arabia once again getting first cap, and Norway playing this mirror composition into Saudi Arabia when we know how strong Saudi Arabia is means they're just playing on Saudi Arabia's turf. They are not in control of this tempo at all, and Norway is a team that we've known to play edgier comps and attempt to try and counter what we see other teams bringing out.
I mean, they've decided that the Sombra's not going to work, so Onigod's going to swap over onto the Tracer, which I kind of like. They can just play it a little bit more towards the point, try and force a little bit more positioning, but I mean, Yazan has just been deleting people at will with the sticky bombs, and there goes Mimio. Isaac going to fall not too long after. Yazan has the duplicate to bail himself out of a sticky situation here. Probably didn't even need it, but going to go ahead and invest it anyway, and still Norway just can't find anything.
And JP also falling Norway. Their picks are also very staggered. Mimio just got back into the fight, and all of a sudden they've lost their other support as well. JP does come back up with the help of the res, but once again, tools in the toolbox. They're just not in control of the pace of this round, of the pace of this map so far, and it doesn't seem like there's anything to be done from Norway. Finally, the Kitsune Rush does come through, but it's two ultimates to counter from Saudi Arabia's side, Rampage and Kitsune Rush from Surmajed to force this tempo far more into their favor once again. Onigod does finally take down Saudi Arabia's tank with the Pulse Bomb, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to cap Onigod, just shredded by Quartz with the damage boost, and Haku able to bring back their tank in a matter of seconds.
The Rampage from KSA there was just massive. I mean, the Suzu from JP came out, but it didn't catch Isaac, and they just burned down Isaac, identifying that he just didn't have, he was anti-healed, he couldn't get in. Now, Norway, they only really have one more shot at this, and the EMP is gonna make it. So yeah, Isaac doesn't even make it to the point. They're only gonna have Psycho with Duplicate to try and get get anything here. They flipped the point miraculously, but they're still losing bodies.
Yeah, that was off mostly just a mistake from Saudi Arabia as well, not touching that point as they were coming in. Psycho duplicating the Junker Queen though, and the Rampage does come through. That little bit of healing onto KSA keeps Psycho alive, but now forced out of the duplicate and having to retreat very quickly. The recap is going to come through for Saudi Arabia. Now a Rampage just out of desperation to get some kind of overtime started on this site, but it's not much to be done with the duplicate now from Yazan. They can't get the touch through, just forced back with the duplicate of Junker Queen. Saudi Arabia take first map.
There's just no weaknesses with this squad. There's just nothing you can really exploit. Like, you can't, like I said, you can't just try and focus on Yazan because Quartz is always going to be there and always going to be a threat. You just can't focus on the backline because Surmajed is extremely survivable and is just hitting kunai headshots left and right. Onigod is finding that out the hard way. You're not able to just like beat Yazan in the Sky game with this Echo Mercy comp, so something from Norway is just not working. And when all else fails, you just hit a big Rampage if you're KSA and you just run right through it. That did, like, I know I said Norway had a chance, but it did not look like it on Lijiang Tower there.
But some of our best maps that we've seen out of Norway are maps where they're not technically playing the meta. You can tell they've done the VOD review and they're saying this is what counters these specific heroes, and we're not going to be playing to their strengths or our strengths. We're going to be playing to counter them, and that was kind of missing here. They were playing on Saudi Arabia's home turf. They couldn't control the tempo even though it was meta. They might not have been on their comfort picks, and they just weren't as good as playing this composition as Saudi Arabia was.
It's also Lijiang Tower, and they did get the the two best maps for the Echo and Pharah type playstyle. Like, Night Market and Gardens back to back, that's a little bit rough. Maybe there would have been a chance on Control Center, but even still, like, you have to win at least one of these. And aside from like that little glimmer where on Gardens they did end up capping the point, it really felt like Norway didn't get their foot in the door and keep it in the door for any extended period of time. Saudi Arabia more than happy to just continuously slam that door shut in their face over and over again. It's going to be Norway's map pick, so I'm hoping that they can try and play something that goes a little bit more in favor of the kind of compositions that we've seen from them in the past. Maybe bringing back out the May that we were seeing from them before, that was paying off very well, doing a lot of good work for them. But so far, this like Sombra Echo Mirror is not netting them all that much success. Maybe it was a map thing, maybe it was a comp thing, maybe it is just a team gap. We'll have to find out.
Yeah, and I mean, Psycho has been doing very well on the Echo against other teams, but even against Finland, you saw that Echo kind of fall short, and you're seeing it against Saudi Arabia, and I think they do rely a little bit on the mechanical gap that you see between Norway and some of the other teams in Group B that has been allowed them to look so dominant thus far.
Yeah, well, Norway, I don't know. After that map, I don't know if they still have a chance. If they do, it's definitely dwindling. What map do you take Saudi Arabia to here if you're Norway? Like, what is your map pick if you have to try and shut this down? Are you gonna try like Havana? Because that seems to be what everyone else has tried thus far.
I mean, when you look at Havana and you're like, okay, yeah, Havana is one of these sniper maps. We can play 2 hit scan DPSs. We can make sure that Echo isn't a factor. Then you have Quartz, and you're like, can you be the better Widow than Quartz on Saudi Arabia's side? It is really a big struggle, and it's hard to say. You just need to find that map that really favors these brawl comps and force them into close quarters.
I'm glad you brought up Quartz and you were following my exact train of thought. That's why, like, maybe you don't bring them to Havana. Like, you have to think twice before you bring them to Havana, but Norway will have at least a couple minutes to make that thought, you know, run through their brains a couple times, because we're going to throw it to a quick break before we come back with Map 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. We are on map 2 of one of the most anticipated matches in Group B of Week 2 of Overwatch World Cup EMEC Online Qualifiers. I am Epitomes, joined by CB, and we are so excited to see what's going to happen between these two teams.
Yeah, we were talking through the whole break, like, what map, like, do you pick? And, like, I was kind of thinking through it a little bit myself beforehand, and I was thinking, like, okay, if you're Norway and you want to win this series, right, you gotta win on control, force them to where they have to swap Yazan out and bring in Yubi, and then try and capitalize off of that, because that's the only real time that Saudi Arabia have dropped a map. We are going to be going to King's Row, which is an interesting choice. I think this might be where the May comes out from Norway. But anyway, going back to what I was saying a second ago, where like one of the only maps I can remember Saudi Arabia dropping was when they had UB in, which is not to say that UB is a bad player. UB is phenomenal, but it kind of throws a wrench into the equation where Saudi Arabia have to fall back to a plan B, where they can't just try and rely on, you know, Quartz's hit scan prowess and Yazan's, you know, sky supremacy. You have to try and go like back to something a little bit more meta. Saudi Arabia is flexible and can still win on that sort of composition, but you have to at least get them out of their comfort zone, because right now they are thriving. And King's Row, they've looked quite comfortable here in the past. So again, the only thing I can think of that makes this a solid choice for Norway is the fact that they want to play May. We'll see if that ends up coming to fruition. But if not, you know, this might be where Norway's hopes go to die.
Well, yeah, this might be where they need to lay to rest their ambitions of getting out of Group B. But I mean, Group B also did draw the short end of the stick as well, just being the group that
in the
only
group
had
with Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I mean,
that too,
it's agreeing in the group with Saudi Arabia, but if they were in Group A, if this group was Group A, they would probably be chilling, because Norway, Finland, Saudi Arabia, they would all be getting out of it since they have those 3 spots into playoffs. But no, this is Group B, and they're going to make the top 2 teams duke it out, and that's just what makes it so much more competitive. But what we've seen so far, it doesn't look incredibly competitive here.
Honestly, like, I don't even think you can chill, because remember, Turkey is also a potential threat here. Speaking of threats, Quartz is absolutely one on the Widowmaker, and now that's going to be something that Norway's going to have to be aware of. We got Onigot on the Ashe, hopefully to try and keep Quartz in check with some dynamites and some mid-range shots there, but Norway's in danger of losing their backline early here. If JP falls, like, that's just going to be it for Norway.
Yeah, Isaac is trying to find a way in onto Quartz, but that was a shot onto Onigot. It was certainly one. Mimio does bring back Onigot very quickly. Isaac goes for the dive onto Quartz, getting real low. Surmajet does come in with the Suzu to save Quartz, but Onigot will finish them off with the dynamite. They're able to get a bit of the caps on the point, though, and Norway doesn't have any way to contest. It's just the Baby Diva can't touch the point momentarily, but once again, the focus on Quartz has left Yazan to go on a rampage. They cap that point in a matter of seconds.
That's all just systematic though, right? So like, Quartz finds that opening shot onto Onigot. Nemio has to peel off from protecting JP to try and get that res off, and while she's going for that res, JP gets hard focused down by Yazan and the rest of the crew, and suddenly you've lost your main source of healing for this composition. You have no legs to stand on anymore, and Saudi Arabia can just run right over you. That's one of the reasons why you see Saudi Arabia, they have Surmajed on the Kiriko. It's a lot more survivable than an Ana in this sort of situation. You have the swift step to get out of dodge. You have the Suzu to try and keep yourself alive. You also have the threat of like 1 or 2 well-placed kunai just putting the whole fight to bed there. She's a lot better at dueling, but yeah, JP had anything but a duel there that definitely felt like a mugging.
Norway was pretty acutely aware that they didn't have the healing output to contest with the damage that Saudi Arabia was outputting in that last map, though, and that might be the reason for this switch onto Ana. Yeah, but JP, the Ana trying to contest with the Widowmaker, and just absolutely shredded. Isaac goes into the Baby Diva form, but Yazan still going forward, and now duplicating the Ashe, already having the ultimate on the line, and Saudi Arabia is quickly on pace with the rest of the ultimates as well. Bob coming through very quickly, and there's just nothing that Norway can do. That's all that she wrote.
Yeah, and like, you use the sights and you use the duplicate, but like, you kind of just throw those away at the pace that Yazan's building up that duplicate and sights just to kind of make it just like that much easy for him here. What's the time bank gonna be like here? 5:30 to capture point C? That's just absolutely insane. And they've already taken down the Echo Mercy combo. They can just keep trudging right forward. Norway have to invest in order to stop the bleeding here. Here comes the Bob, but Haku can just go for the res there. And even if they don't get the res off, I mean, they've already, like I said, 5:30, and they've got the forward spawns. The pressure's only gonna stop for a couple seconds, and then Saudi Arabia are gonna put it right back on.
Yeah, Quartz is able to get out of the dive that Isaac was trying to pull as well. The self-destruct comes through. Norway with 4 ultimates that they can expend to try and stall out this last point. Saudi Arabia looking to force with the Valkyrie and Kitsune rush. Psycho gets very low, uses the duplicate, but it's the Widowmaker, and the ultimate from the Widowmaker isn't going to have a huge effect here. And he also has to be hitting these shots, which we're just seeing Saudi Arabia hide around the corner.
Okay.
Nice shot onto Quartz, though. The Widowmaker 1v1 that we've dreamed of might come through, but it's only that one shot to be spoken of before the duplicate comes away. The Rampage gets so much onto all of Norway, and they don't have that Kiriko to cleanse the damage or the anti-heal away, and it's just Saudi Arabia all in the kill feed all the way. Baby Diva, all that's left. Isaac goes down in a very quick fashion.
Yeah, and Norway, like, look how much they had to expend just to not hold there. Like, Saudi Arabia, they're gonna have the duplicate and they're gonna have the sights again. Sights you don't really worry about, but it's gonna make it a little bit difficult to come out of the spawn at all. You're gonna have to try and overcome this duplicate from Yazan. Burning down KSA will be a good start, but yeah, the peel is there. Onigod's already dead. This is looking more and more dire as time goes on.
Yazan now looking to just spawn camp Mimio, not going to allow this Ana out of the spawn room. Then that's so much burst healing that they just don't have access to. And it's Onigod and JP. Do they have that way to contest after Isaac is brought out of the mech and just has to hop off? However, they do have Psycho on that Tracer that can dance around the objective a little bit more, but the duplicate to come through from Yazan, how is he so good at hitting these precise shots? JP brought down to 1 HP as well. JP able to take down the tank for Saudi Arabia, but Haku's still there with the res in the back pocket. They are contesting, but they have to do so for 3 more minutes if they want to stop the full cap from Saudi Arabia with a decent time bank left to spare. Mimio going down once again, just not having that same survivability as on the Mercy, but they needed the healing, and that's what they wanted here. The Bob from Norway is going to stall on the objective as well. Yazan does finally go down, and Haku doesn't have the res to speak of yet, but Quartz goes insane once again after Yazan is taken down. Round 1 with 2 and almost 3 minutes left to spare for Saudi Arabia.
The pressure from Saudi Arabia just doesn't stop. Like, again, like, earlier on I was like, yeah, they have to invest in order to try and stop the bleeding, but it only stops for a couple minutes before another potentially fatal cut is dealt. And it just keeps coming over and over again. They don't really know what to go, like, where to go, what to deal with. They managed to bleed off, like, nearly half the time bank. They get us down to under 3 minutes, which is astounding. And still, like, you know, doable. That's something that you, as Norway, can try and hope for. Try and match that. Try and make sure that you stay above a minute yourself, or try and make sure that you do finish with time so you have a chance at winning this. But that still just looked like Saudi Arabia was in the driver's seat the whole time, and all Norway could really do was kick and scream in the back seat to try and slow it down.
Saudi Arabia, every single time without fail, the tempo is in their control, and the only time when we saw that stop was when they were against Finland, and they did have to switch out the DPSs as well momentarily. And Norway now looking at a different kind of composition with Mimio and JP. We saw this momentarily on their defensive side, and it allowed them to have a little bit of that survivability, but I still feel that the Ana is just so immobile, and once they're being focused down by both of the DPSs, I feel like every single time the Ana will get out early.
They realized that, like, they weren't going to be able to win with the Echo Mercy comp, and that, you know, having KSA charging up that Rampage, that's just a ticking time bomb. If you don't have a Suzu or any, like, real defensive ultimate to counter it, then, like, yeah, that's going to just be a one-team fight if he's able to hit 2, even 3, even if he's able to just hit 1 and then focus down that target. So I like the Kiriko swap here. I also like challenging Quartz here on the Widow. I'm sorry, I like Onigod challenging the Quartz on the Widow. JP, that's not your fight, my guy. That's not the one that you want to be taking.
Oh, okay. Well, JP, I think the Kiriko can just spam some kunais at where that Widow is peeking, and it can stop the peaks for maybe a second there, but it definitely isn't too favorable for JP. And Quartz is still allowed a lot of free reign just because of how oppressive Yazan and Haku are being. They're pushing past the point, and that healing and the damage boost, it just does so much for Saudi Arabia.
It's like daring Norway, like, go on, hit your shots. You know, you have to, like, get the shot on Quartz, and then again, you know, they still have the res ability, like, they still have Haku. on the Mercy. The res can always come through. Quartz can get a second wind here. Now Norway, they can't. They don't have a second wind. They barely have any wind in their sails at this point, the way Sir Majed keeps hitting kunai. Like, everybody on Saudi Arabia is just hitting headshots.
Yeah, Yazan, once again, I feel like the only name that we've been saying for a lot of these matches is Yazan. Quartz that's thrown in there, KSA gets thrown in there, Sir Majed, Haku, it's all there, but Yazan definitely feels like he wants to be the star of the show, and going to do so. First to pop that ultimate on the duplicate, and this is also the first full-on fight that we've seen Norway be in, and it's right outside their spawn room. Yazan getting brought real low. I don't think there's a... Okay, there it comes, such a big heal from the rest of the squad, and the Rampage does come through, but obviously not allowed in the spawn room.
Ooh, okay, they've taken down Haku. Okay, so now Norway actually do have a chance. You know, they got Quartz and then they punish the res. They have to try and weather the storm while they have a man advantage, but I mean, Saudi Arabia, they still have an ult advantage. They're gonna invest the Kitsune Rush. Sir Majed falls. They're gonna be able to take down Isaac though, and Saudi Arabia, they're holding on with the power of that Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, and it feels like Saudi Arabia know their limits very well, but KSA had that Rampage in the back pocket for so long, never decided to use it despite the amount of healing that it could potentially provide, and Norway actually might get a cap here. There's that little bit of a cap from Yazan, but it's not going to last for long, and the Kitsune Rush is just going to try to hold Saudi Arabia at bay as they run back to this site. Quartz now on the Tracer, dancing in and out of the objective. Mimio switched onto that Lucio though, and I like the switch over. It gives them that little bit of extra movement to dodge the shots, and Saudi Arabia, realizing that they're trying to adapt, now has switched onto the far as well. Isaac, good shot onto Haku, once again taking out the res. Focus down that Mercy first, get the supports out, and then Norway have a better chance.
I mean, Norway have a little bit of momentum too. They forced Quartz to swap onto the Tracer to go for the stall, so you don't have to worry about the Widowmaker anymore. And like Norway, they've got a very survivable backline with the Kiriko Lucio now. They've got the EMP as well. They can start to snowball this and maybe get a point C cap here if they're able to deal with this Rampage from KSA.
Onigod really looking for that Mercy once again. You can see how high he's just checking for it, and now the EMP to come through, the Rampage to counter from Saudi Arabia. Lots of the members of Norway anti-healed, but it's just Isaac left in this room, not being focused down at all. That Rampage onto KSA is going to make it so much easier. Even the Suzu cannot save him, and now Quartz is the only one from Saudi Arabia to find a pick. JP taking down the Tracer though, and Mimio switching onto the Moira. Seeing a lot of these support switches, not allowing that ultimate to really build up from Norway, but they're really looking for that burst healing backline.
They didn't get that pick off onto Yazan at the end. If they had gotten that last little exit kill there, they could have maybe slowed things down a little bit, or at least forced out the res. But yeah, now Saudi Arabia, they're going to be able to come back full strength and go for the contest here. And I mean, Norway, they have to win this fight off the back of just a pulse bomb. Maybe a Kitsune Rush if the fight goes long, but Yazan has a barrage. He can just delete JP at will right here.
Yeah, there was really nothing JP was going to be able to do against that, especially since that Kiriko was so isolated. I mean, perhaps a swift step, but still the damage output was just so oppressive. Psycho going to trade Quartz out for the pick that Yazan did get, though, but the res comes through very, very quickly. Once again, Haku is just such a factor that Norway doesn't always take into consideration. That's why they have such a dive-heavy backline to look for the supports, but they're just not doing that in this fight. Now forced back from the objective, Sir Majed just spamming away at the kunais. The pulse bomb opening things up though. Quartz goes down again, and the Valkyrie comes through from Haku, giving a little bit of that extra damage and sustain to this team, as well as the Kitsune Rush. Both support ultimates expended from Norway's side, but the Coalescence from Mimio does quite a sizable amount of damage, isolating now Sir Majed, looking for the objective. Oh my god, okay, actually going to find Isaac and survive the fight as well. Quartz still contesting objective. They're 2 meters away from getting the touch and the second capture, and they've got 40 seconds left over. Saudi Arabia really looking to solve. Quartz dancing around once again, but Mimio able to find so much value from the Biotic Orb, and JP is also going to force out Quartz. Pulse Bomb does find the other support, and there's a little bit of that hack to come through on Onigod, but otherwise Norway are able to press forward.
They shouldn't have had to use that Kitsune Rush there, but because Surmajed gets that absolutely bonkers kill there onto Isaac, they have to in order to try and force it home. You should have just had that Jugger Queen there to try and push it home. That is a huge EMP from Onigod, but everyone is too high up for anyone to get to them. They just have safety in play in the high ground there.
Yeah, Isaac also taking quite a bit of damage and forced to disengage around the corner as well before regrouping with the rest of the squad. But Saudi Arabia, they are taking control of the point. Onigod is really looking for whenever these players try and touch that ground. Haku is taking a lot of damage every time he tries and goes onto that low ground. However, Saudi Arabia, they once again have this ultimate advantage. JP, though, huge pick onto Quartz after switching back onto the Widow, getting punished for it. But Haku comes in with the res very quickly. Yazan comes back in even after they did so much work to find that pick. Now Psycho going to be the one to contest, and with the stick onto the tank. KSA gets brought down very low, but still brought back by the back line. Now Psycho no longer the factor to be spoken of. Surmajed landing kunais left and right. KSA does have a hack on their tank, but the damage isn't enough from Onigod. Not before Yazan finds that pick. Isaac actually going to go for a reset and switch onto maybe a different tank other than the hamster ball.
It has to be a lot cleaner than this. Norway have to finish with time. They only have 30 seconds, but it's just been too scrappy. Every time they're able to find a pick in that exchange, they can't punish the res. Haku comes through with it. Saudi Arabia is back to full strength. Or even if they manage to find a trade where they can't res it, they still don't have enough people to press the advantage. And now it's gone at this point in time. Yeah, now Norway, they simply cannot win this map. They can only try and hope for a draw. They have to go all in, but Saudi Arabia have every ult they could possibly want to shut this right down.
Saudi Arabia, they have 4 ultimates in the bank, and Onigod looking for their tank, trying to get them out of the game early, but Yazan is doing so much damage in just one hit. Both of the support ultimates, the Kitsune Rush doesn't come through, and there is that Valkyrie as well from Haku. However, still more ultimates that can be expended from Saudi Arabia, and the barrage is pressed. 2 picks, 3 from Yazan onto Isaac as well. Now without the tank, that overtime just goes away too quickly to speak of in a matter of seconds. Saudi Arabia have gone from maybe this looking like a very competitive match to complete domination.
I mean, we said it was going to be a competitive match when we started, but it wasn't. Like, other than, like, potentially some spots on King's Row, it just didn't feel all that competitive. And now looking at who all's left, like, everyone that Saudi Arabia has run through, if not Norway, if not Finland, then who? They only have 2 more games left to play this one. They might be looking to put up a golden stage here unless Germany or Sweden have anything to say about it. Sweden would have to have an incredible reversal of fortunes. Germany would have to pull off an insane upset here. And I mean, yeah, this was really like the last hope for Group B. So I mean, if I'm the team manager for the Saudi Arabian team, like I'm buying tickets to the playoffs, you know. Start shopping for airfare here because it's pretty much all over but the crying.
Yeah, start stacking up those Aeroplan points or something, because Saudi Arabia, they look so good, and perhaps they might get contested with some teams from Group A, like France, who has the same map and win record that Saudi Arabia does have so far, but it's not going to happen here in qualifiers, where they're only up against players that are in their own group. This is just so dominant, so good.
Yeah, I mean, Saudi Arabia, like I said, you know, we were supposed to be keeping our eyes on them. We thought early on that they might be a dark horse, but no, like I said, we can't take our eyes off of them. They have been too dominant. They have been really the only horse in this race for a very long time now. And like I said, yeah, I think they can start, you know, planning air travel, you know, book some accommodations. Surely Yazan gets some frequent flyer miles for all the time he spends in the sky there. Saudi Arabia, there are 2 teams left that can potentially stop them. We're going to be seeing, we're going to be seeing both of those teams later on today, but best of luck, buddies. Like, this squad looks, at this point, nigh unbeatable.
Yeah, I mean, Sweden did put out this tweet earlier, like, oh, well, if Saudi Arabia loses to Germany and also Finland and Norway both lose and also, like, Belgium wins or something, then maybe we can make it to playoffs. So it's going to definitely be a tough one if this, if anyone other than what is looking like in the standings right now, if someone from the bottom of that group wants to make it to the top, they're looking for, you know, Saudi Arabia to throw another Torb 1v1, and then all of a sudden they lose this time.
Yeah, Sweden is on that full Pepe Silva arc, and Saudi Arabia seem to be heading in nothing but an upward trajectory. That's gonna be it for this matchup here. I mean, over a lot quicker than I think a lot of us thought it would be. We thought there would be a little bit more of a fight, but Saudi Arabia, they didn't come to play, they didn't come to fight, they came to win, and they did just that. So we'll be right back with Jim to break that down and bring you into the next match right after this quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone, to Day 5 of the Overwatch World Cup 2023 EMEC Online Qualifiers. I'm your host, Jim Basco. That is Epitomes, and that is, of course, CB. We just watched domination across 2 maps, to put it lightly. CB, walk us through the action.
I mean, walking is really all that Norway did. They never really got themselves up to run. It was, I mean, look, we were talking a little bit in the break as well, where we're like, I thought for sure if they were going to pick King's Row that they were going to try and play the Mei Rush and just win the ground game, just run at KSA, run at Quartz, but they didn't even try to do that. So the King's Row pick, it now like kind of has me scratching my head, like, what? Why did you do that? You could have gone to Havana. You could have gone to like, Circuit Royale or like anything else, but something where like Yazan is just in his zone.
Absolutely, and Epitomes, you had mentioned it as well, right? There are options that they could have chosen to make their King's Row a little bit more feasible against a composition like Widow and Pharah, right? Where it's that long-range domination. Talk to us about that and like what we would have liked to seen, but of course, what ended up happening as well.
I definitely feel like there was just that glimmer of hope there when they were switching up that backline. Mimio started out the attack on the Ana, and we were like, that is not going to survive, especially since you have so much air control, and there's really no way to defend from that as a squishy, immobile support with basically no movement. And then we saw them switch onto the Moira as well, and that was what they ended the match off with. But I feel like that Lucio pick that they picked up, and when their team was at full dive comp with the D.Va as a tank, the Tracer Sombra, they were probably able to have really good target selection as long as they were able to coordinate well. They could have made something happen there, and as well as the fact that with the Lucio on your squad, the Kiriko support ultimate doesn't really have the same effect that can cleanse and save the team as Lucio can, with the sound barrier giving your team so much overhealth and just get yourself out of a sticky situation. Like if Yazan decides to go for the Barrage, if they decide to go for the Rampage, I feel like there were a lot of moments.
Sound barrier though, like
yeah.
If you go for that in the middle of a Yazan Barrage, like I would never even try that.
Exactly
Ajax
what you're
waiting
saying, CB. Right? Like, it becomes so difficult when you're going up against a Widow and a Pharah that is so oppressive, but then you have a tank like KSA as well, just aggressively positioning. So it's so hard to set up. Of course, that's why we see, obviously this Norwegian team, a fantastic group of players, but the Saudi Arabian team really just pulling it out over them. So let's move ahead. Let's talk about the schedule. Let's take a look and pull up that graphic and get you the rundown here. Of course, we're on day 5. It's week 2. We have 4 more days of action to determine who's going to make it through to the main event. Of course, we just watched Saudi Arabia over Norway. Next up, we've got Turkey versus Germany, which is bound to be a close match. After that, we've got Sweden versus Poland, Finland versus Iceland, Portugal versus Italy, Spain versus Denmark, and we round out our day with France versus Belgium. Okay, Turkey and Germany. Give me the quick 2 cents descriptor of this match before I toss you away, Epitomes. What are your thoughts here? Because from what I'm seeing, this could be really close.
I definitely feel like Turkey really surprised us last week with how well they were able to perform. They definitely had a lot of really good moments, especially in their match against Sweden, where they made things a lot more competitive than I think we initially expected. But here, when we're looking at this matchup, it definitely feels like it's going to be close.
Yeah, that's something that we're going to be watching closely. Like you mentioned, Turkey 2-1 over Sweden. They lost 2-0 to Saudi Arabia, but you can't blame them. And of course, on day 1, they were the premier match, kicking off this entire thing. They went 2-0, Turkey I'm talking about, over Poland. So while they're streak, they've gone against some of the best and some of the other opponents in their group, they are definitely bound to meet their match here with Germany today. So, CB, Epitomes, I'll see you guys on the flip side. Have a great match, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Thank you so much, Jim. And now looking at Turkey versus Germany, I think that this is probably going to be a lot closer than the last match that we saw, but I mean, that's not really a big brain, a groundbreaking prediction. But looking at Turkey's squad now, I think we definitely do need to keep our eyes on this DPS line and their tank.
I think we need to keep our eyes on the whole team, realistically, because like Turkey is one of those squads that still has a realistic chance at qualifying here, especially with, Norway now going down. They've dropped 2 series now. If that downward trajectory continues for them and Turkey stonks go up, this squad might be joining the Saudis when we go to the playoffs here. So they have a shot here. If they are able to beat Germany here, we definitely have to keep our eyes on them. Lethal and Nephrin have had some phenomenal play, but You know, we look at Romani, we look at Farouk, we look at Muzo, the whole squad. They have all come together to form a pretty solid collective that has kind of emerged to be Group B's version of the Dark Horse. You know, kind of where we were expecting Saudi Arabia to be before they just ended up, you know, stomping on everyone with steel-toed boots.
Yeah, I definitely think Turkey, they have some big names but you definitely didn't expect the entire squad to be doing maybe the top of the group, but they are the middle of the pack right now. Norway going down, currently holding that number 4 spot. So they have grounds to overtake, potentially overtake into the top 2. Now we're looking at Germany's squad, and they definitely have given us some interesting maps in the past.
Yeah, Hex and ZP were saying it before, but that this looks like one of the strongest squads that Germany has ever brought to the World Cup. And, I mean, there's still another squad that has dropped 2 series, so it's not looking as likely that they'll qualify, but there's still, you know, there's still a chance. If Sweden can still qualify, Germany still has a chance, as long as a lot of things go right. And beating Turkey here would not only entirely sabotage Turkey's chances and throw that into the same, you know, that same Pepe Silva arc that Sweden's currently on, but would also elevate their own chances of being in that conversation, trying to force a tie between some of the other teams, trying to, you know, bring themselves up a little bit further. This is definitely a squad that is capable of doing just that. We'll have to see, but regardless, like, these are 2 middle-of-the-pack teams right now, and it's going to be close.
Yeah, number 4 and number 5 in Group B thus far, headed on to Lijiang Tower. And now, going on to Lijiang Tower, these 2 teams are not really ones that you have at the top of your mind when you're thinking, yeah, they like to play lots of control in the sky, lots of those frequent flyer types of comps. They are definitely a lot more dive and rush oriented.
Absolutely. I do want to see what they end up coming out here with, though. Again, we're going back to old reliable Lijiang Tower that we've seen 1,000 times. Every time I blink, I see Control Center in my sleep at this point in time. But, you know, it does, again, bring out a lot of those different styles where you can see some of the rush compositions that these teams like to go for. You can see, you know, again, like we saw in the previous series, a lot of the frequent flyers, you know, the Echo, the Farah. These 2 teams haven't really leaned too far into that particular direction, so I'm expecting something a little bit more rush-esque here. Lethal maybe making me second guess things here. Maybe might actually be thinking it's time to take to the sky.
Always remember to never ever trust teams at the beginning of a match, though, because we see Farouk switching onto the Life Weaver. But if Lethal does end up sticking to the Farah, then I'm expecting that they're going to add that Mercy into this composition, but it doesn't look like it. Okay, never mind. It was
Farouk just didn't want to be a Mercy jail. Was just going to swap through all the heroes till landed on the one that he was inevitably going to be stuck on here. So this is going to be that Germany, what they're going to want to do to try and counter this is well, A, kill Lethal. That's a great way to start. But secondly, they want to make sure that they control the point and try and force Lethal in through one of the doorways. And taking down Lethal and forcing that res is going to force at least enough positioning. And killing Romani basically means they can just have the whole map for free here. So now they can just go ahead and take shelter on point, and it's going to be, you know, Turkey going to have to try and peek their way around corners to try and get in here.
Yeah, Rez already clutched from Farouk's purse, so you don't really have that to bring back the tank. And Germany, they're doing really well with that first touch. I think this Cassidy is such a huge pick, even though they didn't know that Lethal was going to be playing the Farah. But Nefrin taking down the Cassidy, going to give a lot more free reign to this Farah to be able to just control these skies. Stylistically, though, Germany, they are able to still force themselves forward, even though Nefrin gets a pick. Lethal, on the other end, though, now trying to get rid of their support line. The immortality field has been forced out. Alex goes down. Sucrax, nothing to be done for the Baptiste. Does have the amplification matrix, isn't going to use it. Turkey, as soon as Romani hits that field once again, they're looking for the point capture, and they are able to get it. Now the res to come through onto Lethal with the barrage online.
I mean, that kind of took a while, though, and, like, Germany was able to build up to 40%. Like, I mean, Turkey realistically should have had that one, like, 10, 15% ago, but getting up to 40% is going to be massive if Germany are able to flip the point here. They're only going to have the Amp Matrix to try and do it. Turkey, they're about to have an ultimate nuke if they keep this pace up here, so they have the potential to stagger this out even further than the 40%, hopefully take the lead here unless they fumble the bag somehow. But I'm looking at Nefrin to try and go in with this EMP and kick things off here.
Yeah, both DPS ultimates for Turkey available, and it's only that amplification matrix. They're able to force a little bit of that positioning, but Nefrin gets a lot of damage down. Lethal, once again, pressing the barrage, doesn't find anything off of it. Farouk is forced to res, and now Germany, they are finding their picks. However, Turkey, Nefrin is doing so much for the squad with the hacks. EMP still in the back pocket as well, hasn't been forced to expend the ultimate. Lethal just making the way around the point, but he is just not survivable enough, even with Farouk in the pocket. Now the AMP from Turkey is going to try and allow them to hold on to the point, but the May barrier is going to force them off. Muzo doesn't really have a lot of places to go, just gonna hop off that map and use that swift step to escape instead of tanking that damage. But Romani has been forced and isolated. Not a lot to be done after the blizzard comes through from Fi, and QRXU finishing things off. Okay, Farouk, that is a risky res, but the swift step from the Kiriko to come back, and Farouk and Romani are both going to escape for a second. Refid just gonna boop Romani right back off the map. Nothing to be done from the Junker Queen, but otherwise Turkey going to cap the point.
I said Turkey had to fumble the bag, and I would definitely consider it fumbled, but they definitely like tossed it around, tried to kick it away with their feet for a little bit, like kept it at least off the ground entirely for a very long time. But Germany, they built up to 80%. Nefrin invested the EMP into like a losing fight earlier on there. I didn't know that the Maywall was behind him. Turkey have positioning on the point now, but another Maywall from Fi can just put things to bed. Thankfully, like Lethal is still able to play around it. The wall comes out and doesn't find much of anything. If Lethal hits something big with this barrage, Turkey, you're still in this.
Yeah, Lethal has been able to build up to the barrage pretty consistently, but the fact is that he's been taken down so quickly, so many times in a row, that he hasn't been able to find the value that he needs. But there is the value that we've been talking about, the barrage onto both the tank and Fi. Now looking at Refid to try and stall out, but two good shots from the rocket launcher going to save them. Now Sukrak's going to come in with the immortality field, and QRXU finding both the Mercy as well as Farah. Now Muzo does attempt for a touch with the swift step, but can't do much here, even with the translocator from Nefrin and finding the pick on Sukrax. Nothing to be done. Turkey, they had such a good fight, such glimmers of hope, but they definitely fumbled the bag, like you said.
Yeah, it was that one fight where they had like all of the ultimates. They used the rocket barrage. They didn't find anything because Lethal dies mid-cast there. They used the rampage, but there's not really anyone alive to follow up on the damage, so Germany's able to just weather the storm with the immortality field, and you know, once that comes off, you know, the regen burst and all of the passive healing from Lucio, they don't really ever find something to definitively put Germany away there. Germany end up flipping the point. Turkey then invests the EMP for some reason there. Again, I think the ice wall, Nefrin didn't realize it was behind him, so that like Muzo couldn't go in to try and help clean that one up. But they just threw everything and just let Germany have the point. As we go here onto Night Market, interesting that no one's going for a Sim TP strat here. Turkey instead gonna go with the Genji. Germany sticking with that Cassidy May. Turkey, oh, they've already lost Lethal. Okay. Germany are just gonna run right over this point now.
Yeah, Nefrin is going to look for a way in onto the back line, but QRXU is not allowing that to happen to their back line. Romani does find Refid, but they still have Muzo, and that's the source of most of their burst healing here. The sustainability from Germany is just too powerful against a lone Romani. Getting heals from the back line, but they're a little bit ways away, and the brawl from the Ramacha is very oppressive here. Now they're going to have to back off. Nefrin looking for that touch onto the point. Muzo right at his back, getting real low, going to have to translocate away Amp Matrix to force the positioning as well from Germany. But Muzo is going to find two. Muzo hitting three with the kunais. This Kiriko is going crazy, and now they have that Kitsune rush in the back pocket, looking for some re-entry with QRXU. But oh my god, Muzo, what did you do to them?
That is a 5K for Muzo. All of the headshots, all of the kunai on point. Now Turkey is back in this fight. That looked like it was going to be another Stagger City where Germany just bring this like all the way up past 40, maybe 50%. Muzo puts a stop to it, has the Kitsune rush now. Hack comes out onto Alex. They can just melt this Ramatra right down.
And now Genji looking at this Dragon Blade as well. Not going to need it after the Kitsune Rush comes through, of course. All of Turkey having just so much more damage output because of a single ultimate expended. 4 ultimates left in the back pocket. They're only up to 30%, but they have all the resources to fully capture.
it's gonna be kind of up to Refid to try and build this sound barrier, and then it's like, okay, what do I counter this? Like, yeah, they've got the EMP that's gonna come out right now. Even if they manage to get the sound barrier off, they still have to deal with the Dragon Blade and potentially the Rampage. Rampage is coming through now. There's the sound barrier. Does Lethal wait here?
And now there's Lethal waiting for that sound barrier overhealth to fade away, and the health of Farouk with the sound barrier of their own to try and get that little bit of extra survivability. But the Dragon Blade is just for naught. Fi comes back in, has a Blizzard in the back pocket. Muzo could potentially save this once again. Lethal going to dash in and try to save the Kiriko as well, but no way to capture on the point as Alex switches into the Nemesis form and just brawls full on in the faces of Turkey.
And it was the sound barrier from Refid plus a boop and the annihilation that kept Lethal at bay, so he couldn't find any follow-up even once the overhealth had expired. And now Turkey's advantage has expired. They have to make wholesale composition swaps. Now they're gonna mirror this, but QR has a Death Blossom. You can just go ahead and snuff out this whole push here from Germany. Fi's gonna go in with the Blizzard, turn this into an Icebox, and Turkey have to disengage.
Yeah, they're just going to have to back off for a little bit longer. In terms of percentages, they are still very similar, but this Death Blossom is a huge factor for Germany, and they don't really want to be headed into enclosed rooms alongside that Reaper. However, they do have a little bit of that extra survivability, but now that the Kiriko is gone, instead it's the Moira. They're looking for a lot more up-in-your-face backline dive comps. Now, they're still building up to that Coalescence, and it's popped immediately as soon as it comes through, and that allows Turkey to get a lot of these finishers on the rest of Germany's squad, with them being brought real low. Alex, the only player left, and without the Nemesis form, Ramatra, just looking like paper. Now with the turn onto the point, 70% for Turkey.
I mean, Turkey essentially just made it to where they didn't even have to worry about QRXU with the Death Blossom anymore. They just forced the fight to happen on the point where they know, like, all right, that's where the Reaper is. He's not lurking. He's not going to come around and hit us with a 4K around the corner. And then just an early pick up onto Refid so they can control the tempo. Now Turkey, they have an ult bank to match here. Here comes the Death Blossom, but it finds Farouk and Muzo. This is huge for Germany.
Both of the supports now out, and Alex has that annihilation in the back pocket as well, but they're doing so much damage without it. Refid has to pop the sound barrier, or doesn't have to, but is going to force the point, and Deutschland or Germany going to find the first map in a 2-0 fashion.
That was so winnable for Turkey. All they needed to do was not have Farouk die with the beat there, because you need to be able to counter all that's going to be coming in. Germany came in there with a sound barrier of their own ready on deck. They had all the other ultimates. It was pretty much a mirror ult bank there. You needed to keep your one major defensive tool available. Farouk dies with the beat. Muzo goes down as well, and everything just kind of ends there. Turkey, I mean, we're still again seeing flashes of what has made Turkey successful thus far. But again, they have a tendency to fumble the bag just a little bit. Some of these key mistakes that end up being bigger than they should be, but it's just costing them maps here.
Yeah, Turkey, they have this tendency, especially with the DPS ultimates. We've seen it twice in a row with Nefren's EMP, and they're just not really coordinating. And even though they seem like they don't want to be using all of their ultimates at once, they want to be able to cycle them so they have something left in the bank at the end of the day. It feels like without the fact they didn't use the EMP and Dragon Blade in tandem on this map of Night Market, and they didn't use the Barrage and EMP in tandem on Gardens. So I feel like that lost them both of those maps because they just completely fumbled it.
Yeah, it's not the most stable, both like ult investment wise, ult comboing wise. But I mean, again, there are still flashes of these really great things that we're seeing from Turkey. Again, just negating the Death Blossom just by sheer forcing positioning so that they have to take the fight on the point there. That was a great play, very well coordinated. I don't even, like, whether they meant to do that or not, that ended up being very beneficial for them. They had to know QRXU was lurking with the Death Blossom. They just didn't expect it to come so quickly, so suddenly in the fight that immediately followed it. But, I mean, a little bit less suddenly, we're going to be going to another map here. It's going to be Turkey's map, but we have at least a little bit of a break before that, just in case there's any Reapers lurking around in your house with a Death Blossom. You've got time to deal with that situation before we come back. Don't go anywhere.
Map 1 went by in a blink of an eye, and Turkey versus Germany. Turkey needs to find something on this second map on their own map pick that is going to clutch them from the jaws of defeat. I am Epitomes, joined by CB, and we are here in week 2, day 1 of the Overwatch World Cup EMEC qualifiers, and I'm wondering, what do you think we're going to see next?
I mean, this matchup is one that is going to be very important for Group B going forward, because these are two middle-of-the-pack teams that both obviously still have aspirations of taking that number 2 spot. I mean, Germany, like I said, it's going to be difficult, but they can still do it. For Turkey, they have a better shot, and they just need to not fumble the bag, because when they do, Germany is a team that will take that bag and run off with it faster than you can catch up. So they're going to take us here to King's Row. That's going to be Turkey's map pick here. This is where they want to try and stop the bleeding, try and chase down the bandit that made off with their purse here. And I honestly don't really know what we're going to see out of Turkey here, like why they've decided to go to King's Row. Maybe they do want to have Lethal on the Echo or on the Pharah like we did see on Gardens there, where you saw how well that worked out for Yazan. Quite well indeed. Or maybe they do want to try and stick with a May Rush, but Germany has shown to be quite competent on that composition as well. So if that's the case, like if that's what we're going to see and that's the mirror matchup, it might be a little bit of a stalemate here. I mean, Turkey, they're just going to have to like find the picks, find the openings and not fumble it.
Don't fumble the bag, Turkey. You heard Stevie. You heard her. You better not be passing the basketball. I don't know if that was a poignant reference.
I'll let you stew on that one for a
yeah,
little bit.
You know what? I'm okay with looking like a fool. Yeah, I will look back on this broadcast and be upset about it.
So one thing I do kind of want to highlight here is going to be Nefren on the Hanzo. You know, you're going to see QRXU over here on the Widow. Whether or not he stays on that, it looks like it's going to be a no. We're gonna have mirror Hanzos here, so whoever's arrow is able to find an early pickoff might just end up dictating how this entire first point operates. Either that or it's going to be the Maywall separation. I mean, you play the Hanzo because you want that one-shot potential there, but it's gonna take more than just one shot to take down Sucrax, and they have enough to do it. So Germany, their push already stifled.
Yeah, Sucrax going down early, Refid going to have to back up, and that just leaves Alex on his lonesome to be taken down and shredded by the rest of Turkey's squad. First point, defense not going as badly as they might have initially thought, seeing as how control went, but they are looking good so far.
There was a small part where that like kind of looked a little bit dangerous for Romani because the ice wall was behind him, but able to stay alive. You also have QRXU on this angle up here that's trying to catch Romani out and burst down with the storm arrows. There's the wall. Romani is locked in a corner right now and might actually get melted down.
Oh. Yep, Romani nowhere to go except just hold up the block and hope that it's going to be enough as that wall goes down, but Alex is being able to force forward and force Lethal back into this corner as well. So Turkey's DPSs are a little bit split. Lethal going to have to use that wall in order to try and get across and contest on this little corner of the point. Ice Block does have to come through and Fi taking down Nefren. So now Lethal once again isolated on the other side of this Maywall. Romani comes in at the last second though for the contest and has to switch into the Nemesis mode, but is being forced off by Alex and just shredded right on through. Ramatra down, no more tank for Turkey, and Germany is allowed to start that push on the payload.
Romani falls for the classic be too far up and be killable trap. They just wall him off. Everyone has just had the angle to try and melt down that Ramatra. Lethal might get staggered out here, actually. Nefren, great. That's a great pickoff onto Refid. That's actually going to slow things down for Germany a lot. With that pickoff now, Turkey can regroup and try and take a fight at the archway because the cart's not going to be that much farther past it. Refid's going to have an early spawn, is going to regroup with the team, but Turkey have at least bought themselves some space to work with here as they push up. They got the Dragon Strike. They can even maybe snuff out this Ant Matrix.
Okay, that Dragon Strike takes down Muzo, excuse me, and now they're just around that. They're down the support. The Annihilation comes through from Germany, and it's just going to shred through the rest of them without the sustain. Not even the sound barrier to come through from Farouk as well. They just don't have it up early enough. Refid, on the other hand, does have that sound barrier, and they also have that Blizzard to boot as well.
Speaking of Blizzards, Lethal used his and Romani followed it up with the Annihilation. I think that might have just been the wrong call for the ult combination they tried to go for in that fight, because they still had to face check all of the damage coming through from the Amp Matrix, and they had already lost, I believe it was, they lost Muzo from QRXU's Dragon Strike. So now they're only going to have a Dragon Strike and an Amp Matrix of their own, but like Germany can just wait this out and then come right back in with their ults of their own. Like you said, that Blizzard, and even that beat if things start to go south.
Yeah, they just lost their support so early in that last fight, and Nefrin taking down QRXU this time. Now the Blizzard to come through, or attempted to come through, but it doesn't look like it is, with both of those immortality fields now forced out from the Baptiste. They already used the Amp Matrix early in that fight, attempting to force some positioning, but okay, they're going to go ahead and use the Blizzard from Fi, but Fi goes down immediately, and there's just so much sustain from Turkey's squad with both the sound barrier. Fi had no business pushing that far forward with the Blizzard when they had already used that sound barrier and the overhealth was still there. So Turkey, they are allowed to just hold on to the point for a little bit longer, force Germany to regroup.
I'm not actually sure which came first, the sound barrier or the Blizzard, but regardless, they both kind of felt egregious because that was like a reset fight. Turkey, that aggression though still buys them time, so they end up coming out ahead. It doesn't end up being like that egregious for them. But if you're Fi, you definitely want that Blizzard back because now would be a great time to use it, because guess what? No more sound barrier. Lethal's coming up on a Blizzard of his own. Refid doesn't have a sound barrier. Turkey can stall this out. You're really only going to have QRXU with a Dragon Strike, and again, that Amp Matrix coming through, which you want to fight off of before, but you have to be able to consistently hit those.
It's a little bit funny that Lethal puts the wall there, and then after Muzo immediately goes for the Amp Matrix, kind of giving them a lot of room to work around and not actually having to move out of the way of this Amp Matrix. However, it's not going to be the case for Sucraxes. They're going to go ahead and use the Blizzard, though, from Lethal. Most of Turkey is able to back off and not going to be picked from it, but Alex's Blizzard is going to attempt to counter Romani's own. Both of the Annihilations out from Germany and Turkey, but it's going to be Romani, the first to fall. Not enough sustain from the backline here. Immortality Field does come through on Germany's side to keep Alex alive, though, and Sucrax finishes off the mirror matchup of the Baptiste.
That looked like the best chance Germany had there for a second was a stalemate, but it's the pickoff from Refid onto Nefrin that turns it in their favor, gives them the man advantage. So when the dueling annihilations come out towards the tail end of it, Germany have the man advantage to keep pumping in the damage, end up getting the better of that one. So great play there from Refid specifically, who now has the sound barrier to keep this one going. Germany, they're looking like they should be able to finish here unless this Dragon Strike from Nefrin is huge. But nope. The singular arrow from QRXU was just a little bit more huge.
And now they don't really have a lot of defensive tools left in the bank. The Blizzard is still being built up, but they're allowed to use that May wall, and they're able to force them into the corner. Now the sound barrier for Germany, in case things go south, going to be used after QRXU gets picked by Nefrin. Those spawns are so close by for Turkey now, but they have a sound barrier of their own. Farouk takes it out, and Fi picks off Lethal. Now Fi having that Blizzard in the back pocket in case they need a little bit something more to force them forward. Romani's able to get out of the AoE of the Blizzard and has to use that Nemesis form in order to stay alive, but it's the Icicle that takes down the tank of Turkey, and now without that tank, they're looking for the Hanzo to be the one to contest. That ice block is a little bit too far off, but Farouk has a little bit of swift step to get back onto the objective. There's nothing else to be done after those supports go down following the May, and it's Germany with a full capture on point round one.
I think the ice block was just actually right at the very edge of the contest zone there, so was able to contest, but I mean, once that ice block expires, you had to know Lethal's life was on a timer there. Germany are doing a great job of understanding when it is safe for them to invest ults to press their advantage. When they find a single pickoff that gives them the man advantage, that makes it more advantageous for them to go ahead and invest the Blizzard like they did towards the tail end there with Fies. That just keeps pressing the advantages that they find here. Turkey, again, they're showing some instances of the same thing. I'm looking back to Farouk's sound barrier in the middle of point C there, or sorry, middle of point B, Streets phase. But overall, it feels like Germany are just winning in the ult fights, whereas Turkey are relying on their ultimates.
It does feel a little bit more responsive from Turkey rather than being proactive. So it feels that they do lose out a lot more when they invest these ultimates in response to what Germany is doing with a lot more intention. Now switching the comp up a little bit, they have Lethal on the Genji once again, but of course this could be just for that very first little capture point, and Nefrin switching on to the Sombra. So a lot more dive potential from Turkey rather than matching the rush composition where they were falling a little bit more short.
Honestly, I like to see it, and looks like Lethal does, at least for now, want to stay on this. So I like it. You know, if they can get a hack onto Phi or QRXU and just go for the dash, they can just go ahead and get a free pick off that way. I like that idea. It's not going to be the most sustainable, and also if Lethal falls here a little bit, yeah, where Camp get healed does end up getting healed there. If Lethal falls or gets too aggressive, then that might be it. The immortality from Germany is forced out early. Commanding shouts from Turkey's going to come out to capitalize off that.
Yeah, the commanding shout allows them to surge forward, and there's just picks left and right from Turkey's side. The lethal switch onto the Genji is really a really good one, and it allows them to take a lot more space, even without Romani being at their side. Germany, they really don't have any way back into the point, and it's a full capture in a matter of seconds with the help of the commanding shout and the forced use of that immortality field. And it actually is going to make Sukrak switch onto the Moira here.
This might force swaps out from Turkey. Romani is in a lot of trouble right now. Should be able to stave off the pressure here. Phi, very low. Ice block forced. Lethal still a little bit stuck. Has to dash out there. I mean, again, this might force some swaps from Turkey. Everyone's able to sustain so far. No life lost. Phi's looking to be on life support, though. The Moira swap from Sukrax is definitely going to be something to keep an eye on, but here comes the Kitsune rush from Turkey.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush forces a lot of positioning from Germany. Oh, that Rampage hits all five. It is huge. There is nothing to be done from Germany. That was the cleanest fight from Turkey thus far. The cleanest investment and combination of ultimates that we had seen from them. And Sukrax doesn't have anything left in the bank. Refid doesn't have anything left in the bank. There's no sound barrier, no Suzu, nothing, no. Germany, that was a nail in the coffin.
Sukrax has the Coalescence, but that can honestly just be cancelled with an EMP or with a hack from Nefrin, so I think Nefrin wants to be aggressive with this EMP. He's actually going to get spy checked. That's going to give going to give Germany a little bit of a chance to go in. Now they go in with the Coalescence and the Blizzard, and Turkey are forced to back out.
Yeah, they do get out of the AoE of the Blizzard. It's unfortunate that they don't find the picks, but Nefrin is also able to survive as well. Hack that health pack and look for a little bit something on that backline. Okay, QRXU getting very aggressive with the Wraith form, and the EMP does come through. Now Turkey looking to capitalize, but Alex immediately takes down Nefrin, and the sound barrier from Germany keeps them all alive. Annihilation now locking them into this battle of attrition, and Turkey is forced to disengage. Annihilation fades away, and Lethal will also dash to safety.
Lethal has the blade, though, and Germany are all out of abilities to counter it, so here we go, and it's gonna find Phi. Immediately, the fade from Suprax to stay alive, but Alex is still under so much pressure from the blade, and the rest of Turkey just run him over here, and now Lethal can even clean up QRXU out here in this duel there. Nice deflect headshot. Turkey, they're able to make it work. Again, like in that fight prior, I think Germany overreacted with their ults where they used the Blizzard, the Annihilation, and the Beat all at once. So there's just nothing to stop Lethal from pulling that blade. And then it's just like, oh no, what do we do now? I guess we just die.
Yeah, Turkey has really kicked Germany out of the driver's seat with this switch up in compositions, this really heavy dive here, and the Junker Queen has forced the tempo so far forward, Germany can't really keep up with the Ramatra. The Coalescence does come through, but there's the Rampage once again, hitting 3 members, including both of the supports, and there's not a lot to be done, but QRXU looking to turn the tide, a huge Death Blossom to take down 3, both the supports and the tank, now the 2 DPSs looking to find some sustain somehow, but Sukrax comes back just in time, takes down Lethal, and Turkey, they are left to regroup at the objective.
You said there was nothing to be done about it. I think there was one thing that could have been done about that, and it was, yeah, that Death Blossom that came out from QR. Yep. Nefrin that's a very aggressive translocator position. Nefrin definitely wants to go for an EMP this fight. That's the only advantage they have. He's gonna pop it. Is the follow-up there? QRXU's able to wraith out.
Yeah, there's just not much follow-up from Turkey after that. They weren't far up enough, and Sukrak's going to take down Nefrin. Now missing a DPS, but Muzo, that's not a big deal since he's on the Kiriko now, and the Kiriko is basically a DPS in the hands of Muzo. Lethal also getting a good shuriken headshot onto QRXU. Now without both DPSs at the hands of Lethal and a Blade, also with the Genji, going to force a lot of the positioning. Sukrax, there was no escape for the Moira, not even a fade probably would have saved them, but the sound barrier does come through from Turkey and Germany. However, with less members of Germany up, that overhealth doesn't find as much value, and Nefrin with a hack onto their tank means not a meat shield for them to stand behind. They're just going to have to throw bodies at this objective. The Coalescence, so it's keeping them alive, but the hack cancels it. Nefrin is able to take Sukrax out with a sustain, but still able to survive a little bit longer as Fi switches onto the Sombra and gets a good hack onto the back line of Turkey. Now Turkey going to fall after they're missing that little bit of extra sustain from the Lucio, and Romani looking to regroup with a Rampage in hand in the spawn room. Nefrin
Right now,
though.
yeah, Nefrin is threatening the back cap. Refin knows it. Germany have to play at least a little bit far back, or if not, split. Nefrin also knows where Fi's translocator is. If Fi tries to go for an EMP here, Nefrin can punish that. But like Turkey, they might even have to invest the Kitsune Rush to try and make anything out of it. Translocator gone, EMP out, but Germany just ran right over Turkey.
Yeah, Nefrin was looking for the back cap as well. The EMP did go out, and taking out the translocator allowed Fi to go down from Lethal, but Turkey still isn't able to cap and has to just hang back around this corner since they were missing that extra DPS, and Nefrin is still looking for the back cap here.
I think the back cap might be off the table. I think Germany might be a little too woke to that. You do want to try and go for an aggressive EMP here, though, especially try and hit QRXU to stop this Death Blossom from coming through, but he's lurking. He wants to go for it. Look how aggressive he is. Muzo punishes it, though.
Oh, Muzo takes down QRXU, and there's the Rampage as well as the Kitsune Rush. This is just all ultimates invested from Turkey, and QRXU unfortunately goes down. Couldn't be too sensible enough to get that Sombra out of the fight. Now Turkey, very quickly, they do complete round 2, but this of a time bank than Germany did because of that stall on the third point.
So, that's just all Muzo at the end there.
Yeah.
Okay, so Germany knew that Nefrin was lurking, so the hack wouldn't come through to cancel the Death Blossom. So QRXU thought he could go for a big play, try and hit a big Death Blossom, but it gets punished just with a swift kunai to the dome, takes that threat off the field, and Turkey say, it's time to go. They just slam all the Q keys down, hit the Rampage, hit the Kitsune Rush, hit the EMP, run over Germany, and there was just no time for them to recover. Very similar time banks in both directions here. Germany has a little bit of an advantage, so Turkey's going to be first up. But I kind of like Turkey's chances with the composition they're playing and how quickly they cap the point to begin with. I think they have a real shot at setting themselves up for success here as we go into extra innings.
Yeah, Sukrak's going to stick onto the Moira though, so there isn't really that signal of Immortality Field use, let's go, but there still is, okay, they've used the Biotic Orb, or they've used the Wraith Form, they've used the Ice Block, they don't have any sustain left, we can still go for this, and Muzo switching onto that Kiriko as well, kind of been a sleeper for most of this map, but as soon as you got to the latter end of that attack, he was able to push so far onto the payload and really showcasing maximum value Kiriko, who can otherwise be kind of overwhelming if you're not always hitting those headshots like Muzo is so far.
And so like, also I want to call out Sukrax on the Moira again while, you know, they're all under pressure here at the statue area. They swapped off from the Baptiste composition and they don't have a Kiriko, so they aren't going to have a team-wide cleanse or any way to defend themselves against a Rampage that Romani can come through. That's just a team fight win whenever that ult is online, unless Refid has the beat, but you still want to use that to counter either the EMP or the Dragon Blade. So like, it's just kind of this parity right now between Refid and Romani. Sukrax can't really have anything to say about it. Yeah, Sukrax has the Fade, QRXU has the Wraith Form, and Fi has the Ice Block, but that's 3 cooldowns to cleanse yourself from the Rampage for the price of 1 ultimate ability. You take that. So be on the lookout for how quickly Romani's able to build up to this Rampage, because that might be able to just brute force this home for Turkey. Sukrax is going to have a Coalescence very early, though, so, I mean, they might be able to just snuff out this attack for Germany.
Yeah, Nephrin did get a little bit of a touch on the Sombra. There's a Coalescence that you were calling, and it's just shredding through the health of Turkey. Farouk was looking for the touch there, but the Coalescence is going to stop that. So maybe in this short of a time bank, this Moira is such a huge factor since that Rampage just can't be built up as quickly, and there's actually a contest to come through to activate the overtime, and there's the Doomfist to come in and try and get on the point. Now the power block absorbing a lot of the damage here. Sucrex in a 1v1 with Nephrin, and Nephrin actually forcing to translocate away. There's a Dragon Blade as well. Germany doesn't have that ultimate to any counters, but it's still going to force Lethal off the point with the Brawl that is coming through from the Ramatra. Now a sound barrier from Germany's side. Farouk also has a sound barrier of their own. Romani comes back in on the Doomfist once again, but the Annihilation to come through is going to put them at a standstill. There's nowhere for Turkey to go, and not even a single tick on this overtime.
So while I was busy calling out all of the things wrong with running the Moira instead of the Baptiste or the Kiriko, Sucrax goes ahead and shows us the one thing that Moira has that they don't, and that is a potential fight-winning ultimate that you can charge at will. Charges it so fast and just hoses down Turkey as they're going into that one engage with like 30 seconds left. It was just too staggered. They had just blown like too much time trying to reset off the first and then the second fight, that the third one just ended up being like pure desperation. The Doomfist swap, the Dragon Blade from Lethal just to zone out the rest of Germany. And Germany, like, they don't really care all that much about that. Like, they can just bide their time, not give any ticks, and then just go right back in. And, I mean, Germany, now they've set themselves up for a win condition. Turkey have to get just as strong of a full hold here in order to stay alive in this series. We might see our first draw of the group stage here, but, like, it's going to be tight. Like, Germany, one headshot from QRXU could just put it all to bed, or even maybe another Coalescence from Sucrax if they just let that ult charge up. Like, Germany could just take it.
But look at the adaptation from Turkey as well. They're putting Lethal and Farouk here. I don't know if QRXU is going to stick onto the Widow, but if he does, then his attention is going to be fully occupied by those two birds in the sky and trying to take them down. Otherwise, maybe targeting Muzo, but Muzo is likely going to be playing a lot of these safer positions. QRXU is going to switch on to the Reaper, so they don't really have anything to be dealing with the Pharah Mercy.
I mean, they're going to go ahead and scout that out. They do a quick little bit of spy checking for Nephrin and then go back. QRXU is now swapping over onto the Cassidy, so there's going to be at least a little bit of pressure onto Lethal, and I mean, there's always the chance that Refik could just go ahead and call out Muzo's positioning, you know, go for the speed amp and just everyone collapse on that Ana that's only really going to have Romani to try and help. And Romani's already down. Germany can just go in now. They pretty much have this won.
Yeah, that was excellent isolation from Germany and target selection to just focus down that tank. And Farouk doesn't want to go for that resurrection. It's right out in the open. How can you go for it? And now Farouk down. Lethal does find a few picks here and there, but still has to contest. And without the Mercy Pocket, Pharah is basically like paper here. Fi does find a little bit of value. Romani comes back in on the Doomfist once again to attempt for the contest, but the pressure that's being absorbed is just not enough. And the spawns from Turkey are that much farther away. Farouk and Romani just both shredded in a matter of seconds. Germany, they get that singular tick, and in a 2-0 fashion, they do take this map. But that was such a close one.
There was, I mean, I said Germany had that pretty much won. Lethal tried to snatch away victory from the jaws of defeat there briefly with some heroics on the Pharah, but there's only so much you can do when you only have 200 HP and there's no one left alive to heal you. He does find a couple big pickoffs there, but losing Farouk in the process and there being no one else left alive. And that was another kind of situation for how, like, Turkey ended up losing on the defense. It was just Romani got caught out and punished, and with no tank, no ability to control space, there is nothing to stop Germany from just running right over the rest of your team.
Yeah, and that's really the strength that we see in Germany's composition, the Rush composition, with the Mei being able to completely cut off the tank from the rest of the squad, and not a single one of those supports is going to be able to heal through walls. The Mercy could potentially go in from above, but even then, there's just not enough burst healing from that hero to be able to save anybody. Now Turkey, once again, a little bit of a fumbled bag from them, especially on that second attack when they were able to open out so strongly the first time in a matter of seconds. But Germany, this is a good win for them. They were able to beat someone who was right on top of them in the middle of the pack, and they're moving up through the ranks.
I mean, we talk a lot about, Turkey fumbling the bag here, but we also have to give credit to Germany for being the ones to snatch it up, to capitalize on those mistakes, make some of those heads-up plays. The Moira made all the difference in the world in the one way that you really needed it to, and that coalescence on their overtime defense from Germany. And the way that they played to even set themselves up with that advantageous time bank to begin with was just everything. So great plays from both sides, this especially here on King's Row. This matchup was about as close as it was promised to be, but I mean, Germany, in the end, at the end of the day, are still able to take it 2-0, and I mean, hats off to Turkey for a lot of the things they showed us here, but Germany, they're still looking strong. Their hopes of potentially making the playoffs if things start to go in their favor, if they keep this momentum up, and a few other teams lose a few more maps, we'll have to break out the corkboard for this one. But Germany, they still have a shot as well.
Yeah, and that was a great match out of Germany. And next up, we are going to see an interesting match, maybe a more anticipated match as well, of Sweden versus Poland. And the great news for Sweden is that Germany needed to beat Turkey if they wanted a chance of making it into that three-way tie. So we're going to see what's going to happen if Sweden is going to be able to have their Twitter predictions come true of their dreams after this break. See you then.
Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup online qualifiers for the EMEC region. I'm Jimbascos. That's Epitomes and CB. I called myself Jimbascos. That was interesting. But we just watched Turkey go up against Germany. Germany taking it in 2-0 fashion in no small part. Turkey really put up a fight, especially in that last map. It took them a little bit longer to crack the code, but Germany was able to put up a defense. Epitomes, talk us through that one.
Yeah, Germany's defense on that overtime was definitely really well done, and they were able to isolate just so well when they were going onto their attack as well. And it seemed like they had cracked the code on Turkey's comp that they were running. They were realizing that they didn't have a lot of time left, so we're going to switch onto this Moira. And on the Moira, we have the power of charging a Coalescence in a minute and able to pop that for the last 30 seconds, force them to switch onto the panic picks of, Doomfist and the Tracer and trying to get that touchdown, and it's just not going to work out for them.
Yeah, CB, that's exactly what we saw. And of course, we talked about King's Row and the viability of that Mei composition, right? You talked about Romani and the positioning and how important that Mei is in that composition. Let's talk about that one more time to set up some more context before we head into match 3 here.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the way that you play the Mei mirror is you want to set up a wall behind that tank and just isolate them and hard focus them down. And Romani fell into that trap time and time again. And again, I was calling out about how when Romani was on the Junker Queen, how that Rampage is a ticking time bomb. Well, I mean, building up that Coalescence so fast and snuffing out the attacks from Turkey meant that you never had to wait for the clock to strike 0 on that one. You had all the time in the world. It never ended up coming to fruition. Again, Romani had to just swap right off of that. And time again, Romani getting caught out like that ended up being, in my opinion, the thing that cost Turkey. It cost them their defense initially, it cost them their offense, and it cost them, again, their overtime defense, where you had to rely entirely on heroic plays from Lethal, and it just wasn't enough. I mean, again, hats off to Lethal for trying and for finding the picks he did, but again, without a tank and without a healer, there's only so much you can do, my guy.
Only so much you can do, and that second map was definitely closer, but no cigar. It's going to be Germany moving forward with a win there. So let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule now so we can see what matches are just around the corner here. We've got Sweden versus Poland in just a few minutes, Finland versus Iceland to follow, Portugal versus Italy shortly afterwards. Then we've got Spain versus Denmark, and we round out our day with France versus Belgium. All right. CB, Epitomes, let's talk Sweden and Poland, right? There were lots of expectations, I would say, on this Swedish team to perform at a caliber that maybe we're not seeing this time around. Let's start there, right? Give us the context. Who is this Swedish team? Who is the Polish team? And what are we looking at here?
Well, I mean, Sweden has a DPS line that everybody was looking at coming into with Sparker and Kevster, who have at times been phenomenal players like they were promised, but it's been too few and far between, and the rest of the pieces just have yet to come together for this Swedish squad. So the sorrows just continue and continue, and week 1 was really, really rough for them. They weren't playing, like, they haven't gone against Saudi Arabia yet. Like, that hasn't even been, like, something they've had to deal with. So unless we've seen a major turnaround this week, I mean, it's just going to keep going down that same train of thought, right? Going to keep going down that same path. They have to try and beat Poland here, who, I mean, you wouldn't know it by looking at them, but Poland is actually currently above Sweden in the rankings. So, just by 1, but Poland have a win under their belt. Sweden have yet to be so lucky.
An important game to be sure, Epitomes, CB, I leave it to y'all. I'll see you guys on the flip side and have a great time.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jim. And looking at this squad against Sweden, we talked about that DPS line that you were mentioning, Kevster, Sparkar, definitely a lot of potential there that we just haven't been able to see. But Poland definitely did surprise us last week as well. I mean, they were against Iceland, but they were able to come out on top of that pretty definitively as soon as they got to that map of New Queen Street. Now, looking at the Swedish squad, we have Kevster, Sparker that we were talking about. We actually did momentarily last week see Skyle get on the DPS role as well, which was really interesting too.
Yeah, and Skyle, by the way, is a DPS player who is currently flexing over to the flex support position right now, so that's kind of why they made that swap. But I think having Sparker and Kevster, if they're able to come alive and fire on all cylinders, is the best shot for the Swedish squad. A couple other things I want to highlight, by the way. We don't have Lulsish coming in this time around. Theomatic is going to be their starting tank for control, and we have Melon as opposed to Hampe coming in. Again, a newer face we have seen like a couple of times, but haven't seen. This is going to be kind of a debut for Theomatic, but I don't know. We'll have to see. Like, I like that we're seeing these changes. There's a lot to kind of think through and a lot to kind of work through with how does this team win? Here's how we can still do it. Hopefully, these are steps in the right direction. We'll have to find out, but Poland, again, has a win under their belt, a team that has potential, and, I mean, Sweden has to beat them. But can they? Like, are we going to be, like, I'm practically pleading, like, can they please? Like...
Yeah, can they please is probably what we're asking for here. On Poland's side, we have Fake Shake and Filion on the DPS line, Flipper and Texel and Forever as they're starting for Control. I mean, last week, though, we did see the not so much a debut, but that slotting in of ICAV. And ICAV, I think, was a huge name for this Polish squad because he was able to play the hit scans so well for this team. And on maps where you need those longer sight lines, I definitely feel like ICAV should be slotted into the roster.
Yeah, but I was also really impressed with Filion on the Tracer whenever he came in to slot in for that role. I think it worked out quite well. I've also been impressed with Fake Jake. And I think Forever might just be one of my new favorite tank players, just sheerly because he busted out the Roadhog against Saudi Arabia and it kind of worked. Not really, but it still like got a couple big hooks there, so for that you have my heart. But you're going to need more than my heart in order to stay alive in the group stages here. Poland, if you're able to beat Sweden, they might still be able to reverse their fortunes a little bit, get themselves climbing up the rankings just a little bit. But like Sweden, like this one needs to be all you. All eyes are on the Swedish squad right now as we start things off on Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, I mean, Poland, the one thing that they have to their name is that they have more wins than Sweden does. So they're already, they're already on top of the team that they are currently facing. So they technically should be the favorite going into this matchup, but it's just the fact that everyone has been looking for the Sweden that was promised. Look at the roster, look at how cracked they are. Why are they not performing well? And they're just trying to crack the code. They're moving things around. Theomatic starting out on the Swedish squad is also really interesting because Lulzish was mostly just playing that Winston every single time that they played Sweden, and Theomatic right out the gate you see them switching on to that Orisa. Of course we don't know if it's going to stay, but I feel like it is a good change of pace.
I do hope that these are, like I said, steps in the right direction, and like you said, a good change of pace, and that this all kind of works out for Sweden, because if not, this is just going to look like this team is just trying to like desperately find an answer. And the question just keeps on changing. Going up against Poland, they're going to have a Sombra Pharah comp to go up against here. Sweden, it looks like they're actually going to match that. Sparker actually going to switch over to the Hanzo, which isn't something we typically see on Night Market, but the pick potential is there and can still potentially pressure out Filion on the Pharah here, and can also maybe try and scout out Fake Jake with some of the Sonic arrows, so not a terrible pick, and also one that we know Sparker can play very well. I like what I'm seeing from Sweden so far. Fake Jake doesn't like it very much and is going to quickly dispatch Sparker, so Poland might be on the upswing here.
Yeah, Sweden looking like they are going to be able to get that first little bit of the cap as well, but Kevster taking down Flipper, missing a little bit of that backline for Kevster now. They don't really have that they don't really have the backline for Filion, sorry. And Fake Shake will be able to find the tank of Sweden as well. So now Sweden, even though they initially got the first touch onto the point, Poland is going to be able to flip it right over.
Yeah, I mean, the Kevster finding that pickoff onto Flipper is huge, but without the damage there, without, Sparker also being there, and Kevster just not able to hit the direct impact rockets for the maximum damage, they just can't close that out, and Poland are going to be able to get the cap here. Kevster is still an ever-present threat, as is Filion, who's pumping in a lot of damage, and Theomatic just can't quite get through the door safely.
Yeah, pinging out Kevster, trying to get into the point from above. Fake Shake going to find Theomatic. This Orisa not being able to absorb as much damage as they initially hoped, especially here with the Pharah as well. Melon, however, going for the res onto Theomatic. Sweden going to be able to get back into the fight a little bit quicker than they might have wanted, but Skyle going down to an EMP. Was that basically a solo ulti onto Sweden's backline of Kiriko, missing that burst healing? Now Kevster does fall after the hack comes through. Texel finding the pick, but Fake Jake in no small part doing so much for that fight. Now Theomatic backing off, and Melon looking to regroup with the rest of the squad. Kevster instead looking for the Echo now, trying to find a little bit of extra damage, but Filion still on the Pharah and spamming from above at this Orisa.
If that was a solo EMP and it was intentional, it was definitely a great heads-up play, because Skyle was the only member of Sweden that had an ultimate, could have popped the Kitsune Rush, but taking that out of play. Also taking out most of the healing, because Melon's going to be attached at the hip to Kevster. There's the EMP now from Sparker, and they've taken down Forever, so Sweden might be able to get the flip here, and with those pickoffs from Skyle, they should definitely be able to take it.
Yeah, the ultimates, both support ultimates. Valkyrie as well has come through from Melon, and it gives them a little bit of that extra damage in the fight as well. Theomatic doing very well on the Orisa after a little bit of a rough start to this round, and Poland going to regroup with that same composition, but this time a Raj and a Rampage in the back pocket with Forever looking for a little bit of that extra damage. However, Kevster and Melon still a threat from above, and Kevster neutralizes Fake Jakes and takes the EMP down with it. Sparkart switching onto the Ashe. Both of these DPSs loving that, loving the pocket from the Mercy, and Sweden being able to force them back a little bit further into spawn again.
I like Sparker switch onto the Ashe here. I think as long as he's able to hold high ground, he can keep the pressure off the rest of this team by continuing to be the pressure onto Filion and Flipper there. It's still kind of going to be a difficult task because, yeah, Sparker's not going to have the Mercy pocket because Melon is going to want to stay with Kevster for the most part. But if Melon can ever spare a second to come give a little bit of a blue beam to Sparker, it might end up paying dividends. But again, is that opportunity ever going to come? The Valkyrie's already been forced out from Flipper here. Poland haven't been able to really get in there. A good EMP to cancel out the Terra Surge, and the EMP, and the Barrage comes through.
Yeah, the Barrage taking down Kevster could potentially be huge, but Melon immediately goes for the Resurrection. However, Sparkar forced back, and Melon also taken down by a little bit of a pistol Mercy. Now Theomatic looking to fight, and Kevster duplicating the extra tank for the sustain in this battle of attrition without their supports anywhere nearby. Skyle does regroup on the objective, and there's another Kitsune Rush from Texel. Skyle does have a Kitsune Rush of their own, but will not be able to use it. Looking to regroup in the spawn room, and now Poland flip over once again with the percent advantage on this capture. Kitsune Rush does come through.
There is that touch there, and it looks like Sweden just want to charge through, but Poland just gives space, and they take Sparker on the way in.
And that is just so unfortunate, Sparker being the first one in. But once again, the Resurrection from Melon picking back up the Ashe, and Fake Shake trying to get cornered. But there's both the Tracer and the Sombra have so much survivability. However, Filion does go down. Fake Shake escapes for the time being and is going to have a little bit more time to build up to the EMP as well. But now it's an overtime fight for both of these teams. Whoever gets that first capture is going to be able to win. Now Forever coming in on the Diva, coming in hot as well, but it means that no self-destruct is possibly going to be available. The Pulse Bomb is here for Filion. He gets stuck onto, but they get saved by the Suzu from Skyle. Skyle does go down very quickly afterwards because of a dive from Forever, but that was an excellent overtime play from Sweden thus far. Now with the Resurrection onto Skyle, the overtime fades away. Poland go down 99 to 100.
That is all because Sweden were able to force Fake Jake out after the contest came through before Fake Jake was able to build up to that EMP, and they took Flipper out before Fake Jake could safely come back in to use the EMP. So by the time Fake Jake even gets there to use that potential fight-winning ultimate, Poland are already at a disadvantage, and the bodies just keep dropping one by one. That's a great play from Sweden. Great play to be able to call that out, that you can't just let that Sombra sit there and build up that ult charge. You have to try and put the pressure on her. They do just that. Sweden able to take Night Market. They're off to a pretty good start. I'm liking some of the things I'm seeing from them, but I mean, they still have a ways to go here.
I mean, Sweden going into this, they knew that they were the bottom of their group, basically, and going up against Poland, who actually has won a map already. It feels like it's a little bit daunting when there's so much pressure on them to perform. Fake Shake looking for that Mercy in the back line already, or Sparkar here without the Mercy pocket. The cleanse comes through immediately, and Sparkar will escape off that initial engage. Sparkar really just trying to put pressure onto Filion, who has now switched onto the Echo as well, and alongside Kevster.
I mean, you remember I nearly like blew up my vocal cords praising Sparker's Ashe on Nimbani like last week. I mean,
Yeah.
Sparker's Ashe play is phenomenal. The shots he's able to hit, but also his ability to survive. He's not under that much pressure right now, but every time it comes through, the peels there, the coach gun escapes are phenomenal, and the rest of the pressure from the rest of Sweden comes through. Sweden should be able to get first cap here.
Yeah, Flipper going to go ahead and regroup with the rest of the squad as well. Texel a little bit of a staggered pick here, and Fake Jake looking like he might suffer the same fate as well. Kevster still looking to go very, very aggressive, and since Melon is right there at his back, it makes it a lot easier and a lot more confident to get that damage down. Sweden finding that first capture as well, and Sparkar still putting so much pressure onto Filian that Fake Jake can't really match.
I mean, Spark is going to have the Bob as well, and that's a great ultimate ability to just stagger things out, you know, bleed off more time, help build up a percentage. Sweden only at 25%, so only a quarter of the way home so far. But Poland coming up, threatening that EMP, might be looking to make something happen. Kitsune rush to kick things off.
Now the Kitsune Rush is countered by Sweden's own Kitsune Rush, and the duplicate onto the Junker Queen as well, getting an extra tank, especially since the Omatic goes down. Melon goes for the Resurrection, but it's immediately staggered by Forever, and Flipper's own Valkyrie does come through. Both support ultimates from Poland's side, but the Rampage from Kevster is huge. They have to look to cleanse it somehow, and Filian is actually going to immediately be neutralized by Sparker after going for that duplicate. That is insane. Now Poland, all of their players are down. Sweden does get that recap, and Poland doesn't even get a little bit of percentage.
But that's just a great play from Kevster to punish the overcommitment from Poland. They use both of their support ultimates, they use the duplicate from Filian there, and they get nothing for it. And when it's all said and done, you know, you just go in with a duplicate of your own, the Bob from Sparker to buy time, the shots from Sparker to pump in damage, and Kevster just come through with that duplicated Rampage, and they just roll right through it. Fake Jake now with the EMP, but there's not enough follow-up with Melon's Valkyrie.
Oh yeah, there just is nothing to be done there. Fake Jake did get that initial damage down. Now looking for Skyle once again, but Melon immediately goes there to peel, and then Kevster is all of a sudden on Fake Jake's back. Flipper and Forever, however, while they're focused on protecting the back line, Melon going for the Resurrection on Kevster, are focusing down that tank, and Theomatic now out of the fight. Melon using the Resurrection on the DPS means that they can't really contest in this in-your-face type of way. Instead, they're going to have to back off and disengage off that fight, kiting back to the rest of the team.
And Poland are able to sneak the point out. I believe everybody from Sweden went to go try and cover the res from that early pickoff onto Kevster, and they do, yeah, get the res, but they give up so much positioning that Poland take the point, they find more bodies, Sweden have to back out. They can go back in now that everyone's at full strength and they have an early pickoff here, but Poland got themselves on the board.
Poland, they at least get this little bit of percentage and looking to hold on. They have that Kitsune Rush, and it goes out from Skyle first, and Texel just cannot respond with Theomatic in his face, and the duplicate from Kevster doing so much to flip that point back over in Sweden's favor as well. Poland, this might be looking like a 2-0 on this control map thus far with no way back in. They've switched Flipper over on... Flipper almost has that sound barrier ready as well, and it's going to be both support ultimates that could potentially be used here. The pulse bomb from Filian doesn't find anything. The coach gun escape from Sparker is immaculate, and now having the mercy pocket as well to try and keep the Ashe alive. The Bob comes through onto the point and does so much damage onto that tank. Forever has nowhere to go, and Sparker also going to find Flipper despite the sound barrier being used. Now Sparker back in with the Resurrection, and Kevster taking down Filian. It's still going to be a little bit of a touch here from Texel, but there's nothing else to be found by Poland. Sweden finally taking another victory, their second map won in this entire event thus far.
You love to see it. I mean, like, towards the end there, it felt like Poland wanted Sparker dead more than they wanted the point, so they all just kind of, like, went right on top of that Ashe, and yeah, they do finally get him before he's able to pop the Bob, which ends up killing 2 on the point. So it's like, all that you did to try and punish Sparker's positioning there ended up biting you. All the abilities, all the cooldowns, you know, you saw, like, Forever on the D.Va, like, flying, like, right at his face there and just getting absolutely demolished for it, just getting melted down like butter. Yeah, a bit of an over-investment there. I think they probably should have focused their efforts on the point a little bit more. But it was going to be an uphill battle regardless. Sparker had the Bob. They had both support ultimates. They could have tried to, like, weather the storm there, but there would have been a storm regardless, and I don't know if Poland had an umbrella big enough.
Yeah, I mean, this support line from Sweden as well has been coming up so huge, especially in this match where Forever is playing the Junker Queen and Skyle has been so good on the heals. I've never seen Sweden thus far in this match be punished heavily for a use of that Junker Queen ultimate, and Skyle has also had some really great cleanses to save their squishier targets from being killed by a Pulse Bomb or an EMP. The peel has been very good from Melon as well, and even though they don't have as good survivability because it's a Mercy Kiriko backline, they're still being able to peel for each other.
I'm glad you call out Skyle, by the way, as well. Like I said, a DPS player flexing over to flex support, but if you let him play it like a DPS, you might have something there. So, very well played there from Skyle, and again, Sparker Kevster are just coming up as promised in this series so far. We'll see if that trend continues, because again, we've seen this before where they've both, or one or the other, something comes alive and then it dies in the very next map. It's got to stay alive if Sweden wants to keep their hopes alive of going to the playoffs here. Their very long shot harebrained scheme that's got several steps on it. Step 2 is beating Poland. It's going to be Poland's map pick when we come right back. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back. We are looking at another map too, but this time something unprecedented has happened, and it is that Sweden has won the control map. We are back for Sweden versus Poland. It is day 1 of week 2 Overwatch World Cup EMEC qualifiers, and I am so excited for this next map, CV.
How sweet it would be if Sweden could finally get a win under their belt, get a little bit of momentum in their favor. Before today, it felt like that was living in a fantasy land, but that very well might be the world we live in. Hopium, copium, all of the EMs that I can muster. We're taking it to King's Row. That's going to be Poland's map pick here. And yeah, if Sweden win this map, they will finally have something in the W column to, start again. Their long shot, their absolute long shot they tweeted about earlier today about how they can still make playoffs. It's getting ever closer again. Like I said, step 1 was, Norway not beating Saudi Arabia. Step 2 was Germany beating Turkey. Step 3 here is now to beat Poland. If they're able to do that, that's a dub. They have to be pretty much perfect the rest of the way forward. But, I mean, a W now is better than nothing.
Yeah, I mean, they've really pulled out the cork board, got all of the red strings for this one to try and figure this out, but headed on to King's Row. I think we are definitely going to see Sparkar headed back onto that hit scan DPS. The Ashe was on point that last game and gave them a lot of value, and also apparently pissed Poland off enough for them to focus the Ashe rather than the objective.
We are seeing ICAV come in, and like you said, ICAV's hit scan play has been pretty solid for Poland in the past, so it looks like they do want to actually mirror that Ashe there. It looks like, going to be Poland on the defense. They're playing that Mei rush comp with the Ashe, and it's also the slower version with the Baptiste, no Moira, so, I mean, I'm going to have to see what Sweden ends up coming out here with. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if this is literally what they stick to, Sparker on the Bastion, just to completely grief the enemy tank. But I think a Widowmaker might make just like a little bit more sense. We'll have to see. If they go with this, interesting that Sparker is the one on the Pharah and Kevster's on the Widow. I don't expect that to stick.
Okay.
I'd be surprised, but that might actually be what they're coming out with.
Are they're serious? Okay.
All right, Sparker
okay.
onto the Ashe. Okay. That at least makes a little bit more sense. You can play double hit scan with this comp, and now you can maybe swap Kevster over the Echo. Okay, all right, yeah, this makes this makes so much
we
more
were like,
sense.
never trust the teams in pre-round.
I mean, even in the middle of the round, I shouldn't trust them there because they're going for like the 5-head double swap there. Ice Wall to block off the EMEC. He's a little bit isolated there, but doesn't look like the follow-through is going to be there. Sweden able to hold for now, but Poland routing through Hotel, trying to come in from the backside.
Kevster putting down a lot of damage here. That Ramatra does pull them down with his abilities a little bit, but forcing the switch onto the Nemesis and trying to just shred down the rest of the health as they're forced off the point, and Theomatic surges forward with the help of the Javelin Spin. Kevster now in the backline. Texel nowhere to really go on the Baptiste here, and Sparkar finishing off the kill, while Kevster will focus down ICAV and take out Sparkar's Nemesis mirror in that Ashe.
That's going to be a really quick cap for Sweden. They're great play again from the DPS core. Everyone from Sweden really, giving it their all now. You're seeing a lot coming through from both Sparker and Kevster, but Theomatic is playing a lot safer than we saw Romani play in the previous series. Able to stay alive, able to not get caught out by the Mei walls, and Skyle and Melon are also there to bail him out there. And Sweden, they've got a little bit of forward momentum there. Just a bit of a stun on forever. I saw the stars around Diva's head on the portrait there. I was like, there's no way they got the DMEC, right? But the health bar was full. I nearly fooled myself there. But Sweden, like I said, they have a lot of tools. They have a lot of momentum. They're about to have 5 ultimates. They should be able to just brute force this through Streets phase unless Poland are able to make some magic with the sound barrier once they build up to it.
Yeah, I mean, the sound barrier, I'm not sure how much can be done here with Sweden's 4 ultimates. Now, Kevster, okay, already a self-destruct in the books for this duplicated Diva, and it's going to force a lot of positioning off as well. Poland only had that amplification matrix. They used it, and Sweden, they did back off a little bit more, but they still just had to back off to the objective and not any further. Theomatic doing so well at making space as well. The hack does come through from Fake Jake, but the Kitsune Rush is going to help the back backline, sustain up that tank, and allow him to keep surging forward. Javelin spin and Terra Surge gets half health, and there's the EMP from Fake Shake to finally neutralize Thematic. Sparkar also goes down with the help of the Bob from iCav. Melon, however, very quick to bring back Thematic just as that Valkyrie fades away and stick close onto the objective. Sweden still somehow sustaining through this fight despite all that was used by Poland, including those 3 ultimates. Now Forever still hasn't built up to the very first self-destruct, but is going to come back in very quickly and look for that ultimate.
I mean, it's gonna have to just be to stall, right? Like, yeah, it's gonna get
Yeah.
forced out there, and there it goes. Sweden, they just have the positioning. They can just back up. They don't have to face check that. Now Poland are pretty much out of options. They have to try and either get a pick off here or use just the amp matrix, but, you know, Kevster's already got another duplicate. He's just gonna go ahead and go for it, take the high ground. Now you got 2 Ashes on the field. You got Kevster and Sparker. Who do you try and take the duel with? It looks like neither. The amp matrix just to buy themselves a hair of space, but that's only gonna last so long, and Sweden's aggression, it feels like, has lasted much, much longer.
Yeah, the duplicate at least does go down. Skyle is doing a really good job of keeping Thematic up, and I feel like this Thematic-Skyle duo has been forcing so much positioning and aggression towards Poland's side. Now that they do have that hack on the back line, but it's just a swift step from Skyle as well as a Suzu to keep Thematic in the fight and just completely stave off the pressure from Fake Jake in the back line.
I mean, speaking of pressure, Sweden are just applying so much of it. They're playing so well right now. Like, they're constantly applying pressure and then disengaging whenever Poland has something that can counter them, like the amp matrix, like the sound barrier, even the Bob or the EMP. They're able to just back up, play safe, weather the storm, and then clap Poland with every ultimate in the book, or at least just hang around and build up to one of their own and just get more value out of it. You just can't quite get rid of this squad. Even Thematic was getting like kind of melted down there, turns around with a javelin, able to stay alive. He's still alive in here in like no man's land.
Yeah, and Thematic also using the Terra Surge to bring down a lot of the health, but Poland is finally going to get that pick. Now the Valkyrie comes out from Melon, and I'm expecting they're going to get that res off onto Kevster. Very low is Forever, stuck in this little room with Kevster and Melon, but they're still trying to force them back further. Sparkar is playing like in close range Ash melee, but that self-destruct does come through, forces them to dance around the objective a little bit more, trying to stall, but the Bob comes through, and even though they're all trapped in that little corner, they're just going to have to back off even further, make sure they're out of the sight lines of this Bob. The Kitsune rush from Sweden comes through. Skyle takes down Forever with a headshot out of the mech, and there's just not much to be done from Poland, not even a little bit of a touch here.
It's equal parts aggression and resilience from Sweden. They're pushing so far up, and Poland are trying to punish it. Like, Thematic was in that room for far too long, and Poland invested, I think, 3 ultimates to try and dislodge him or punish the split play, but it just never came through. The healing was there, the use of the cooldowns of the Javelin Spin and of the Fortify to help keep that health bar as topped up as it could possibly be, and Sweden, like, even towards the end, Poland invests the Amp Matrix to try and dislodge him, and it just doesn't work out, and then Sweden, they just clap back. They come back again with all of their ultimates. Like I said, they come back with the Bob. They come back with the Terra Surge of their own. They come back with all of these ultimates, and they just keep up the aggression. And I mean, like, Poland are trying to be proactive, but it's like not working out.
Yeah, the kiting from Sweden thus far has just been immaculate, and now headed onto the defensive side. Not many changes to the comp, just Kevster switching over onto the Sombra instead. Poland going to try to match the Echo that Sweden had on attack with Flipper back onto the Mercy. Actually, never mind. Fake Jake switching onto the Hanzo. Not sure if they're going to keep any of this, though. iCav, we've seen him pop off in the past, but it doesn't seem like it's happening in the face of Sparkar Kevster DPS line, and the Thematic switch is just performing really well for Sweden thus far as well.
It's not just the Thematic switch either, it's like the whole change of pace in the way that Sweden is playing. Like, this feels like they really did go back to the drawing board, coached themselves up, you know, decided that if we play this way and we play this style and we coordinate in this way, we can just end up winning fights that we have no business winning. One of my biggest complaints was that it just felt like the pieces weren't coming together for Sweden, but if they keep playing with this aggression, ability to disengage, come back in stronger kind of tempo that they're playing at, like, throw that all out the window. The pieces will have finally come together, and they will be only on the upward trajectory from here on out.
Yeah, Theomatic is taking a lot of pressure, absorbing so much damage as well, but somehow just able to stay alive, sustain through all of it, forever getting a few touches and switching onto that Orisa to try and contest as well. The resurrection does come through and Skyle goes down. Now without the burst healing of Sweden's backline, they're going to struggle a lot more, and Melon has to dislodge himself from the DPS line. Both of them do go down, and Melon doesn't have a resurrection in the books for Sparker. So now Theomatic going to fall as well after Melon gets dislodged, and Sweden, they do have to fight for the street space now.
Yeah, it's that Hanzo Ashe. If you just let them have the angles, eventually they will strike gold. And taken down, I mean, once Melon falls there, it's pretty much over. I think even before that, it was kind of over for Sweden. Poland doing a great job to cap quick. They got 5 minutes to try and work this through Streets phase, and they're about to have a similar ult bank to what Sweden had on their attack. So we're at a little bit of an even footing right now. Sweden have to try and make up the difference. Kevster on the Widowmaker. If he's able to find something, that could be huge. That might actually be exactly what Sweden needs. But is Poland even going to give him the angle? And especially with all the pressure that's going to come through from both iCav and Fake Jake, like, how's he going to find anything?
Okay, well, they have that Bob to come through from Sparker's side. iCav matches with the Bob of his own, but the Dragon Strike does force a lot of positioning out of Sweden. The Kitsune Rush is going to do much more for this Swedish squad and allow them to push very far into the defensive side of Poland and force them back into their spawn. Kevster actually finding something on the Widowmaker as well, but Sparker with this pocket is a menace, getting lots of damage down very, very early.
That's not even just the pocket. That's the pocket plus the Kitsune Rush. That's a ton of damage coming through, a ton of just ability to go for that second shot, the fire rate. Sparker just puts out so much damage there. And yeah, Kevster even finding one on the exit to try and throw a spanner in the works. Poland still have a lot to work with now, but now Sweden are going to have favorable angles to work with. They have to keep coming through the arches there. That's a great way to start. The res is going to be there. Poland still have to be kind of careful going through this archway, but with the res off the field, they can be a little bit more aggro here.
Poland side, they've already had that Valkyrie come out very, very early. The Terra Surge does come through quickly, but doesn't find anything. No one is even caught inside, and Kevster finding the hit scan of Poland, going to make it a lot harder to neutralize Melon. Now Theomatic on a rampage with the Javelin Spin blocking off the damage, and since they had iCav out of the fight, it was a lot harder for Fake Jake to contest those angles.
Yeah, speaking of iCav is now going to go ahead and try and contest Kevster. Fake Jake swapping over to the Sojourn. That's an interesting one. I mean, Poland are going to have the Kitsune Rush here, so they should be able to play at least a little bit aggressive, but now, like, you don't really have someone aside from Forever that's going to make strong use of that Kitsune Rush. The Bob from Sparker is going to make it hard to even play inside the Kitsune Rush, and they've already taken down Fake Jake.
Oh yeah, Fake Shake going down early, and there's no resurrection from Flipper either. Now they're just so struggling to get through this point. Melon even went in with a pistol there occasionally just to get that little bit of extra damage through, while Theomatic finishes off that kill. Kitsune Rush already charged up for Skyle once again, and Poland, they just used the Kitsune Rush.
Theomatic is so deep right now, and no one is punishing him. He didn't even have LOS of either support that whole time, and just walked in, killed 2, and walked out for free. Like, what? Like, you're just gonna let him get away with that, Poland? Like, come on now.
Me personally, I wouldn't take that. But you know,
really don't have much choice to. I mean, okay, so they find the kill onto Kevster. It's res. Poland, they don't really have an ult to get their way in just yet. They don't have a big fight-winning ultimate. Like, iCav has to hit something, or Fake Jake has to build this this overclock and hit everything. Otherwise, Poland, they lose forever. They're just playing until they have that Kitsune Rush so they can finally bust through the archways here. But, like, everyone from Sweden is firing on all cylinders right now.
Yeah, Skyle, that was absolutely dirty, climbing up onto the Widow and taking down iCav. They do have these 3 ultimates now. That's the Overclock, the Valkyrie, as well as the Recon. But the Recon does come through from iCav, so now they're avoiding these angles, but they're just really struggling with getting through this choke point. And somehow Sparker is still able to take down Texel despite them having vision. Fake Shake with the power slide does come through with the Overclock as well. Spotted out Melon, but is really looking to focus down Skyle, and that seems to be his mistake. Sparker turns right around, neutralizes that Sojourn very quickly, and the resurrection comes through onto Kevster. So now Sweden, they have all 5 still up, still holding this choke point, while Poland is grasping for straws. They've even switched over to the Zarya as well, looking for that little bit of extra damage on their side.
I mean, and that's really just to pressure out Theomatic. They have to try and dislodge the horse from the cart if they want to do anything, but Sparker's got an angle here that's going to be equally difficult to dislodge. A hack from Fake Jake might finally get him down from there, but at Poland, they're looking kind of rough. They're looking like they've been sipping on the Grimace Shake in between the break there. There's another jab. Fake Jake falls, and like, what do you even do, Poland? Like, how do you deal with this?
Oh, okay. Texel is gonna...
That's a good way to start. Oh, yeah, take
Texel!
down the Ashe and the Mercy. That's how you deal with this. Thank you for the answer. They still have to try and dislodge Kevster and the rest of the gang here and get the cart moving. But I mean, that's a start, and that's better than where we've been for the past like 4 minutes.
Yeah, Texel just pulled a little bit of a Skyle there, taking a page out of the Swedish Kiriko's book and gonna climb up on the DPSs on the high ground. Go ahead, spam a few kunais and the swift step out of there. But even then, 10 seconds left over. It has to be an overtime push if they want to get this, and it's a Dynamite that takes down Fake Shake. They need to get this resurrection in somehow, but they haven't come through yet, and the Bob is still there. They have that gravity well, though, from the Swedish side. Poland does find so much off the back of that. They're able to absorb a lot of pressure using the gravity, and now with so much damage coming from the Zarya, Theomatic just does not have the sustain despite being such a good sustainable tank in the battle of attrition.
Even at this point, though, Sweden have pretty much all but guaranteed themselves a map win or a draw. Poland have to finish with time in order to even get an overtime push, and it's not looking like that's going to be the case. They're in OT right now, trying to capture Street's face. They don't have any ultimates. They're going to have the overclock, but like you look at the side of Sweden, Skyle is going to have the Kitsune Rush. With the aggression that Sweden's been pumping out, they might just be able to completely wipe them off the point right now. Kitsune Rush comes out, as does the overclock. Who is going to find more value right now in this pivotal moment?
Yeah, this is also a switch onto the Winston as well, trying to harass that backline, especially Texel out of the fight. Oh my god, nasty shot onto ICAV, and after that, it was just GG's. They cannot get onto that point or objective again. And Sweden, they won a series. They are no longer the bottom of the pack, 0-4, now 1-4.
I mean... like this is the start of something, I think, for Sweden. Like the way, it's not just the fact that they won the game and they won it in dominant fashion 2-0. It's the way that they did it. Like I said, constantly just having that understanding of you know, we can go in really, really aggressive, force out all of these plays, force Poland to try and be like reactively proactive, if that makes any sense. Like trying to punish some of the overextensions from Theomatic, but being able to be resilient, weather the storm, keep the Orisa alive, and then kite back when the big ults come out, and then go right back in once everything is done, and just keep pushing, pulling, pushing and pulling, and every time you push 2 steps further, and they're able to just keep that up the whole time. And Poland, on their attack, they stalled out for so long. Like, we saw a 5-minute time bank get whittled down to literally nothing to overtime by that pace alone. This is a great start for Sweden. If we see more of this, I mean, it's still a very long shot. The hailest of Hail Marys, but there's still a glimmer of hope as long as this is the Sweden we see from here on out.
Yeah, Sweden was just on fire, both literally and figuratively, for this entire match. The Theomatic switch definitely changed the pace for Sweden a lot as well. It felt a lot more aggressive. It felt it worked with their comps better as well. They weren't shoehorned into these dive compositions that they usually were when they had that Winston pick up all the time, or the Diva. They didn't have to dive. They could go for this more brawl. They could go for poke, and it just felt a lot more diverse and versatile.
Is this what they need? Is this what's going to bring them all the way to playoffs? Can this composition, can this look from Sweden potentially dethrone Saudi Arabia? You'll have to stay tuned to the Sweden show to find out. They've got a couple more games to play this week, but that is going to be it for myself and for Epitomes. We got ZP and Hex, who will be coming back after the break to help kind of break that matchup down, carry you on into the next one. Thank you guys for having us. We'll see you guys after the break. Bye-bye.
Week 2 of the Overwatch World Cup online qualifiers for the EMEC region are underway. I'm your host, Jim Basco, and now I'm joined by ZP and Hex. ZP, let's start with you. The day so far has been great. We're 3 matches in, and Sweden finally has a dub under their belt. How are you feeling so far?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy for Sweden here, where at the very beginning of the last match it looked a little bit rough, where, if Sweden were to go down 0-4, I don't know. Right now, obviously, Sweden's in a tough spot standings-wise relative to where people thought they'd be coming in at. But it is good for all the Swedish fans out there to see Sweden finally get a dub on the board.
Hex, same question to you, man. How's it been? We're approaching week 2. This is the week where we'll finally find out which teams are going to make it through. How are you feeling heading into the second half of day 5 over here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to rely on people smarter than me to tell me who is in and who is out, with all these maths and numbers and things like that. I think there's a couple teams that are probably mathematically eliminated, but as Sweden showed us with their kind of corkboard on the wall, figuring out all the scenarios and everything, it's not over till it's over. So it's going to be a really fun week. Even teams that are eliminated, there's always something about the World Cup of, it doesn't matter if we're out, we want to make sure that you don't get to win. There's always that sense of pride on the line. So it's going to be a good week regardless if teams are going to qualify or not. 4 more matches today, and then 3 more days, another 21 matches, 26, a bunch more matches left to go.
Yeah, we leave the math to the professionals for a reason. Please. But before we jump actually back into the action, here's a quick refresher on today's format, right? The EMEC Online Qualifier Challenge showcases 2 groups competing in a single round-robin tournament. It's a first to 2. It's a single stage as well, split over 2 weeks. We're done with week 1, and the standings currently, we're talking about the top 3 of Group A moving forward to the main event, and the top 2 of Group B. Currently, at the top of Group A, we've got France, the United Kingdom, or Great Britain rather, and we've got Denmark. And in Group B, we've got Saudi Arabia and Finland. With that said, however, let's take a look at the schedule so we can see which maps we've already finished for the day and which we've got still to come. Of course, we started off the day today, Saudi Arabia with a quick 2-0 over Norway, Germany 2-0 over Turkey, and Sweden 2-0 over Poland. Now, we've got one more match in Group B before we flip on over to Group A in Finland versus Iceland. Following that, we've got Portugal versus Italy, Spain versus Denmark, and we round out our day with France versus Belgium. But with that said, Hex and ZP, I leave y'all with Finland versus Iceland. A hot one for sure, and I'll see you guys on the other side.
Alrighty, heading into it here, Hex. This is going to be interesting, because for me, this is, again, kind of a consistency check match coming up here, where we know Finland is good, and Finland is easily one of the favorites to get out of groups based on how they've played here so far. Iceland, though, has shown flashes of, having good competence at various different points. They just haven't really been able to put together over an entire match. And on paper, this is something a team like Finland maybe should crush. But if Finland has troubles, that's a little bit worrisome for Finland going forward.
Yeah, I don't think they will. Mostly, Finland is 3-1, but the 1 is against Saudi Arabia, and that was actually a match. I think it was one of the very first matches that we did in the tournament, and they ended up taking a map off of Saudi Arabia, which is a feat in and of itself with the Cassidy and Diva combination. Then they 2-0'd Sweden, they 2-0'd Germany, they 2-0'd Norway. So, this team is as solid as it gets. I think, consistency check. I'm not super worried about it going against a team which has yet to win a match in Iceland. So, this roster has just been solid across the board. Vestol has been great. We all know what Sauna can do. The support line has been absolutely sick with Mickey and Masa. Cloud has done really well, and then they still have Cloudy to bring in if they want to do kind of more brawlish comps.
Yeah, I almost think to later in the tournament, in a situation where they can play each other, if you get a France versus Finland, it's like, who can we rely on to go against Ben Best? And suddenly, LH Cloudy just rises from the grave, essentially. He's like, I'm still on this team. But that's Finland. Now we look over to the Iceland side. And Iceland, Hex, again, there are some bright points here. Again, we've talked a lot about Half-a-Cool just, being the veteran of veterans on this team. But for Iceland, it's been difficult for them to put together a full, complete set of Overwatch over every map.
Well, I mean, it's been tough sledding for Iceland, just straight up. They're 0-4. They've only taken a single map. I mean, their schedule wasn't super easy. They had 2 matches in the middle against Saudi Arabia and Norway. They did recently get their first map win on the board against Poland. They won on Gibraltar. For me, like, Orion is the biggest puzzle piece. I think that was part of the Gibraltar victory for them. Long-range hit scan, Widow and Ashe. I mean, those characters in and of themselves can be streaky, just the nature of the heroes, right? So Widow and Ashe and Orion kind of embodies that, has been streaky themselves trying to play that. They're going to have to rely on the veterans, Happy Cool and Finzi, to just rally the troops, get a map win, get a match win, you know, just kind of pick it up and keep the morale up, really. When you're 0-4, there's a tendency to kind of, you know, phone it in, maybe get boomed. But I think with the veteran presence they have on this team, they can maybe come out and maybe surprise Finland, take a map, and then who knows? You know, we've seen greater upsets.
Well, yeah, when it comes to surprises, I mean, think to the last game we casted in Spain versus Italy, right? We're out of nowhere. Or the last day we cast, rather, where Italy just surprised Spain, where Spain looked like the overwhelming favorites all the way through map 1, and then map 2 and map 3 come across, and all of a sudden, you know, a lot of Spain's hope kind of got tempered a bit. But we're heading into Ilios here, first Hex, and it's going to be interesting to see what comes out here. You know, I do like the map variety again first. We've gotten quite a bit.
Yeah, I'm happy with any control map. I just really like controls going forward. Of course, it gets a little bit interesting. Small refresher, it is first of 2 loser picks maps. So like when we get the results of this one, the loser will pick the next map. And it's been interesting to see what teams favor. Definitely some trends going on. Teams are just picking like their best map, not necessarily counter picking what the other team wants to run. So it really depends on what stage we go to Ilios. Like, you know, you can see Brawl a lot of the times on Lighthouse, especially. And then like a lot of echo on this map in particular, the murder hole. So we will see what teams want to run. I would like to see Sauna stay on this cast. And if Iceland does end up running the Farah Mercy or just a Farah, Finland's been one of the teams that have been able to shut down the Sky compositions really well, largely because of Sauna's cast. Vestola usually runs the Devo with this, but Sauna's going to have to go solo on it.
Yeah, and again, I would like to see more anti-air success here. It feels like Farah has had a really good run of it here. I mean, maybe that's watching too much of Saudi Arabia in the group stage, but, you know, Cassidy can contest the Farah pretty well, and this might be one of those opportunities where that happens.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, Vestola does make the switch to Diva, too. So, again, this is, you know, the one map they took against Saudi Arabia. This was the composition they did it with. The Diva getting some pressure onto the bird in the sky, and then Sauna being able to plink away, you know, with the defense matrix, keeping them safe in the back line.
The other team hard to make too much here, although Finland gets first control. Iceland was around, and they just kind of gave up first control there, so that's a little bit problematic. Puts way more pressure on Hathcool to find an early pickoff on the Farah, because if you're Finland now, you can just hold back. You're not under pressure to take the point anymore.
Well, I mean, it's going to be hard to get control when you have a Farah Mercy. You know, without any picks early on, you just don't have the presence on the ground to be able to contest. And they receive Vestola already pressuring up. And of course, Masa, why not? Lucio trying to be the anti-Farah.
I mean, it was more the anti-Mercy there. Futhar got down to, like, no HP. Finzi, though, going to get demec'd, and now Finland not having to worry about a tank. You see Mickey just bouncing up and down, gets a pick off there. And, yeah, I mean, it wasn't a huge fight here, Hex. It was just Finland way better in the poke battle, and you know, at the end of it, if you run a Farah, you need to find picks sooner rather than later. That's what happens.
Yeah, and the Baptiste is going to help out a lot there too in that poke battle. Maybe do the final couple of damage points that you need on a Farah Mercy. How are you going to try this off angle here? Come around back at least, so at least Vestola's going to have to hunt him down.
Meanwhile,
Vestola's just going deep.
Yeah, Vestola just ignored the Farah, went for the Ashe on the other end instead. Crizzy, under some pressure, forces Finzi to come on back. But Finland right now, I mean, again, it's been a quiet game, but it's one where Finland's at 70%.
Slow game, yeah. We're just getting ultimates online.
Sana just gets hit twice by the Kiriko in the head. Backs up, gets a heal. Hathcool, meanwhile, holding on to the barrage. Ready and waiting, coming in from the flank. Ryan nearly went down again. It might have been the stolen the dive, I'm not sure, but Hathcool goes in and goes down. Even used the barrage. Blake, and you missed it. I think literally just died before any rockets came out of that barrage.
I mean, usually you die about halfway through the voice line, but I don't even think the voice line queued up there.
No, I don't think it did. 99%. And is anyone going to touch? No. That had to be the slowest round of Overwatch I think we've seen in a very long time.
That was a little bit odd. As you know, I'm all like over caffeinated. I've been sitting here watching the games, getting hyped and ready, and then that just that was very strange, super slow. I don't think Hafikool got a single kill on that Fair Mercy, and Finland just played around it. They played defensively, grabbed the point, and never relinquished.
Yeah, I mean, it also just felt like there wasn't a true team fight throughout most of that. It was just sort of, you know, Iceland would poke a little bit, they'd lose someone, they'd back out and go from there. But, you know, there weren't full engages. It's just the waiting game for, can Arfara get a pick? And the answer to that was no.
Yeah, it is kind of a pick composition, I guess, even with Orion on the Ashe. So Orion on the Ashe, Sauna going to match it here. It's a good map for the Ashe. They're going to stick on the Fair Mercy, and I guess they're all in on this comp.
I mean, for Finland right now, I like what they're playing here. They really didn't have too much trouble contesting Hafikool. I'd say the number one thing to change up if you're Iceland is don't give up the first point for free. I mean, Finland got 30, 40% before really any fight was decided in the last game just because they stood on the point first.
And maybe the Pharah can get a little more value here without a Diva on the field. Vestola has gone over to the Ramatra, now fighting Finzi on the point.
Still under a little bit of pressure. Finzi under way more pressure, though, as Orion gets punched in the face. Both the Ashe and Diva down immediately for Iceland. And, you know, you look at Finland, super, super healthy here. Hafikool goes to the ground, gets picked off by Tank and Lucio play. At some point for Iceland, you have to wonder, is the Pharah working? If the answer is no, you might want to swap.
I think they're committed. I think they're just pot committed at this point. You know, it's 60%, even not a ton of alt charge. Another very slow matchup here. Pretty much it was just a lot of poke coming out, then Vestola just walked in, got the support from his team, was able to pick some people off. And 30% and counting up as Finland has control.
Orion here in the back of the Ashe, looking for anything. Right now, seeing a whole lot of nothing. Not the best sightline for where Finland is positioning. Although a counter poke comes in. Osana onto Orion. Hafikool gets sniped out of the sky. Cloud brings him to the ground. And Finland, again, looking super, super healthy here. Iceland, you're down your Pharah early. I guess wasn't really in a resable position as Resden come out.
Kasune desperate comes out.
Yeah, that was more of a we want to stay in the fight, Kitsune, not a we're going to make something big happen, Kitsune. Valkyrie going to be invested. So Iceland, they're throwing everything on the table here. And, you know, Finland, they're in a spot where they can just kind of backstep. But, oh, as they say that, Hafikool comes in from the top. Barrage. One pickoff here from Iceland. They get rid of the May. Get the res up on the Hafikool. But meanwhile, Vestola annihilating. Finds Krizzy. Finds Spoonheart. Just gets both supports as Ram here in the back. And he's not stopping. Finland holds control.
What a Bob on the field. I've been very impressed with Vestola this entire tournament. I mean, we know how good Vestola is on the Diva, and they've shown it in the Overwatch League level, but the Ramatra play, just picking engagements and you know, using the utility has been really impressive. Ramatra is one of those, I think, pretty high skill tanks.
They do. Just barely. Iceland trying to stay in here. This would be the round and the map. Sana, meanwhile, 3 shots on the half. He can't finish it off, but that's why Mickey's there. In the back, Masa takes down his counterpart, and Finland, for the most part, just easy cleanup. Final Blizzard coming out here. That should be enough for Finland to set this one to bed in what was a very dominant setup here so far. One from Finzi at the end, gets one, but Finland's still working with a pretty overwhelming advantage here on the point.
Yeah, going to come back on Doomfist just to make sure it all goes swimmingly for them. Investing late ultimates. This should still be Finland's pretty easily. Sauna's going to come back on Widow. Some late swaps here, kind of some flexing on him. Hafi finally gets off the Pharah. He's been on the Tracer, but all for naught as Finland with a dominant performance on Ilios.
Yeah, that was, again, that was probably one of the weirder maps of Overwatch I feel like we've ever casted, where it was super, super slow, but it was also very dominant from one team. And, I mean, usually that happens when one team... They're looking for some sort of condition to their engage, right? And the condition for Iceland was we get a pick on the Pharah. It just didn't happen.
Right. I mean, I want to shout out like Mickey too. I thought that the backline performed really well. The Baptiste putting in some shots to finish off some heroes, and also there was a couple times Sauna got dove and down to like 20% and really good saves using Baptiste to keep him alive. this was just tragic. If you've ever played Pharah, you've had those moments before. It just happens and kind of brutal. And yeah, it was just complete dominance. And, you know, Javi just never got the value out of these ultimates. Vestola, you know, I mentioned, you know, Ramatra's a high skill tank, and you wouldn't know it by looking at the ultimate, but I think a lot of people don't really necessarily, you know, at the non-pro level understand the cooldown management as well as some of these great tanks, using block, when to transform, when the shield needs to come out. There's a lot of things that need to be done in the correct order at the correct times to get good value out of Ramatra, and Vestola has been kind of putting on a clinic on his ROM recently.
Yeah, Vestola looked solid all the way through the match, but in general, that was all Finland. Finland came in with a better game plan, far better execution, and Iceland, they gotta find something soon here. This could be one of the quickest 2 Overwatch games we have seen here thus far, but will Iceland be able to find that answer? We'll see after the break. Finland keeping the skies clear against the attempt from Pharah coming in from Iceland and Hex. It was a slow match, but it was a very dominant match coming in from Finland.
Yeah, I guess you could say there were cloudy skies. That was a reach. Anyway, so it is going to be. Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize to myself and anyone who had to hear that. So Iceland's going to have the map pick, and they've picked several different maps here. They've gone to Blizz World, they've gone to Havana, but most recently they went to Gibraltar against Poland, and that's when they had their best luck. So yes, they will choose Gibraltar again. So. This is, I believe it's Iceland's only map win of the tournament so far has been on Gibraltar. And I think a lot of this comes down to what I was saying in the pregame, that Orion is kind of like the point of focus on Gibraltar here, running a Widowmaker, running an Ashe. I would actually prefer to see the Ashe generally, just more value, more consistency. The Widow has those big moments and big opportunities, but it is much streakier to play the Widow. So this makes a ton of sense for Iceland to pick this map. It's the only map they've won, so they got to feel good on it. They've got a plan on it, and I would expect that Orion will be running either Widow or Ashe, at least at the starts. We'll see.
I feel like you have all this good supporting info, but you really do just distill it down when you go, why'd they pick this map? It's the only map they've won. What more do you truly need on top of that? But fair enough. Definitely, though, this is a map where Iceland needs to do essentially everything better. I don't think we're going to be seeing the Pharah come out again, so that's probably step one, just because the Pharah just... look, sometimes you have your good days and bad days on a hero, and Iceland on the Pharah, they came out very, very cold on it. So,
well, yeah. Farah's not great on Gibraltar to begin with. The sight lines are just really, really long. I would be stunned if I saw it. So do not expect to see it. I am not stunned to see Orion queuing up on the Widowmaker so far. And defensively, it looks like Finland is going to run a Hanzo and a Tracer.
This will be interesting to see the matchup of Cloud versus Orion here. And also, I mean, again, Widow still can be pretty high value, but the risk is higher than it's ever been, especially because you do have to get a little bit closer if you want to try and get any form of one-shot nowadays.
Yeah, the teleporter is going to come out to this top left side. That's going to open the path for Widow. Widow in this window is kind of the spot on Gibraltar.
You see the counter poke already there in case Orion does peek out. Just bullets whizzing right by.
Well, I mean, just like the counter blink. Yeah. You saw like Sauna blink twice, and then Orion's already like, uh-oh. Is Tracer coming?
Orion is under pressure. Take a look. The health bar's on top of your screen. Cool, though. Coming on down. Orion finds Cloud. Good start for Iceland here. At the very least, it's going to give them free passage through the underpass.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see. It's exactly why Iceland chose this map. It is kind of Orion's map to play around. And now, as you mentioned, gonna get free push under it. Cloud is off of the Hanzo after that pick and gonna go to the Sombra instead. Sombra Tracer can be very good against what Iceland is running.
I also think it's a little bit more consistent for Finland. And Finland, given the skill gap we've seen so far, just run something consistent. You don't need, the highs and lows of the Hanzo here. I think this makes all the sense in the world. Here we go, Finzi on the payload, pushing up Finland. Nano boost ready to go. Much quicker nano build, and it's immediately going to go on the Vistola. Vistola just pushing in. Cloud able to get Futhark with the nice Vistola. Yeah, that was a big pick on the Orion. Meanwhile, Halfical is just like, I'm going to push this payload. More of a pull there if you look at where Tracer was. All in all, Finland holding strong. I mean, Iceland definitely not going to be able to keep momentum, the losses they had earlier.
Yeah, Iceland does have all the ultimates coming up right now, though, so it's going to be really important. Pulse Bomb value is going to be critical between Sauna and Hafikool, and then Orion will have Sights, which is going to negate Cloud's advantage on the Sombra.
Sana setting up for the bomb as we speak. Finzi getting up close and personal, and Sana gets Hafikool. No bomb required, just Tracer v Tracer in the underpass. Sana sweeping back up. Pulse Bomb still in reserve, looking for the Diva. Might be the stick target here in a moment. Goes for the stick. No. Quite a ways off. Meanwhile, though, Vistola tracks down Orion. So it's still a very successful team fight for Finland here so far as, we haven't been seeing a lot on camera, but Vistola is just feasting off on the other end of the map as Finzi going distances here, Hex.
Yeah, they switch off of the Widow and going to go to the Ashe. A slight difference there. At least allows some escapability from the Diva. More utility with the Dynamite. Pistola continues.
Why is this happening back here? What is going on?
Because he can.
Yeah, the payload's back over here. We were, beyond the next point. Oh boy. Well, 1 minute left here for Iceland to get something going. A few ults in reserve to make it happen, but what a strange match thus far.
Yeah, EMP is ready as well, and both support ultimates are available for Finland, so it's going to be one fight here. Iceland, I don't know, the best opportunity is hit a pulse bomb. It's also a decent map to get a surprise self-destruct over the top. The architecture lends itself well to that, but I think you probably nano Finzi, try to create some chaos and maybe catch it up, but Masa gets hoppy.
Yeah, that's a huge start here for Finland, and again, it's just, it's a little, it looks quiet, but it's not. Sana gets 2 in the back, and the problem is with 20 seconds left, like, Iceland isn't going to have time really for a full 5 here. They're going to have to kind of stagger onto payload, hope for the best, and self-destruct and spawn. Yeah. Oh man, it just gets worse before it gets better.
Well, speaking of full 5, I mean, Finland just had 5 ultimates. The pulse bomb went out to make that point a little bit null and void at the end, but Finland is still holding on to everything. Like, the EMP can come out at any point in time. We're already in overtime.
Yeah, we're in overtime, so Masa is going to open up the rally. Cloud hang on to the EMP. Finland, everything in reserve. Iceland with nothing. Maybe a Kitsune a little bit later, but the EMP dropped, hits both supports. Futhark down. And Finland cleaning up on all levels, and this was a destruction hex.
It's a shellacking, a destruction, an obliteration, however you want to say it. This was completely one-sided. Iceland, I suppose, a couple of nice opening Widow kills, but Vestola then just started running wild, making sure to be all up in Orion's grill and got nothing done after that. And Finland just won it in the neutral, like, several times. It wasn't like ultimate fights. It wasn't team engages. It was 1v1s. It was 2v3s that they were winning. The very last fight, Finland just ulted in the backline with the EMP, and it was just Cloud and Vestola, and they just cleaned up 3, and that was it. That was the fight. Yeah. So completely one-sided.
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head when you talk about the neutral game here, because usually, even in games we look at as like, oh, one team's playing super well, you'll have a big team fight, and it'll be a decisive team fight wipe. Iceland, in a lot of ways, didn't even get to play the game here. I mean, they'd be in the neutral, someone would get picked, and then it would just be a whole lot of nothing, then someone would get picked, and then you have this, like, very just fever dream-esque moment where Finzi is behind point B for some reason.
Yeah.
Like, what in the world?
Yeah. Well, and Hoppy's having a no good, very bad, terrible day. He gets 1v1 by the Tracer. I think he got slept and killed. It got picked off by Masa. It's one of those times on Tracer where, those are just bad days when those happen. Everything's going wrong and you just can't figure it out.
Well, Finland doesn't have a whole lot to figure out for their attack here, where they don't need to bring the payload very far at all. They got 4 minutes to do it. Iceland gonna need a magnificent defense here to keep things going. We'll see if they have it in them, but so far it has been tough going. Sana will they poke onto the Kiriko here on top. Finland just keeping things going. A little bit of dynamite poke. But the real test begins now here. Hex's Orion is nearly gone. It is!
Big purple.
Mickey finishes it off, and that, again, is a tough start for Iceland.
Miggy with a solo kill onto Orion. Gets the nade and then finishes them off themselves. Very well played there. And should be through what was colloquially referred to as the car wash. I think that spray is still in the game, right? With the Symmetra turrets and it says car wash or something?
Yeah, I think so. We got Finland moving on forward. Orion is going to be back into the fray, but momentum on the side of Finland here once more. Half-full under pressure. Futhark got hacked, was low in the back. Bio, does Futhark get a fall before Nano? I don't know if the fall through is there. Masa gets caught. Not bad stabilization for Iceland here. The Nano is ready to go and is immediately used on Finzi. Even after the pick, I don't know if they need the Nano here.
Well, they went for it anyway. Finzi's able to dodge the sleep. Now just Vestola and Finley going back to back. Hobby finally gets something going. Is able to take down Sana. So Finland, as much as they think they could probably win this 4v5, would be, better off probably just resetting, going next. And you're gonna have you can Nano, Blade, EMPs. Like, they have everything coming up. Tons of win conditions coming online for Finland.
Now, one thing I've noticed, that if Iceland is able to somehow win the next fight, time could get away from Finland in a hurry. Yeah. Like, this map can get away from you far quicker than you might anticipate. So Finland has to play this next team fight pretty much by the book. And you mentioned
Should be
Nanoblade.
Nanoblade
That's where we're
setup,
going. Yeah, Sana. Nanoblade immediately chops down Orion. Looking for the
Nice
Ana,
sleep.
gets hit with the sleep. Pretty good sleep. Damage was done, though, with the 1 DPS pick. Finland still able to keep things going. Masa investing the rally. Iceland, though, if this bomb gets anyone, could be huge. Gets Mickey, not a bad pick. Crizzy, though, falls at the same time. Minute 43 left now for Iceland as they try and hold on. Happy gets caught. A little bit of a sleep on the Vestola. As Futhark, valiant few plays here for Iceland, and Iceland will see how long they can delay. They gotta get back and touch the cart. 0.81 left to go. Futhark pressured down. Not gonna get away from this one as Finland looks to push this in. How long can Iceland delay?
They've done a good job of getting some picks and neutralizing things, so it's not been a clean fight from Finland. Sana's going to come back on the Widow and put some pressure from this high ground, and if they're able to DMEC Finzi, which they do, then there's nothing to contest Sana in the back.
And Finland just get the payload in at the end, and again, what was a very quick and decisive game. A little bit of signs of life there at the very, very end, like we saw from Futhark on the Ana, but in a way, too little too late in terms of hero plays coming out from Iceland.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned this, I think, when we cast France, seems like a year ago, but I like, some of the players that aren't the household names, your Vestola and Sana, but I thought Mickey had a really nice game there, just really being aggressive on the Ana, not dying very often, so it's nice to see the players you don't necessarily know very well step up. So we talk Masa, we talk Sana, we talk Vestola, but I thought Mickey had a really nice Ana there, hitting really good bio value, so just a nice day's work from this squad in Finland, and they take care of business in really short fashion. So Iceland, coming off of their 1-map win, will continue to stay on a 1-map win, and they still have matches going forward, and this is one that you don't even VOD review. You kind of just forget it. Today didn't happen. You move on.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing too is that the mistakes Iceland were making were, essentially so elementary, right? It's just if you continually get picked in the neutral and you don't have a real team fight, what is your takeaway there? In a way, it is just, well, I guess you better play better. But speaking of playing better, coming up next, it's going to be Portugal taking on Italy. If you didn't see Italy last time, Italy is looking way better. Will they be able to do it again here today? Well, we got that match coming at you right after the break.
Welcome back to week 2 of the Overwatch World Cup online qualifiers for the EMEC region. I'm Jim Vasco and I'm joined by Hex and ZP. We just got done watching Finland go up against Iceland, and Finland in dominant fashion finished out that match. Of course, let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule so we can recap some of the matches that have happened so far and some of the matches we've still got coming up. Of course, we are about halfway through the day here. We just finished up with Group B. We just watched Finland versus Iceland, and we'll be flipping up to Group A to get Portugal versus Italy, Spain versus Denmark, and France versus Belgium to round out day number 5. Hex, ZP, let's start with you, Hex. Thoughts on this matchup? Of course, it was quick for Finland, but Iceland seemed to have been missing a gear this time around.
Yeah, I mean, it was actually, I think, one of the more sluggish or lethargic performances from Iceland. I mean, essentially sticking on that Pharah as much as they did when it clearly wasn't working on Ilios was a little bit of a misstep. And then, you know, Cool, even on the Tracer on Gibraltar, just ran into like 3 really bad lives in a row. It was just boom, kind of like, you know, slept, getting killed by a Brig, you know, that... It used to be standard, you know, Brig was the Tracer Eraser, but, you know, not so much anymore. And there were just a couple of missteps there. So I know they went to Gibraltar because that was the map that they've won, and Orion can have some value on that. But just all in all, outclassed and just kind of a performance you want to forget if you're Iceland.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things where blinking and missing here, where it was a little bit rough, to say the least, for Iceland. I mean, that's actually understating it. It was a complete mismatch where Finland just did everything right, and, you know, in many cases there, Iceland just didn't get to play the game. It was, you know, as Hex you brought up, which is very true, is just the neutral part there, where if you start losing players just from generic poke damage before you get to a team fight, well, you don't really get many team fights, and you certainly don't get far in any of your rounds or your attack. It was just very tough from Iceland, top to bottom.
Yeah, let's go ahead and now we've actually got an interview lined up with Masa from Finland. So Hex, CP, I'll be back with you guys shortly, but let's hop in to that interview with Masa. Hey, Masa, so glad to have you here. Congrats on your victory versus Iceland, man. How are you feeling?
Feeling good, feeling good.
I believe you are muted. I'm not sure.
Oh god, oh god.
We're good, we're good. All good. All right, let's start that one over. How are you feeling after that victory?
Feeling good, feeling good.
Okay, man, awesome. You know, coming into this match against Iceland, how did you guys prepare, right? Obviously, you've had some tough matches, but you are one of the only teams to take a map off of that Saudi Arabian squad, which is sitting at the top of Group B right now. So what did you have to do to prepare for Iceland here?
Well, not really much. Like we've been saying, we've been seeing them in like BattleNet that they've been playing more like Diablo 4 than Overwatch recently. So like they know they can't really like qualify anymore, so they're just playing for fun at this point. So we just kind of like guess that they're gonna play like weird comps, try to like get our mental wrong, and we just played our game and played better.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this year, the Finnish team is looking like a strong contender to make it out of Group B. Of course, only the top 2 make it out, and of course, right now, you're in that second spot. Norway is hot on your tail, and of course, coming back, looking at your matches ahead, Poland and Turkey. So, with all those variables in mind, how are you feeling to make it out of Group B with 2 more days of matches still ahead of you?
Really confident, like we're gonna make it through. Now the only thing is like if there's a miracle happening, we might be able to get seed 1, but it's looking kind of rough for us, so we'll take seed 2.
Absolutely, and of course, just the team overall, the Finnish team has looked so dominant this year. What do you think changed, or do you think it's just the time for your country to be on top of the world stage?
Yeah, I think it's like we have a really good team. A lot of the times we usually had like roster problems that like we didn't have DPS players and stuff like that, but this year we have like insanely talented like DPS players, tanks, and we got like flex to so many different like comps nowadays.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something that we've noted for sure in the broadcast as well. I mean, if you've got a message for the Finnish fan base, let them know. What's your message to your supporters?
Annetaan Siima ja Matti Posalta.
I mean, maybe it's said like GG easy, but I love the confidence that you guys have coming into this one, honestly. Masa, thank you so much. You guys have been absolutely killing it on that support line, and it's been a pleasure to watch. So thank you so much for hopping on with us today.
Yeah, thank you.
Good to hear, man. They are confident as ever. That Finnish squad, definitely a favorite to make it out of Group B. ZP, you know, of course, looking at their matches coming ahead. Turkey and Poland, definitely, they're kind of variables, right? We saw with that match specifically earlier today that Poland they've got some things to work on, but up against Finland, they might be in for a mountain of a climb. With that said, though, let's look ahead. We've got Portugal versus Italy, map 1 just around the corner. I couldn't tell you how that one was going to go. ZP, lead the conversation here. What are your thoughts on that matchup?
The one we just saw, or the one we're going into? Because the one we just saw, that was, yeah, that was fast. But the one we're going into, this one is a little bit interesting. I mean, obviously, in terms of hype for Portugal and Italy, you know, on paper, people didn't expect these teams to do a ton. But Italy did just play spoiler in the last match we saw from them against Spain, which, you know, showed a lot about Italy's potential to improve. And, you know, maybe it's a little bit about Spain's ability to adapt. But going into this, pretty bullish on Italy.
Yeah, Hex, same question to you, man, and I think ZP brought up a great point. Italy upsetting Spain, if you want to call it an upset, that was a pretty big deal. Spain had a lot of momentum behind them.
Well, it gives them a lot of confidence, too. To be able to come out and get that 0 off the board is really important. Now Italy thinks that, you know, we can beat some teams that we should beat on paper. I'm going to straight up say it. I'm rooting for Portugal. And the reason why is because they haven't won a map yet. And I hate seeing a team not win a map. This has been like kind of my ethos since like the beginning of competitive Overwatch that I've been doing tournaments. Just get a map win. I just don't like seeing the team get all completely zeroed. But Portugal's got a lot to work on. And on paper, I would expect Italy to maybe pull this off. But I think it actually might be closer than we think.
I think so too, and of course we're going to have to wait until we are back from this short break to bring you all the action. That said though, grab a drink, we'll be back just momentarily. Welcome back to the 2023 Overwatch World Cup online qualifiers for the EMEC region. I'm Jim Basco. That is, of course, ZP and Hex. We are back from the break. We've got the match ready to rock for y'all. Portugal versus Italy just around the corner. Hex, we just left off on that conversation, giving a little bit of context to the viewers here. This is probably going to be closer than most are thinking, right? This might just be a great matchup that we've got before our hands.
It might not. I don't know. Like, it's kind of hard to gauge where Italy is. Like, Portugal has obviously struggled. The one thing I will say about Portugal is that there are moments where it's like it looks like they figured it out. Like, generally, like, they'll win a fight off an EMP, but then there's like times where the Sombra will get picked off like twice in a row after that. So it's like the EPs are few and far in between. They just need some more consistency in figuring out like when to execute. But I don't think they're going to switch up their compositions a lot. It's been a lot of Tracer Sombra.
And ZP, if you had to choose, right, coming into this one, who do you think is going to pull it out?
I mean, I'd go for Italy just because Italy has shown us a higher high in what they were able to do against Spain and how they're able to rally. I would say, though, the question is with Italy is that how much is it Italy being, pretty good across the board versus how much is it, hey, Reaper was a good hero against what Spain was running, and Spain just refused to mirror it for the most part. How reliant is Italy on running a Reaper comp and having that be good, right? So, I don't know. But we'll have to see. Like, they might be more in the one-trick camp right now for me.
Yeah, that unanswered Reaper definitely did work, but how far will it get you? Can they adapt? Can they make it work? Portugal versus Italy, just around the corner. Hex and ZP, have a great time, and I'll catch you guys on the other side of this match.
All right, we're heading on in, and yeah, I mean, I feel like if you're Portugal going in here, you kind of look and go, how in the world did Italy beat Spain? What went on there? Oh, the Reaper man. Like, that's pretty much the answer, right? So you kind of have to go in here and be like, okay, we should have a plan for their Reaper play. Either we should be confident being able to take it out with picks, or we run a mirror of our own. Either way, you would think it would be something that they should be prepared for coming in. But see the Portugal roster on your screen here, Hex. There have been some bright spots.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some moments for, most of these players, but, it comes down to the thing where you kind of have to start just like small victories. Let's win a team fight. Let's win a map, kind of something like that. Like I mentioned, they are 0-3 yet to win a map, but some context here. They've played France, Great Britain, and Belgium. Like that's a pretty tough draw to start off a tournament. They look like a team that's still figuring out. Like some of their coordination it's on the cusp of being good, right? They're nearing being good and nearing figuring it out. They just need to put it together for a whole map to pull off a victory. Obviously, Rod FD Rod, as I call him, is the rookie on this squad. I believe Ego is still trying to figure out this tank position as they switched from flex DPS to tank, so something to look out for there. And Karama and Cohen, been okay-ish, but probably need to limit some of the early deaths that really kind of kneecap Portugal in some of these engagements.
Yeah, meanwhile, looking over at the Italian squad here, I look to players in particular like Chimera, right? Where Chimera wasn't the flashiest DPS the last time we saw him play, versus Spain, but it was very, very solid play, right? Where, it was on the Reaper, just finding good moments, and it was solid across the board.
Yeah, that's actually really funny. That's what I have in my notes written down, so I don't know if you're in my Google Doc. So, like, their playmakers have kind of been their tanks and Myken on support. So Andrew will play tank here, plays some ball, plays, I believe, Orisa as well. Also, Rajan will come in, and they've been the playmakers. And then I have Yukino and Chimera have been steady-ish, They've been kind of just fine and solid in the gameplay. So Italy is 1-2. They're riding high off that victory over Spain, obviously. Previously, they lost to the Netherlands and France, so tough draw early on. But, I mean, you got to ride the momentum. Like, if they can pull this one off, then you're 2-2. Record's starting to look pretty respectable here. So Italy, you kind of just want to keep this momentum going and take care of business against Portugal.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of one of those moments where getting the win against Spain goes, so you're telling me there's a chance. And because in this group, I believe it's 3 teams advancing, right? So, there is more of a chance here than some of the teams that are deeper in the hole, in Group B, for example, where it's, pretty tough to come back. But we're heading to Lijiang Tower, and we'll see if Italy's resurgence is going to be something we see here, or if Portugal just shuts it all down here and now.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're Italy, like, obviously you're riding high, you had a victory over Spain, you can't really look at the standings, because this would be a matchup that you can't look past, right? You can't be looking to your matchups tomorrow or the day after. Like, you have to take care of business of the team in front of you and let everything else fall as it will. You know, keep your focus on the squad that you have to play. And, you know, with Portugal having not won a map yet so far, it'd be very easy to overlook them and phone it in, and that can be dangerous. So Italy's not, like, good enough to kind of look past Portugal. So I'd expect to see some focus. And if Italy is going to be, I don't know, a contender, but like a team that should be scary and upset, I would expect them to, you know, kind of dominate, like beat the teams that you should beat. Is Portugal a team that you should beat? I mean, maybe we're overhyping Italy off of a single victory, but Spain has been a good squad. So to take the victory off of them kind of does say a lot about Italy.
Yeah, I mean, to me it was just unexpected, right? Because Italy looked miserable on control versus Spain, and then they just swap up their composition and they get a pretty gritty map 2 win into a pretty decisive win on push, right? So we are still waiting for both teams to get ready. Usually go in the map select, it's like, oh, we're about to go in, but nah, you know, the teams are still, you know, getting thrown into the lobby. I'm sure they're being corralled as we speak here, X, but hey, you know, anytime you hold the tournament online, every now and then there's going to be a little bumps in the road, but we're way ahead of schedule today anyways.
Yeah, I mean, give props to comp ops, competitive operations, to corral teams. Many of you might not know this, but way back in the day when ZP and I used to just run our own tournaments, when ZP did all the production and camera and casting as well, I was left with the work of organizing teams and getting teams in the game and setting up lobbies. And it is a thankless job. You make one mistake and no one will ever let you forget it. Corralling teams, you know, the expression herding cats is often used, but that sounds easier than getting teams ready and in lobby and everyone there on time. So big ups, big respect to the administrators and comp ops for trying to get the teams in the lobby and ready to go. So I've been there, and you have my respect.
You know, errors you make there, though, can eventually be forgiven. You know, I did talk to Kai a while back. You have been forgiven for whatever mistake you made in that old Cloud9 match. I don't even remember.
I forgot to put on the competitive rule set on Gibraltar. I believe that's it'll stick in my head forever, and I remember Kai being very mad and holding a grudge. I don't think it affected them at all because I think Cloud9 was just crushing. That might have been the time where we didn't have hero limits yet, and they were just running double Winston, and it was just unfair. But yeah, so I'm glad that after 6-ish years that Kai has forgiven me for forgetting a lobby setting, the one mistake I made after how many tournaments, how many games, I don't even know. But yeah, obviously it stuck with me. I can tell you the map, I can tell you who it was, and I can tell you exactly what went
Yeah,
wrong.
I mean, the fact that you can remember all the great detail, you know, that was the thing. But mostly because you got it right for the most part back in the day. So you just remember that one time where you didn't. It really sticks out. But
no, I mean, it's one of those things where the time, anytime you do something wrong, that's the one thing that'll keep you up in bed at night, right? Everyone's just like, everyone's got those moments, the whole, you know, slideshow of, oh, remember that one awkward time? Oh, remember when I clapped when no one else clapped? Or just like any of those little things. And, you know, cool as the human brain is, it's just like, hey, we're going to keep these forever, you know, where these are your core memories now. These define you as a person.
Unlike the player who was in the lobby and then mysteriously vanished is where we're at right now, where I guess one of the teams was good to go and a player just vanished into the ether. So
yeah, well,
right
I mean,
now
benefit of the doubt. It might be network issues. Who knows?
Yeah. Right now we're living on the edge of life and death on the broadcast, where it's, are we about ready to go, or are we about ready to go in the break? Is kind of where we're living at the moment. But that call is going to be very shortly. So we'll either be into game or we'll be into a 3-minute break. You know, Hex? Either way.
Yeah, I mean, I wait on you to do this. That's why I like working with you, because I'm like, no, ZP will handle all the traffic. He'll do intros. He'll do outros. I'll just pop up and just kind of chat for a little bit. We're in a game.
Seconds away from gameplay, in fact, the exact word from production. So, no break screen, just Lijiang Tower here and now. And we'll see if Italy can build on the momentum they built last time we saw them play when they upset Spain, or if Portugal will be the ones to just break that streak and bring them down to earth. Italy, what's it going to be? And right now, obviously it can change here, Hex, given that the gates haven't opened, but I would believe this from Italy.
Yeah, I'm buying the compositions from both sides, actually. So yeah, Andrew was known for Not off-tank in the traditional sense, but off-meta tanks for the most part. Ball and Orisa. We saw a little bit of Orisa earlier today. Worked to great effect. So yeah, we'll see the rollouts here. Portugal obviously running Tracer Sombra. I think Portugal's like this is their go-to, this is their trick, and they just need some more consistency. I think mostly out of the Sombra play. Kurama almost died immediately.
Yeah, also they're gonna need pretty big plays to have Kurama here also, because Italy is the far stronger composition for just getting on point and being tanky, right? Like they're way more likely to get first control. It doesn't mean they'll win first fight. But the onus is on Portugal to find a good way to engage here, because Italy just controls space better with the composition they're running. As Cohen very lucky not to fall. Immortality Field, though, forced out very early here. Of course, but Kurama gets caught. Yukino finds Shotgun Blast early, and that's big for Italy.
Well, the engage is going to be absolutely brutal. Oh, that is it's the most satisfying ability in the game. Like when they added that, right? The javelin feels so good. Yeah, Portugal's going to have to switch some things up. The engage for Ego is just going to be brutal. What are you going to do? Dive in against an Orisa Reaper as Winston? Like, you are just going to lose that fight like 100% of the time. So they're going to switch over to the Pharah, and wow, paying off right away.
Yeah, immediately. Quick pick off here for Kurama on the Pharah. They can add just a bit more, but you like that opening. Kurama though gonna go down, and it goes down a spot. How resable is this? Well, they go for the res, and they have more dominance on the point, so yeah, it makes sense. As the early pick just snowballs, Portugal immediately gets onto the point. But if you're Italy, you're still okay with this. I mean, you're at 44%, you're adding extra delay. Not a bad opening for Italy.
Yeah, it was a nice hack on Andrew to open it up, and so they're going to be able to grab that is Portugal. Portugal's move onto this Pharah is actually twofold strategy-wise. The picks are really nice, and it's obviously a very good stage for Pharah anyway, but it makes Yukino get off that Reaper, and that's going to enable the Winston play as well. So Yukino has to go to the cast to try to do something in the sky. I maybe would have given it another fight or two and stuck on that Reaper. Nice barrage.
Kurama lands the barrage. Italy was already under pressure because a really nice Bionade came in from Dizzle from the get-go. It's why Yukino went down so early, but the barrage just finishes things off. Kurama looking very good on the far so far as Portugal, already up to 32% after a rough start.
Yeah, I just think the switching of the strategy so quick from Yukino is almost just, I think it's premature. You know, wait to see if Portugal can actually get something done with their composition, rather than switching off what has been Italy's really, go-to card in the Reaper, big EMP.
EMP to the back, hits 3 immediately. Immortality Field comes down after, but Yukino just immediately assassinated. Clear skies for Kurama, finds Frey right after, and this compositional swap for Portugal has been fantastic so far. And I couldn't agree more, Hex, on your point when it comes to the Cassidy, right? Is that, I don't know if you need to swap that up early. Italy, you look really good in the Reaper, play it out for a few fights.
Yeah, I mean, it's just reflexive, right? Of like, oh, they're doing this, so we have to do this. It's kind of a paint by numbers approach or flowchart approach where I just don't think it's necessarily correct. Italy going to make another swap now. Echo Tracer Ball. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, this is about as massive as a swap as you're going to get in Overwatch. We'll see if it pans out, but it's a very different style than we've seen Italy be successful as Kurama catches Yukino with the right side of a rocket. Andrew, meanwhile, let's go ahead. 4v4. Andrew on for about getting hacked for a little bit at least. He comes out, Chimera gets Kurama in the air battle, and the swap for Italy so far, not too shabby, at least in the first fight. Res not going to be denied here. Chimera not able to land as many shots. Still 99% for Portugal. Italy has to stay on the point. They can't move. Chimera gets caught as Kurama gets the quick revenge. Barrage comes in. Italy, though, still in and around. They got the point flip.
Yeah, Maiken with the nice kill from the Lucio killing the Pharah, of course, happens. Actually, on this map, it happens more often than not, especially if the Pharah goes inside, because Lucio has the same vertical advantage there. So yeah, Portugal now off of the Pharah to try to get back into this. They only need one fight, so I think that they should make sure they don't lose anybody. Then you can EMP this and Nano Winston. It's your win condition.
Yeah, and I think if there was longer in the round, Italy would go right back to the Reaper after Pulse Bomb. That is how we've seen them play. But 83 to 99, very likely last fight coming up here. Pulse Bomb coming out. EMP used. Italy in danger. It's a big 3-man EMP. Maiken goes down first. Yukino low. Cohen able to finish it off. And the EMP from Cohen sets the table, and he finishes it himself. 3 from Cohen at the very end, and Portugal bring this back and then some.
Yeah, EMP, Nano Tracer comes in afterwards for the cleanup. Now let's see where the touches come in. Miken's there. He'll stay alive. Oh, big purple.
Huge purple gets both supports. Frey down as a result. Karama lands a stick here from Portugal. Gets 2. Both teams fighting neck and neck here. Italy doing a good job just to make this contestable at the end. Chimera, Primal Rage off the duplicate. Gonna buy even more time for Italy here. Do not want to go down without a fight and something that's turned into a mud scrappier brawl. Karama gone. And is Italy going to be able to bring this back, Chimera? And the back off for a moment. Italy still has to touch point the entire way through. Yeah, the beat is huge. Hits everyone on Italy, and Portugal might have let this one just slip through their fingers.
Absolutely. I mentioned that Miken can be the playmaker there, and Chimera was almost dead. The beat, and there's no better beat you can get. Extremely efficient, gets all 5, and Italy pulls it back at the end. Wow, just really nice play there from Italy, but I mentioned this one might end up being close, a little bit of a rock paper scissors. We'll see, which implement either team wants to come out here. Karama obviously going to start off on the sim. Both teams starting off with the sim. We'll see if they both try to go window and there's just a brawl that happens on the point. I'd love to see it.
Might end up being the case. Italy, meanwhile, I do like, you kind of mentioned, it's like, yeah, Andrew, just playing all the off-meta tanks.
Yeah, kind of been the MO. You don't see a ton of Ball or Orisa, a little bit here and there, but when I see Andrew in the game, I'm like, we're going to see both. See both of those.
A player, I think players might have thoughts about having in their ranked games, but hey, when you make it work, you make it work. So we see Italy right now, around the point, both teams feeling each other out. One walking, 8 seconds. Nothing too big happening here, but quick hack on the Dizzles. The fall through going to be there, not quite. The peel from Rod. Keep Dizzle in the fight, but as it happens, Frey catches Karama. Quick little pick from Italy to set the tone.
Yeah, Miken has been really good on this Lucio, and he just ends up being such a slippery target. It's one of their later pickups, I believe, got added after the first day of the tournament or the day of the tournament. So it's been a great pickup, and as the more playtime they get with Italy, the better it looks. Counterpart goes down.
Frey with the first 2 pickups here from Italy on the Kiriko. First control, nothing too ridiculous here. Ego 1 has also been getting pressured a lot, both by Ball and the rest of the team. Dizzle found by Yukino early, and you just see Portugal getting pushed back. Enormous pressure on Ego 1, though, has really let Italy kind of set the terms of these engagements.
It's a critical pick, too, because Cohen is really outpacing Yukino on the Sombra. If Portugal was able to keep 5 alive, the engagement would have come out, and they could have probably brought that one back. EMP online for Cohen right now.
See, going forward, EMP at the ready, drops the EMP, hits 3! Fall throughs immediately there on Yukino, but the rest of Portugal going to be able to follow up. A lot of ultimates coming up from Portugal soon. If Dizzle can stay alive, Dizzle nearly down again. Just barely able to get away. Karama, though, punishes Frey, and Italy starting to bleed. Is Portugal very close to getting onto the point?
It's a 5v3. They should be able to pick this up. I don't know if there's even going to be any stall or contest coming in at the end. Of course, Ball will stall.
And Ball will immediately be dispatched. But good cleanup from Portugal. But again, a very good start from Italy, where Portugal finds themselves in this position where they have to fight from behind.
Yeah, on the back foot. And again, like that EMP can be such a critical ultimate. Italy's got theirs online, ready to go. Andrew using mines at the end is a little bit interesting, but I think they're just trying to bleed off as much of the point progress as they could.
Nice beat coming out from Rod immediately after the EMP, keeping everyone alive. Dizzle dropping the Kitsune. Now you're kind of committed if you're Portugal to dive in, make the most of this, but Italy, they just disengage after the Kitsune. Karama and Miken both going down, both teams at 4. Dizzle right now working here under pressure, just going up, going, please get off of me. Andrew getting healed back up. Portugal, pretty good pressure here, Hex, to keep Italy back, making up a lot of the deficit.
Yeah, Yukino's in trouble right now, and Yukino's going to be out of the fight, not a factor until they get healed up, but a nice 1v1.
Right, got Dizzle early into the fight. Italy back at full strength. Kitsune used Frey. Frey gonna be able to get away. Both supports for Italy are so low here, Hex, and yet still alive. Miken goes down, but the dive from Portugal punished as Andrew and Chimera clean up.
Finally able to flip it back, and Italy will now take the lead on the stage and also with the lead on the map. Portugal, yeah, just the bank is absolutely empty for them right now. Italy doesn't have anything online, but they are close to 3 very important ultimates, especially EMP and Mines can be brutal on this point. They cover pretty much the entire point.
Mines dropped early here from Andrew. Portugal trying to work around it. Look at the pressure on the Eagle 1 here. Eagle 1 can't get away. That was pressure for both Ball and Tracer, just melting Eagle 1. And again, you lose a tank that early, it's super difficult to pressure the point. Italy, 90%. Portugal on the back foot, and now you just wonder for Portugal, are they going to be able to contest in any significant way here? Eagle 1 is a far cry away from Primal, 98%, 99. Where's the touch going to be? No, they don't get there in time.
All right, so it looked a little more comfortable for Italy in that one, that stage specifically. What I like about Italy, like as opposed in this matchup particularly, what they're doing a little bit better than Portugal is cleaning up fights and getting stragglers. So when they win a fight and they get 1 or 2, it seems like Portugal's kind of hanging back, regrouping, making sure everyone's healed up and ready in position for the next fight. Whereas Italy is like, okay, we got 2, let's go get the other 3. And you saw it in that very last fight, chasing through, chasing down the Kiriko at the end and making sure that when they do, like, staggering those kills is really important. It just buys you time, and time is the most important thing on Control. When you're in Control, every second you're getting percentage, so a nice strategy there from Italy. Yeah, so kind of went as we expected, but there were some decent moments. I love this switch up early on from Portugal. It really, really threw a wrench in Italy's plans.
Yeah, and I think, generally speaking, play against Italy, this was the right move, right? Is that even with their change-ups that we saw that worked, Italy seems disproportionately strong when they can comfortably run a Reaper composition. Running the Far here, I don't even know if that really forced them to swap off it, but Italy thought they were forced to swap off it, and that's good enough, right? So, yeah, I think strategically this was a really good move for Portugal. They just fell apart in the end of the round, and then as we get to round 2, they never really could find their footing against the ball comp that came out from Italy.
No, and ball is just really annoying to play against. It also forces your Sombra to maybe try to prioritize the ball, which means the other targets aren't getting prioritized. I mean, your Sombra wants to be with Tracer and just kind of, you know, taking targets down, right? Part of the dive. And the ball forces you to focus ball, which means you're not going to be as aggressive. So it takes the aggression out of the dive composition, which really wants to work out with the Winston. And it forces you to play passively, which is maybe why Portugal wasn't able to chase down kills and get maybe 5-kill team fight.
Yeah, but all in all, life being shown here from Portugal, but Italy continuing to ride the high that we saw in their last matchup. Will Italy be able to add another W on the board? We'll see after the break. Italy able to maintain its momentum 2 days in a row here, Heck, starting out strong against Portugal, even though Portugal might have found the key to putting Italy in a tough spot, just good hero swaps, making for a closer match than expected, but Italy, very resilient nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, as we work on building the lobby and trying to figure out what's going to go on next, maybe it's time to try to figure out like what map might be best suited for Portugal going forward. Still have not won a map, which means they've selected maps several times. So far, their map picks have been Blizzard World, and Numbani. Now, I think they might have had like a small advantage running the Farah Mercy, which kind of leads me to believe like maybe a Numbani would be in order. It's not necessarily a Farah map, but it's an Echo map, so you can definitely run the Echo there. So maybe that's the play, but also going back to it, sorry to harp on it, Portugal fans, haven't won a map yet, so maybe neither of those. Maybe give something else a whirl.
Yeah, I mean, for Portugal, just, find something that works, right? Like, what do you have to lose right now where so far you've lost everything, It sounds harsher than it actually, should sound. But, yeah, I mean, just try something, find something that works, get a win on the board. You might be wondering, casters, why start the game? Well, right now the teams are, they're talking with comp ops. There's some form of argument or disagreement on something going on, and until that gets resolved, we won't be able to go directly into the map, but it does give us more time to speculate on what we might see as we go into that map. So, a little bit of a longer wait, but we do get to kind of wonder, what will the next map bring?
Well, I mean, I think a lot of what Portugal has to do and maybe work around is probably the fact that, they do have kind of someone who's new on tank, right? So, Ego is generally a flex DPS player. Portugal couldn't find a dedicated tank player, so Ego moved over to the tank. I think so far, my memory's not going to be perfect on this. We have done a lot of game covering 16 teams here. I believe that Portugal's mostly run the Winston on it, which I think is always a good pick for a flex DPS because a lot of it is just about initiation. Some of that the tech isn't going to be there necessarily. Bubble jumping and things like that. But so far, we've just seen the Winston, so you kind of have to pick maps based around that, I believe, which I think is a lot of the reason we've seen Portugal mostly go for this Sombra Tracer Winston. when you're working someone into a new role, trying to limit like what the expectations are, I think are important. But there was success with the Fair Mercy, so I wonder if they try to piggyback off of that, or if they just still keep trying to run the composition that has so far yielded no results.
Yeah. Well, all that being said, the anticipation is high, but right now, the teams, they got the rule books out and they're talking with each other. We'll see what the result is after this break. Welcome back, everyone. Italy versus Portugal back underway. You know, a little bit of issues on the back end. Players, comp ops, accounts, that sort of thing. But sounds like we got everything ironed out here, Hex, and now we can focus on the task at hand, which is going to be Blizzard World.
Yeah, Blizzard World is going to be the map pick going forward. Like I've mentioned, it's been a map previously selected. So, you know, makes sense. We've seen a lot of Blizzard World here. It's a map that you can run a lot of different things on. We've seen a ton of variety on this map as far as compositions go, you know, from Echo comps to, of course, Sombra Tracer dive comps. Hanzo gets thrown in here. Defensively, teams like to run an Ashe for the long sight lines. So really anyone's guess what it could be. Again, I would imagine that Portugal's going to try to go to their bread and butter, which is that dive composition, largely, you know, to try to make sure that their tank is comfortable playing whichever tank role they so choose. But so far, it's been a lot of Winston, Tracer, Sombra for that squad, as Portugal still tries to get, well, just a bevy of zeros off the board. 0 map wins, 0 match wins. So maybe this will be the time it turns around.
Yeah, I mean, look, it can only go up from here, is, I think, the best way of looking at it. It cannot go down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, worst case scenario, you're where you started. Best case, you get a W on the board, you know? Just how it goes. But both teams should be ready to go here in just a moment as our fly-through finishes up. And we'll see what is going to be on the menu for both of these teams.
As we try to boot in. Just trying to get some clarification on what was happening. Talking to Comp Ops just a little bit here so we can let you guys know why you had a little bit of an extended break. We can bring you the action back here. So, yeah, so here's the issue very briefly. Mycon is not playing. The accounts got a little bit confused and mixed up. That's actually Italy's other support player in Catacombe. So, any praise or not so praise that's going to go to Mycon is actually Catacombe playing on that. And it's been like this since map 1. It continues to be so. So some small account issues, but that's a visual bug. Catacombe is playing for Italy and not Mycon.
But for the purposes of cast, we'll be saying Mycon because if you just tune in and you go in there and we say Catacombe, well, you're not going to know what we're talking about. So for casting purposes, it's Mycon all the way through. But here we go, here, Hex. It's going to be Portugal on the attack. Eagle 1 on the Winston once more. And you know, think back to the last map. Eagle 1 was getting focused down a whole lot early in these fights between Chimera and Andrew.
Well, I mean, and that's just the smart strategy to do if you're Italy is, you know, take somebody who's maybe not as experienced on the role and try to punish that. It's all fair.
Portugal looking to wrap around here to kick things off. Kind of a slow wrap around here, though. Already 45 seconds off the clock. Got to think Ego 1 is going to be going in soon, and there it is. The dive in immediately, but also the focus fire turn just gets hit by the bio, gets hit with the kitchen sink on top of it. Immediately destroyed, and that's what we saw in the last map as well, where Ego 1 was just getting focused down very hard by Italy every time there was a jump in.
Yeah, I mean, Italy knows that Portugal wants to run this dive, so you're just saving cooldowns, you're saving whip shot, you're saving sleep, you're saving anti-heal, everything, and then even if all of that misses, Andrew can just kind of knock Ego away as well. So, I mean, you don't see the defensive ball very often, but here we are.
Well, so far it's working out. Look at Eagle 1's health bar right now, where we're not looking directly at Eagle 1, but you just see the focus fire coming on in. Cohen, meanwhile, here for Portugal.
Got to be careful, they're checking.
Yeah, it's not a necessarily safe area for a Sombra.
I mean, even the Tracer's playing close to the team, like to respect this dive, and also just kind of spraying around. Pulse pistols are really good at spy checking.
Pressure going on the Eagle 1 again, and the Bionade. And just look at Eagle 1's health bar; it is just getting decimated. Maybe Eagle 1 gets out, but you know the rest of Italy just gets to hold strong here. The Portugal is having real trouble building pressure. Eagle 1 goes for the jump in, still low HP.
Nice hack though, really nice hack.
Chimera down, Karama on the pulse bomb gets Frey, as Portugal might have finally cracked the code here. Very, very close to getting in.
Yeah, so it's a 5v3 right now. They have to be able to clean the rest of this up, and it will be Karama on the cleanup. Brig is still really good, I guess. Brig's still good against Tracer. I thought it was going to be a little revenge there. You know, when the changes happened to Brigida, Tracers around the world rejoiced, and I think like it still holds over. Now, I know when I play Tracer, I will just target Briggs now. It's not your fault personally, but I still, in my heart, you know, got to take those Briggs out.
Just trying to even the ledger from back in the day. You know? But Portugal, decent amount of time on the clock here for point B. Not like the quickest point A attack, but not the slowest either. But Cohen here can really add some momentum here with a good EMP. Italy for now, holding a little bit further back. But here comes Andrew coming in over the top. Hack maybe coming in here. Just a normal, good hack. Chimera, though, gets the back, gets Dizzle. That's huge for Italy and solidifying here on the defense.
Yeah, really nice. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what a good EMP looks like, because on the defense here, the team's going to be pretty spread out. Maybe you try to get up on the high ground and deal with the Ana, but if you look at where Italy is positioned, they're all over the place. Late Primal, is it to save Ego's life?
Yeah, I'm not in love with the Primal at this point. I mean, a lot of time kind of going away here. Portugal still can't go in. Andrew goes in, drops the mines. More area denial than anything else, but you see Yukino getting over to the top. Good sightlines here in the Ash, nearly gets the 2-tap. Meanwhile, Ego 1 jumping in on the other side. Krama and Cohen combined in the back line. They get both supports. A massive pickoff play as spread out as everything has been. Krama still even has the pulse bomb in reserve.
Well, I asked what a good EMP looks like, and that's the answer right there. Your Tracer's right there to help you clean up. Both supports able to take that down, so really well played there.
Meanwhile, going to be waiting for the rest of Italy to recover. Italy will still be able to have a good defense here before the end of point B. So Portugal, one more fight left to go. Both support ults up to do it. Pulse bomb out from Chimera for Italy. No, doesn't get anything from that. Mike, meanwhile, on the top, Rally ready to go.
Ready to go. Here's the Nano Winston, but a beautiful sleep right off the bat. Woken, unfortunately.
And is woken right back up, gets a chance to go up, finish off Maiken, and Maiken had already invested the rally on top of it, so not a bad pick off, but the Biodade hitting 3. I don't think the fall 2 is going to be there, though. Italy. Ego 1 jumping up. A little bit of pressure back and forth. Fredo finds Cohen as Chimera falls. Both teams trading. Yukino right now on the Cassidy, just completely mowed down on top. And Italy starting to look really thin and players left to could be the old ball classic. Spin around the payload and hope your team gets there in time.
That buys a lot of time as the respawns are really close, a meter away, and Andrew's still alive. The survivability has been huge.
Yeah, still alive even, and bought enough time for Chimera to get back and get 2. That was incredible stall from Andrew, even if it looked like, you know, the most basic ball stall you've seen in your life, it did the job.
Well, without a Sombra on that side, like, there's almost nothing to stop, right? And then, you know, you get the health boost, the shield boost. Yukino's going to switch again, has gone from Ashe to Cass to now Widow.
Yeah, I mean, the Widow could be kind of a backbreaker here if Portugal isn't expecting it. You can get close enough to get one-shots, and, you know, yeah, ideally teams should be just, you know, looking at the hero list, etc., but you know, sometimes it takes time to get in the groove of dealing with Widow, but okay. Way more pressure on Yukino now. Chimera down. Widow, the only DPS, a Tracer in Yukino's face. Is the big shot going to be here? Pulse Bomb comes out, able to avoid that. Now Yukino, do or die, looking for anything right now, under pressure. 20 HP in a dream, still somehow alive. Chimera back into the fight. But Yukino, Widow thing, a little bit tortured. Pulse Bomb comes out from Chimera in Italy. That just might be enough to hold.
Oh, it's absolutely enough to hold. The rally comes in late, too. The Pulse Bomb, absolutely critical. Italy will hold, and well, I wasn't even looking at the clock, but that's defense right there.
Yeah.
Time got away from me. Time got away from Portugal, and Italy stabilizes. Despite not getting a ton of value out of Yukino's picks, the value ended up being like priority targets. They almost dictated where the dive had to go. They were squatted up on this high ground with a Brig and both supports being the Brig and the Ana, and also the DPS up there. So the dive always came into the same spots, and Italy reacted to it very well. But really, it was the other two on the ground. It was Chimera and Andrew on the ground making the push almost impossible. That payload was only a meter away at one point, and it was the good old ball stall on the cart, swing around and hope for the best. And Italy's able to pull that off, now in a really good position to win this series.
Yeah, and if you're Portugal, you look at that last fight and you wonder how it got away from you because they got the early Chimera pick. I'd say part of the issue there, Hex, is that we were looking at Yukino's point of view, and yeah, Yukino didn't get a pick off, but Yukino lived for a long period of time. There was long enough for Chimera to get back into the fight, for the rest of the team to find an advantage. So, when you dive on the Widow, you gotta be decisive and, finish the elimination early. You can't let it linger that long.
Well, it is one of the small differences you see between the best teams in groups and the teams that aren't pulling off wins is it ends up just being as simple as focus fire, right? Just really finishing kills when you have to. If you allow someone to live a second longer than they should, that means that your next target is alive longer, that they're in a better position. So just finishing off kills that you absolutely have to, that should be free kills, has been a difference for some of these squads.
Swap here, not the Sombra though this time, really. Gonna be the Hanzo. So
yeah, Hanzo's so good. Like they want to take this spot right here. Wow. Next time they want to take that spot right there. But that's where we see Hanzo's up there, and it's because it allows them a decent sightline on the opposing high ground of just lobbing in arrows.
Yeah, I mean for Portugal, bring this back. Surely right now, at the very least, you're hoping, okay, no one get hit by the Hanzo arrow. Also, just good counter poke onto the Hanzo at the same point. And so far, doing just that, Yukino very likely to get away with his life. But Ego 1, again, just getting heavily pressured. Life for being a tank on Portugal right now has not been kind at all. Bionate on the Dizzle in the back. Dizzle goes down. Andrew finishes it off. Quick pick off here from Italy. 5v4. To start things off, and Yukino finds Rod. This is completely snowballing away from Portugal.
Yeah, Andrew might be in a little bit of trouble, but he's out. Maiken does go down, and Yukino goes down, so Portugal absolutely pulls this one back.
Yeah, they found the moment to just dive into the backline just when you think it's going the other way, but okay,
maybe
as
not.
we say that, think about where respawns are. Chimera and Andrew just, the terrific duo here.
Yeah, but neither team with good respawns, though. Like, offensive respawns are a mile away. Defensive respawns, like, I don't know, kilometer and a half.
Scrappy, though, on the offense. Like, this is going to let Andrew and Chimera be a little bit more aggro here. They don't have to wait for everyone to get back. Pulse spawn nearly right for Chimera. The stick going to be here. Karama looking for the stick on the other end. Lobs it over. Meanwhile, Chimera connects. Gets Dizzle. It's a Tracer of Italy that's just more effective.
A tale of two pulse bombs. Yeah, now it's 5v3.
Ego's not living without the Ana. Simple as that. Not with the amount of pressure that's been going onto Ego here thus far.
Karama's going to try to put some pressure on and try to stall things out a little bit. Gets Mega, maybe waiting for his team. I think there's definitely a possibility to touch and contest this. It's just that Portugal doesn't have anything in the bank. Ego's got to get to his Primal. They're not even going to get there
they don't get him. You're right. They could have contested, but step one of contesting is touching the point, which did not happen. Oh, an opportunity lost here for Portugal and Italy. 4 minutes to go here, Hex, and not that far to go.
Yeah, I mean, we've hit this point a lot, but, Ego's not a natural tank player, and it's just knowing that timing just a little bit off, because Primal and Nano, there was plenty of chance to not only contest that point, but to bring that point back. Look at the ultimate advantage. Those could have all been thrown in on the last plate on first point.
Yeah, I mean, all that needed to happen was that they needed to stall for long enough the Ego 1 to get on there, build Primal, go from there, use Nano. I mean, there was a lot of opportunity, but again, step one is touching the point. Didn't happen. Ego 1 caught by the Widow. Andrew diving deep to the back. And what's important here is you look at Italy. They've been keeping the payload going for the most part, even as Andrew just acts as an absolute pest to the Portugal front line.
Dizzle down now too, and that's brutal. It's going to be very difficult for the defense. Like you mentioned, with Dizzle down, you can't dive in. I mean, there was just not really enough healing from the Brig unless you're just throwing all the packs there. Another kill for Yukino, uncontested.
Yukino has been adding them on here. Gets another! Oh man, the Widow power here, unreal. Chimera got Nano and had a sequence there that was off camera. Or something happened, but Ego 1 getting poked down. Has to use Primal under pressure.
Just to live. Yeah.
That's a big win for Italy. You've gotten the Primal out, and now you're one fight away with only with over 2.5 minutes left to go. This is very good for Italy.
Ego went in, he got slept, tries to get out, and gets nuked on the way out. A nice kill, though, from Karama is going to kill Maiken, a.k.a. Catacombe, but Maiken. Yeah, as Italy, now 2 minutes, needs to win one fight decisively.
Another Widow pick. I mean, yeah, this time it's answered, but getting rid of the break early, still pretty big. Italy.
If I'm Italy, I just leave right now. Just leave. Bob's on the point, Nano's out, it doesn't matter. You got every single one of their ultimates out. Yeah, and they just bail on it.
Well, they're going to re-engage soon because they got the Ashe after the Bob came out. Dizzle's in danger. Look at the double team here underneath. Dizzle gets caught and taken out. That was a great double attack from Italy. And now the momentum might be too much to go. Ego 1 immediately poked on down as Italy just about has everything they need to wrap this one. And there it is. Italy takes it 2-0 over Portugal. They continue their winning streak here in the Overwatch World Cup.
Yeah, Italy gaining some confidence now, and you see, like, you know, some really nice individual damage plays. We came into this match, and we're like, Italy's damage has been fine. It's been okay. Kind of stepped it up today. Like, really big plays. We expect the plays out of Andrew, and, like, obviously the ball is throwing a lot of teams for a loop, and I think it's something that could end up, you know, against a team that maybe should be better on paper. It should scare them. Like, how do we prep for this ball play? Because it's always so different. Ball players are a different breed. Well played there, but Yukino with really nice shots, some solid tracer play throughout, decent support play throughout. So really anticipating the dive from Portugal most of the times, and just had all the answers to it. Sleeps, anti-heals, whip shots, anything you needed. Well played from Italy, and now Italy is, I think they're 2-2 on a 2-game win streak. Good for them.
Yeah. No, Italy's finding combinations that work for them, and they did it here without a whole lot of reverb, so Italy perhaps a little bit more versatile than expected coming on in. You know, Portugal, they had their moments. I look towards players like Karama and Cohen. Sometimes, like, good EMPs followed up by just good tracer follow-through, but it just wasn't there all the time. And more than anything else, they had difficulty keeping Ego 1 alive. You think about how many fights for Portugal where a Winston would go in and just immediately be thrown out, either outright killed or at least forced back to where, in many ways, same effect.
Well, I mean, it's one of the dominoes, too, of Ego trying to be aggressive on the Winston and really trying to get stuff done, is it puts Dizzle a little bit out of position to try to make sure that those heals are coming into Ego, and then when Dizzle's out of position, gets sniped twice in a row. I mean, that was the story of the defense. I think there was like 3 deaths in a row from Dizzle where Yukino was sniping them, and that's not necessarily Dizzle's fault. It's, I have to make sure I can heal my Winston. I got to figure out these sight lines, and when you don't necessarily have the ultra experience on the Winston and Ana combination, then maybe Winston is 2 steps to the left, and now Anna's got to go 2 steps to the left, and now, you know, headshot, boom, you're over. So Dizzle spent more time in spawn on the last 2 minutes of defense than out on the playing field. A little bit rough there. So Portugal back to the drawing board, still looking for the first map win, but Italy, you know, riding some momentum, and they're starting to look like a scary team because they're not just like running standard stuff, and they showed us more versatility today, which is a step in the right direction.
Well, Italy is rising, taking down Portugal, but coming up next, it's going to be the dark horse in Spain against the favorite of Denmark. You won't want to miss it.
For months, competitors from all over the world have battled through trials to prove themselves as the best of the best. Now the teams have assembled, ready to fight for the title of Overwatch World Cup champion. It wouldn't be the Overwatch World Cup without an epic in-person conclusion at the place where it all began, BlizzCon. Which team will emerge victorious and become the first World Cup champions of Overwatch 2? Tune in to find out. Learn more at overwatchworldcup.com.
You heard it here. The World Cup Finals will be at BlizzCon 2023. Of course, tickets will be going on sale soon, so make sure you keep an eye out on their Twitter and social media so you can get on it as soon as possible. Details are actually live at overwatchworldcup.com. Heck, CP, we're going back to BlizzCon, baby, after a long hiatus, so happy to bring it back to LAN. I think, you know, finally getting to see all this competition in one spot is going to be awesome. But first, they've got to make it through these qualifiers, right? Only the top 3 of Group A, which we're focusing on right now, and only the top 2 of Group B will be moving forward. Of course, we just got done with the matchup between Portugal and Italy. ZP, give us the rundown. How did that one just break down?
I mean, on the whole, it was just Italy was playing far better, right? Like, even when Italy was forced out of their comfort zone, which was a good shout from Portugal, it didn't really matter. And the thing I will continue to go back to is the fact how many times you saw Italy just win fights because they would focus down the opposing tank way more efficiently. But also the amount of times that they were able to get picks onto the back line. I mean, take your metric here. On the whole, Italy just played better Overwatch than Portugal.
Yeah, Hex, before we hop further into that one, let's pull up the schedule, actually, and give you a recap of the matches that have happened so far and what we've got left. Hex, if you want to talk about it some more, Italy and Portugal, you agree with ZP on what happened there?
Yes, everything you said. I completely agree. Yeah, I mean, obviously we had a long break in there, but it was kind of went as expected for Italy, and I think, you know, it's nice for them to show us what they can bring to the table as far as compositions go, where Portugal's kind of still running that one trick. Obviously, Spain and Denmark coming up is going to be a big one. Both those teams coming off of losses, and then France and Belgium later today. France, you know, every bit the powerhouse we expected.
Absolutely. You hit it right on the head. Spain and Denmark, that matchup coming up right around the corner here. It's 2-1. They're tied in the standings, and they're actually tied for map score as well. 5 wins to 3 losses. So this is a full-on tie, and they're fighting for that 3rd place spot. Currently, Denmark is in that seat, but really this match will determine who's going to make it into that top 3, and then the rest of the days will determine who actually makes it out. With that said, Hex and ZP, Denmark versus Spain, just around the corner. I leave it to y'all, and I'll catch you guys on the other side of this match.
All right. We said before earlier in the day here, Hex, but to me, this is a consistency check coming out here for Denmark, where, you know, Denmark obviously not unbruised in the tournament so far, picking up their first loss against a very, very strong team in France. But now you go against Spain. You know Spain has a style play that can be very effective if you don't get them off of it. Is Denmark going to be able to play up to their potential and beat that, or will Spain surprise them? Because if a team could shake things up here in this group, it would be Spain.
Yeah, Spain just really needs to rebound. They just came off a tough loss to Italy, which I believe went to map 3. Spain had come hot out of the gates with victories over, I think the Netherlands and also Belgium. Kind of both seemed like upsets because we didn't know much about this Spain team. But I think the Spain team it's Helv and Hira, who are players that we call out a lot. Helv with unfettered aggression, Hira being the hero in a lot of different games too. And I'd imagine we'll continue to call out those names. The backline has been solid. You know, Canale's been okay. Lauren's been, fine, and it's been a nice wrinkle for Lauren, able to play different heroes. And Gal has been absolutely solid too. But I think when you take the tone setter for this team is definitely Helv on the tank. We saw the personality come out earlier in some matches, and then Hira's just been able to really carry some of these fights on their back.
Yeah, I mean, I think to the coordination we've seen between like Helv and Hira and getting into the back line, it's been great. But you talk about coordination, you look over here at Denmark, where Shockwave, Naga, devastating. Molf has been very, very consistent when playing. And look, Kelix, something about these sorts of tournaments in contenders in Overwatch World Cup bring out the best in Kellex in a way, which almost sounds like a comp assault, or it's like, if only you did this in the Overwatch League. But I don't know. There's something about national tournaments where you see the very best of Kellex. What more can I say?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kellex and Slay, part of Twisted Minds, one of the best contenders teams in the world, have been a rock solid backline. I mean, this is not a team I want to play that's coming off of a loss, such a close loss to France too, which is like, it almost just came down to map picks, really. Denmark got outrushed. A little bit interesting to see Molfig in the lineup. Has been largely Doge has been playing, but I mean, you think of this Denmark team, and we talk about, well, I talk about a lot France's versatility. I mean, this DPS rotation, Shockwave, Naga, and Shax, like that might be the best three-person DPS line in the entire tournament. So it's going to be a tough team to beat. It's a big ask from Spain here, but Spain's got potential to upset them, and I think Spain, like, maybe you just try to rush this team down. Maybe Ilios is not the perfect map for it, but if you end up being able to choose maps later, like obviously Helve could play some rush, and that's how France beat them, really. They played a really aggressive push rush style, and it showed a small vulnerability for Denmark.
Yeah, I mean, on the same note, I also feel like, even though I don't think Denmark has to go to this, and they're, I would say of the two teams, definitely more versatile. You kind of look at where Spain had troubles. You kind of wonder, is like, but what if we also play the Reaper Man going in here? Because it just seemed to there was something about playing Reaper that just completely shut Spain down when we saw them last play, right? So even if it's not your go-to, it's like, well, if they have trouble versus it, why not give this a whirl, right? I would be thinking about this as Denmark, but also knowing the players on Denmark and the attitude, I don't think they're going to adapt their gameplay around Spain whatsoever. I think they're going to play what they would normally play.
Yeah, I mean, I think, the one thing I would say for Denmark, maybe, like, if they get a lead and they feel comfortable on the next map, is maybe practicing some of the rush compositions, just because it's, it's the one thing that they ended up losing to France, so maybe get some work in outside of scrims, but I don't know if Spain's really a team that you can just start, using as practice either. So, we will kick it off here at the Lighthouse, and it's going to be... yeah, Echo Ash versus the very traditional dive composition from Spain.
Yeah, and if you're Spain, you kind of have a timer on you here, right? Is you need to do damage before Echo just does something crucial to your backline. So you have to expect Spain to be playing this incredibly quickly, looking for Slay in the back or Shockwave. Those are going to be the dive targets. Meanwhile, Naga coming in from the back, heavy damage on the Gala, and immediately making his presence known. That's rough. You lose a break that early into the fight, probably going to lose first control of the point if you are Spain. And they're going to try and delay a little bit, but all you're doing is feeding Naga.
Yeah, they just had absolutely no idea that Naga was there, dropping down over the top. It's a sticky. That's a third, fourth kill for Naga right there. The Echo is a problem for this composition to deal with. Nothing really shoots up. I guess you can try to play the point against it, but I don't see it. I mean, Helve dove in really early without, no real strong targets on the point, and then had to backtrack to try to get back to their team. So, so far, Denmark in full control, not only of the map, but the skies as well.
Oh, Hira tried to go to the point, just immediately shut down by Shockwave. Wolf goes down, and usually losing a tank would mean Spain could push in, but right now, okay, that's actually really big. Getting Kellex, not letting Kellex fly away. As Naga goes, we don't have a tank, I will be Winston for to buy us some time as a tank. Actually, a really good duplicate here, Hex, to buy time.
Yeah, totally works for me. I wonder if anyone's going to be back there to taxi Kellex back into this fight. It seems like Naga's moving that way right now.
Spain not wasting any time, getting onto the point, get the quick flip, and Wolf down again. Rough start here from Wolf. Naga, meanwhile, got Kellex back in his wings. Let's see if Naga can get another pick up. Meanwhile, Lauren to the back here, gets the hack. Helve moving forward off the Nano, and Shockwave just can't get away. One of the worst feelings of hit scan DPS, just a nanoed Winston right at your heels. Not much you can do. Resurrection, though, is going to come in, so Denmark should be able to apply pressure sooner than you might think.
Yeah, I'd like to get Denmark back into this. Spain has taken the point. They're 30% and counting up, but Spain does have stall potential here. Wow, Shockwave dead again.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want here. You want your combo, the dive and get kills before Naga's able to find anything in the Echo. You're on a timer, and Shockwave is one of the key targets you want to go after. Lauren, meanwhile, holding on to the EMP, can strip the flight at any point. You got to think Lauren is thinking about here. The question is, who's the fall-through going to be on? All eyes on Kelix from Lauren as we speak. Gets the raw hack! Kelix! Is Kelix going to stay alive? Kelix, super low. Slay gets caught. Meanwhile, Kelix is in no position to really heal people at the moment. Naga, though, finds Canale. Gets Lauren, and Denmark still has the ability to get back in on the point as Naga goes wild on the back.
Kelix living is so critical there. Got hacked really early in the fight, and no one was able to follow it up. I'm a little bit surprised that Helv wasn't there to get the dive in on that hack, because Kelix was, what, 10 HP hiding behind the little fence there.
Yeah,
They
I don't know how
able
Kelix stayed alive.
Yeah, they would have been able to get that kill. It also denies the resurrection that came in on Slay. It's a completely different fight. And right now, Denmark's going to take the lead.
Denmark in a really good spot. Hira gets caught immediately. EMP out from Denmark, but Hira was down before there's any opportunity. Yeah. Wolf just going to drop the self-destruct for good measure. And yeah, Denmark buying a lot of time, and Spain, I mean, the fact they had to lose EMP there, the early pick from Shockwave just completely ruined their plan.
Yeah, the EMP came after that pick too, so it's you kind of question who's going to follow up that damage, but it doesn't matter.
Oh! Well, trade out there.
I don't think you can res that. You can't res that.
Yeah, I was going to say, you still secure the kill. Like, I would expect Kelix to go for an attempt here, if they're not camping it. Right now, though, no res attempt is going to come in. Naga back to spawn. Spain onto the point. And Denmark, I feel like if you're Denmark, you just let this go right now. Okay, Kelix gets hit with the bomb. That's definitely going to go.
100% let this go. Molf is going to have to reset, and it's going to be a final fight. But your final fight is looking pretty solid if you're Denmark. Mostly you're going to have Nano ready, so you can definitely Nano Molf in. That Rally comes in to take Shockwave. I don't know what Shockwave is still doing there.
Yeah, Shockwave should have been out of there earlier. That's
not a clean
weird
reset at all.
I also, at this point, I feel like, I don't know, they could Nano Molf, but they also might just throw it on the Naga.
The Nano went somewhere
too. Early. Molf's in danger.
Yeah. Denmark is kind of playing this sloppy.
What in the world is going on right now? Naga getting caught, Molf in a rough spot early. Everything falling apart from Denmark here. They get the res on the Naga. Naga's gonna have the dupe, but it's gonna be real hard to get something going here. Molf somehow staying alive. Duplicate comes in onto the brig. Denmark, though, desperately needing anything to go their way. I think Shockwave, did he just get knocked off? No, he's knocked to the other side as Helv goes, I'm still chasing this. I'm still chasing this. I don't care if it's 5 miles off the point. Hira finds Kelix in the interim. And Spain taking round 1.
I'd have to go back and really look at it like moment by moment, but it really felt like Denmark was going to be fine there when Spain was about 80% and counting up. It seemed like they had a chance for one more fight, and we were trying to call for the reset. Then all of a sudden I see Shockwave died, didn't even know they were near the point. They were able to chase someone else down, and then Slay ends up investing the Nano, which I thought was going to be what came in next. Just, it felt sloppier by Denmark than a win by Spain, if that makes sense. Of course, well, watching it in real time, I could be mixing up calls, but that just seems strange to me.
There's a lot stranger. I mean, the number one thing is I'd love to, go back and do a point by point of how did Shockwave get stuck there long after the time you would have thought everyone would have reset, right? Like, because that ended up like draining the Nano, I guess, in an attempt to save.
Yeah.
It was a comedy of errors there, but Spain playing really well to make that opportunity happen.
Yeah, all you can do is take advantage of the opportunities you have, and Spain did play really, really well there. Spain is now going to switch compositions here. Helv on the Reinhardt is always fun to see, a delight. Hira on the Widow. The Widow versus Ashe is going to be an interesting matchup here, but they might not even end up seeing each other because they're both going to be in this spot on the map.
Good sightline from Hira here so far. Opportunities to get onto Lucio, but not taking it here thus far. Going to the side, has an opportunity for the Mei. Still has to find the head. Something elusive for Hira here thus far. Denmark reasonably healthy, but Wolf getting poked down and then some. Is Wolf going to stay alive? Immortality Field comes out, just barely. But you look at the poke battle right now, Denmark's been in trouble. Shockwave, though, finds Gala. It's a good way to stabilize, but they lose Molf! Naga, though, says, okay, I'll get my counterpart down. Still not too shabby. Nice shot from Hira! Catches Shockwave.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's not. There's not enough people alive at this point.
Yeah, a little rough. Helv went super aggressive. towards the end there, like trying to get into the bottom corner of the point, and it's just really difficult to do against a Mei. Like, it's just not going to have the impact that you want. Not only do walls come up, you're also going to get slowed. So Shockwave actually going to go to the Sombra now instead of the Ashe.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable, especially where like a Widow is kind of limiting how aggro you'd like to play on the Ashe, because you still have to respect the Widow. Elf, though, moving forward. Shatter good to go. Mark getting hooked down to multiple ends, even with the window. Shatter coming down, and he's taking the Mei for a ride. Right off the point. Cancels the charge. Really nice stuff from Helv.
I love
Spain.
I love Helv's Reinhardt.
There's a downside here, though, is that Spain lost control as the fight started, so their benefit from winning that fight is a lot less than it could have been.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I think there's one reason why like no one ever complains about a Reinhardt ever in the meta or anything. It's just a fun hero to watch and good hero character. So everyone's like, Reinhardt's fine. No need to fix him. No nerfs, no buffs, whatever. Reinhardt's great. So Spain is going to have the Blizzard now on the defensive side of things, which should buy them enough time. The big question is like Reinhardt should be kind of beaten by the Ramatra right here. Like Annihilation should just walk right through everyone.
Well, Wolf is doing the walking. Annihilation, though, still being held in reserve. Beat comes down earlier from Spain. Blizzard out from Lauren. Wolf under pressure. Annihilation now used. Looking for Helv. Immortality Field already used here by Spain, and Helv, there's just no getting away. Slay getting the kills in the kill feed, but a lot of that was the Annihilation setting it up.
Yeah, really nice beat from Kelix too. Hits everybody, gets everybody nice and healthy. So able to use a couple ultimates to win that fight. Well played there. And yeah, Hero's going to come on the switch now. Is going to go to the Hanzo instead of the Widow. And Denmark is now in the lead. But remember, they are down a stage. Just to remind everybody, because it was a little bit surprising that Spain, if they win this stage, they go up a map on Denmark, who should be the heavy favorites.
Getting decent appeal here, and Denmark taking the fight to Spain. Super quick engage. Naga striking first. And this is big for Denmark. They needed a little bit of extra buffer here. They just got it. It puts Spain into final fight. And you kind of look at this next fight. Spain isn't coming in with a lot. Not that Denmark has a lot in turn, but the biggest thing is can Helv land a shatter?
No, I think that's why Denmark's going to play a little bit forward to make sure that this is sloppy and Spain can't set up like a really nice shatter. Now they're going to fall back and give a little bit of ground because Slay can just sit back and drop a window as well. But really the shatter might be the decider here.
Window dropped early from Denmark as they look to put away. Helv under a lot of pressure. Drops the shatter under that pressure. Puts Wolf on the ground. Is Fall Through going to be there? Helv just trying to stay alive. Denmark, though, still at a full 5. Slay able to shake pressure on him. Helv moving forward, swing the hammer, 140 HP, in such danger! Shockwave blows him the Kingdom Come. And Denmark now, still at a full 5. Tank down for Spain. It's looking like Denmark will force a round 3.
Yeah, I mean, when Spain has to fight in that quadrant, which is kind of where Denmark baited them into, those are just perfect sightlines for the Ashe, right? Because they're on that high ledge and just be able to drop in the dynamite, drop in the corner. I mean, if you fight anywhere else on the point, it gets a little bit tricky from that angle to get value out of the Ashe. But Denmark falling back well enough. There was a nice wall to start off the fight, too, that separated Helv from the rest of the team. So it's a focus fire onto Helv, and Denmark baits them back and allows Shockwave to just rain from above on the Ashe. Denmark cleans it up and will tie up the map.
All right, so 1-1. Spain continuing to live up to its Dark Horse status where, you kind of look at it and go, people got a little bit deflated on the Spain hype because of the loss to Italy, but that was just one of those weird matchup things, right?
Yeah.
Like, Italy played above par, Spain got thrown by a comp that they probably hadn't played against as much. Spain, their highs are still very, very high, and as a result, like, Denmark has to take this seriously.
Yeah, I mean, Spain going toe-to-toe with Denmark tells you pretty much everything you need to know about them. Like, very, very solid squad. So, yeah, it's still anybody's game here. Spain is going to go to the Tracer Sombra dive as normal. Denmark.
No, not yet. That hack real close to sealing Molf's fate. Both teams feeling each other out. No big advantage here just yet. Lauren going to get hit by the Bionade. Should be able to get away. Meanwhile, Bionade on the Molf, but doesn't matter. Shockwave and Molf immediately clean up. So big start here from Denmark. Quick capture. good ult building at the same time.
Yeah, and it's really nice to be in control with an Echo comp too. I mean, you saw Spain just kind of trying to dodge away from Naga here and there, and what Echo can do is essentially herd a team where the teammates can come in and secure those kills, what happened in that last fight. So now Spain going to have a hard time getting in, and a huge anti-heal takes down Helve.
Taking down Helve is so big. You can see Denmark just going more aggressive as a result. Canale couldn't fully retreat in time. And look at the progress being set by Denmark now as they come online. 40% to 0. And this almost puts Spain into must-win territory sooner than they would like here. You don't want to get further behind than this.
No, not at all. And Denmark's been just really well positioned. And I like it, different from the last, or from the very first stage. Denmark's been more aggressive these last two stages, trying to take fights before they get to the point, trying to get to the back line and be more aggressive.
Oh, the shield! The good reaction from the Brig there. Really nice stuff to deny Shockwave. So Spain gets through one hurdle, but as it happens, Canale goes down. Shockwave might be out of it, but taking down the Ana early just ruins this push for Spain. The healing's not there for Helve or Gala, and Naga is going to feast.
Yeah, it's just what a quick duplicate there to save Naga's life, because there was really nice peel coming in that had Naga in trouble on the Echo. So just going to take that get out of jail free card and turn into Tracer real quick. Doesn't get the pulse bomb, doesn't matter. That was not supposed to. It's supposed to be a huge value ultimate. That was save my life ultimate and really good reaction times. And now, like you said, it might have been last fight for Spain. It is last fight now. This EMP has to come in, Nano has to come in, everything's got to come in.
Well, the EMP's huge. Brig immediately removed from the fight. Slay in danger. The dive from Spain, when it's good Hex, it's real good. As Spain does that about as cleanly as you can hope with the EMP. The problem is that now they need nothing short of perfection and 2 to 3 stumbles from Denmark if they want to bring this map back into their column.
Yeah, Spain is got good stall ultimates too. But obviously you don't want to end up having to stall, but with Primal and Rally up yet. So Denmark is just going to try to find a decent way to initiate without really good initiation ults here. We'll see. Maybe just wait and see if Naga can get a pick, but there's not a ton of great targets. Naga might be super aggressive and try to get to the back line. He's been really prioritizing getting Canale.
Garen Lauren under pressure early. Denmark return favor. Molf got hacked. Pressure though off. Naga though in danger. Naga down to 5 HP. Meanwhile, Kellick's just swinging the mace here. Helve getting caught. And getting Helve down where he wasn't able to primal is so big in this situation. But Hera! Pulseball comes out, finds 2. Denmark still in a good spot. And they get the control of the point. Spain, though, is going to be able to come back out here. Helve's going to be back in a moment. Might primal this earlier rather than later, but doesn't have to here. It was scrappy enough, and the bomb from Hera sets the tone enough that Spain was able to go in. Okay, I say that. Helve still used the primal to just aggressively make sure Molf gets out of the fight.
Shockwave goes into the pit, no recall either, so Spain should be able to flip this back. Denmark only needs a single fight going forward, though. But Spain, I mean, if they can pull off this dive again. So that's kind of been the question with Spain. Like, when they end up losing matches and maps, it's when the EMP dive doesn't work. But we have seen how well it can work. So that's kind of the win condition here at 70%. Can Spain get value out of this EMP? That's it. That's the question.
It is all about the EMP. Here we go. EMP dropped. And the nano on the Kellick's in response. A really nice nano from Slay. Senses the pressure coming in. The punish onto Helve right after. That nano, really, really good. Keeps Denmark in it. Canale falls. And Spain, it was a great effort, but it might be coming to an end here. Duplicate coming out here from Naga on the hunt. Hera gets caught. Overtime in progress. And that's going to be Denmark here. Likely about to take it versus Spain. Helve gone. Really nice reaction, though, from the Denmark supports to that dive.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I really like about this Denmark squad that maybe we haven't talked enough is, like, just how good the support line is. So, I mean, we give credit to the tanks, and then obviously the damage line looks so good on paper. But the support line has just been so strong. I mean, Slay and Kellick's, and you saw a couple examples of it there, too, to keep each other alive in those critical situations. I mean, Denmark might be, like, the most complete team. It's really hard to find a hole in this roster, so very well played. And also the other thing I learned is that if you want to know where the Echo is for Denmark, just look behind Canale. because that is where Naga was the entire time from the very first opening salvo of the very first stage. Just behind the Ana every time we got on cam, behind the Ana, and that was just critical. You don't think of Echo as like a dive hero or a flank hero necessarily. Actually, more flanky, like setting up good flanks is super important for Echo, but just always putting pressure on the back line. Super strong play there, and after a little bit of a scare, Denmark does pull out map 1.
Yeah, and one of the things too is that you think about the ripple effects, right? If you get the Ana pick off early, is like, well, guess what? Helv, a pretty aggressive tank in his own right. The wind gets knocked out of the sails entirely, right? It's one of the worst things that can happen to you as a Winston player, that have, a key support just removed, and it's like, oh, who's gonna heal you? Not a lot. But Denmark definitely showing high points throughout the entire map, every round, pretty darn close, and even the final round where things started out really tough for Denmark, they had a great EMP play to get themselves back into it, and it took a hero support play from Denmark to finish it out at the end.
Yeah, I mean, Spain does have those big EMP plays that's kind of been their MO, ever since we very first started seeing them. I mean, the question does remain though, is Spain needs to have another trick in their bag, perhaps, because we saw it earlier today in some matches, when you're only running like the dive composition for the most part, like, you're going to be in a little bit of trouble. So Spain has mixed it up a little bit with the Reinhardt, and that's worked out somewhat. But when Spain has had their big peaks, it's like this Reinhardt, and then also Hero like playing Widow and some off things. So a little bit interesting there. But Denmark can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief after they pull that one back. But next will be Spain's map choice.
Well, Denmark versus Spain, it's looking close. It's some of the most entertaining Overwatch we've had all day. Will Spain be able to turn the tide on their own map? We'll see in just a bit. Spain continuing to challenge the upper echelons here in the Overwatch World Cup. Not quite getting the job done on map 1, but Hex, they definitely made Denmark sweat.
Yeah, definitely. And it will be now Spain's map choice. Previously, I think they went to Kings Row and won that map in their previous map selection. But today, we will be going to Havana, whatever. We're having a discussion about that over the break. I think it could be both. Doesn't really matter. We'll be going to Havana. No, I mean, it's kind of curious. I think it might be a map that they want to run because it allows Helv to not play Winston. I mean, not that they're bad Winston necessarily, but it is generally more of a Ramatra or Reinhardt map, and I think that Helv would prefer to play the Reinhardt. Also opens things up for Hira to play long-range hit scan, as we've seen Hira's Widow be really, really nice. And then obviously, you know, if the Widow's not working, you can go to Ashe as well. We've seen more Ashe than Widow generally on Havana, just a little more consistent damage, so perhaps that is the reasoning here as Spain tries to even up the set against Denmark.
I'd say in general we've just seen more Ashe period than Widow post change, just because you pointed out before, right, is that you still get really good hit scan pressure from the Ashe, but it's more consistent and a little bit less dangerous.
More consistent. I mean, the dive is a little bit better, or the anti-dive's a little bit better with the coach gun. So yeah. I mean, not only does the coach gun allow you to escape, but if you're with your team and you get dove, then you can actually push the Winston back rather than just like grapple away of like, see you nerd somehow.
Alrighty, so teams setting up here.
And Doge will come in for Molfig. Yeah, so Doge in for Molfig makes sense. Doge's Ramatra has actually been very, very strong. Doge is a player that, like, I don't think got rated super highly when they played in the Overwatch League for Houston. It was kind of, I think it was a mid-season pickup. It was kind of late. Played like okay. It wasn't like bad. It wasn't like great. But I think so far for Denmark, Doge's Ramatra has actually been super, super strong.
I feel like mid-season pickups, it has to be one of the most dangerous things for a player to do for their career, because it's like, usually a team that's doing that, it's like, oh, the team's struggling, and if you don't come in and immediately the team does 180, it's not the best. Not the best. But here we go. Spain on the defense. Hira looking for arrows, looking for heads. See if Spain can find a few to delay Denmark here right next to the spawn.
Yeah, I mean, the spawn hold is kind of the thing in fashion right now for Havana, and has been for quite a while, and there's a ton of different reasons for it, but it just makes perfect sense. So generally also, like, you're gonna mirror what the spawn camp is with like a Mei and a Hanzo to try to get out of spawn camp, but really kill on the Slay, tough.
Yeah, not bad at all. Spain though, having the burden of immortality. Helv is under all sorts of pressure here, but should be able to get healed back up in time before Denmark goes out. Got the last pick onto the Mei. So already 1 minute burned off the clock from Spain. So
Shockwave's gonna get desperate and just try to get everybody out with the teleporter. Works. They get out at least. You guys still win the fight though.
Well, they also have to go back to the payload at some point too. It's the other problem. It's like, we got out. The payload though, still there. Still needs to be moved, as it turns out. Shockwave looking for heads on the Hanzo. Spain, for now, looking more like the attackers than the defenders as the teams trade sides.
Doge goes down.
Oh yeah, Doge gets picked super, super early. Helv really close to a shatter. And if you're Spain, you try and do this as economically as possible. You already use the window, you get Shockwave down, and now Helv, you have the setup shatter for the next fight. Well, 2 minutes almost burned off the clock.
Yeah, I think we figured out why they chose this map. Like, their spawn camp looks really well orchestrated. Helv knows how to play the Reinhardt right to the limit, keep his team alive. Denmark's probably going to have to use ultimates to break this. They might have to Blizzard to get out.
Well, right now, number one thing, don't get hit by Shatter. Helv on the top rope, jumps down, looking for Doge. Now, trying to get position, getting frozen all the while, and taken on down. Doge punches him right after. So not quite the Shatter Engage Helv was looking for. Blizzard comes out here from Lauren, though, and Spain still slowing this down. The Blizzard from Lauren, a lot bigger than Naga's.
Yeah, Naga had to use ult there, but I think right now Spain knows that they don't necessarily have the numbers to refight this one, mostly because they lost their tank, too. But what a phenomenal spawn camp hold. Only 90 seconds left on the clock, and the cart just starts moving now.
Yeah, and the next fight is very, very winnable for Spain here. In fact, next fight going to be crucial. Lauren gets Shockwave early! Massive pickoff for Spain. Helv still hanging on to the Shatter. The window going to be down here soon. A great opportunity for Spain to engage. Now Spain, full 5. Immortality field used a little bit early. Here comes the Shatter attempt. Gets
Forces
Naga,
out the
forces
beat.
out the beat. Yeah, it's not the bad, but Doge uses Annihilation response, gets Canale. Helv is going to fall, and the counter engage from Denmark really, really good here.
Yeah, I think Spain went a little too big. They were trying to take that really weird off angle for an aggressive shatter rather than just like kind of holding it and playing corner. So they were unable to get any sort of follow-up on that shatter. Spain ended up using a ton of ultimates during that fight, and they get nothing for it. They should touch,
Yeah, not only are they going to touch, they use window here early. See if Denmark can avoid heavy, heavy pressure on the Doge. Immortality field already used for Denmark. Canale finds Naga. Spain looking healthy. Doge looking anything but as Lauren finishes him off. Really nice window engage here from Spain. They had just enough time here, Hex. Only 25 seconds left for Denmark. Their final attempt for point A coming up.
Let's give some credit to Canale because it seems like Helv is hell-bent on charging out of Immortality fields. It's like the second time he's done that, but all good. Yeah, if Spain can play like a little bit passively, then they're going to have Blizzard up first. It's kind of enormous here. Naga is 5% behind Lauren. Those are the next ultimates to come online, so it's going to be a neutral fight until the Blizzards come online, and it could be decided by the maze.
Shockwave needs to find a head here. It's desperately what Denmark needs. If not that,
Got one.
Blizzard. He finds the head! Shockwave! Exactly what was needed. Lauren, though, counter Blizzard comes on. They can't stand the point!
Lauren got Naga before Naga could get Blizzard out. What did end up coming down to the maze, Hanzo's look all good, but the area of effect ultimate freezing everybody up. And what a defense from Spain. That's sick. Denmark gonna have to go for the legendary, infamous Fuller hold.
Not impossible to do in Havana, but also, you know, you think where Havana attacks get stopped, more than anything else, it's point B. Point A holds are difficult, though more doable than some of the other maps in the pool. So, Denmark, they got their work cut out for them, and I think, you know, you look back to the last round, Hex, number one was Spain's aggression and getting picks at spawn, but number two is that I do feel like it was a little bit of a quiet round for Shockwave at the same time. Like, Shockwave, you know, he got that pick at the very end, but it just wasn't enough, and you know, that's kind of something when you're playing heroes like Hanzo, right? You know, even if you're really good, it can be streaky, and sometimes you end up on the wrong end of RNG.
Yeah, feast or famine. I mean, it's why like we always highlight, you know, Hanzo is either like 0 kills or like 3 kills in the kill feed. Kind of the nature of the hero. I mean, there was some okay moments, but yeah, you're right. For the most part, pretty quiet, but most of Denmark was pretty quiet. I can't tell you anyone who had like a great round there from Denmark. Meanwhile, Spain, I mean, Lord, like I said, like whoever got that Blizzard first and got value out of it was going to be the winners there. Lauren got it down before Naga. Naga considered one of the best Mays in this entire tournament as well, so very good there. I don't see where the defense is set up. Yeah, it's got to be a spawn hold, right?
Yeah, I mean, you got to counter for counter, especially when your offense didn't do a whole lot. Like, even if you didn't want to do this, you're doing it now. It's the only choice you have. Both teams right now trending up poke early on. Hero was looking for Hanzo picks on the point, still doing that on the other side. Playing opposite of where Helv is. Helv going for the pin. Canale was able to find Slay early. Immortality field gone.
I mean, that's so much
Helv
healing.
just swinging away. Helv, a perfect spot to be in. Not only gets Naga, not only puts Spain ahead, but also gets a lot of ult build at the same time. So this is, for Spain, about the best opening they can hope for. 3 minutes and 15 seconds left to go.
It's an interesting dynamic because in a lot of situations, the Ramatra is a better tank to play than the Reinhardt, right? Because, I mean, just 1v1, can shoot through shields, just a lot more utility. In these specific situations, the Reinhardt's way better because the shield is up constantly, and that's how Spain's winning the poke battle. That's how Helv is getting all this damage, or Canale, rather, is getting all this damage. Hero's getting all this damage. It's because they're safe, and that allows them to just take these shots and do poke.
Denmark's engagement is good. The drop down from behind. Canale wasn't able to rotate away in time. And it's just brutal. The snowball escalates very rapidly. And that's pretty much a counter engage that Denmark needed there after how the first fight went.
Yeah, that was absolutely critical. And again, it's so important to take out these main supports with Canale going down first. But Canale has done a lot of work, has window up already. Window in and Fire Strike could be a nice little combo if you can set it up, but also building towards the Shatter.
I mean, they're going to look to open with window immediately here. The question is, what is the follow-through going to be? Spain moving forward. The time is nigh. Shockwave opening up the Dragon, looking to disrupt. Spain, though, hasn't invested in anything yet, so the Dragon is gone. Window is out. Is Push going to be there? Immortality field down. Doge getting very, very low. Hira connects on the Shockwave, and I don't know if Doge can get out. No, Doge caught. And
That's it.
Spain does
Where's
not
the
have
horn?
far to go here.
Team wipe. There's the horn. God, it's going to be really difficult for them to get back.
Yeah, Denmark, the question is, can Denmark touch? This is on a knife's edge. I think you see Kellex coming on over. Is it going to be in time?
Shockwave
Okay, they
got
do
there.
get the touch. Yeah.
Yeah.
They got the touch, but now can they stay alive? Kellex gets sniped down! 94% can't get to beat. Was in a tough spot because of the delay. Now Doge comes out. Annihilation in play, and Blizzard. Denmark doing anything right now to slow this down. Only 0.24 away is Spain from forcing a map 3. Doge pounding away, finds Lauren. Denmark holds on for now. Spain so close yet so far, Hex. And now a minute 10 left to go.
What a clutch.
Spain only gets one more crack at this.
Yeah, I mean, Shockwave just barely getting on at the end as he blinked in as Tracer, allows Kellex to get in there, and then, I mean, so I mentioned that there's situations where Reinhardt's better than the Ramatra. Well, that situation, the Ramatra's better than the Reinhardt. You see it just able to go in, completely annihilates, and gets the kill onto the opposing tank. Canale and trouble.
Shockwave's down! He was trying to build Pulse. Canale, though, falls right after. Naga finishes what Shockwave started, and has a much better trade for Denmark. However, it's so quick that Spain is going to get one more attempt here, Hex.
Yeah, they're able to come back, but there was really nothing on the board as far as ultimates go for them. Actually, both sides, really. So unless this is a long, drawn-out fight, this is going to have to be one in the neutral. Shockwave could end things before they start, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about Shockwave here. Can Shockwave just make this a near unlosable fight for Denmark? Shockwave was able to build the Pulse Bomb towards the beginning of the last fight. 12 seconds left to go. Spain needs to start committing and moving forward now. I think they're waiting to get window up. They got it, but they have to watch out for Shockwave. Here we go. Shockwave on the side. Dives in from downtown. Pulse Bomb comes out, but no elimination from it. Mortality Field is out. Hira gets Shockwave in return. 5v4 for Spain as they look to force map 3. Very close to what they need. Blizzard coming out from Naga. Beat out from Gawa in return. Shatter down from hell. Don't think the Shatter hit anything, but Hira certainly is. Gets Naga. Spain alive with momentum. Doge's Annihilation, though, finds Hira. Spain with 4 still on the point. Denmark with respawn. Shockwave coming back on in. Both teams looking fairly healthy. Immortality
Blizzard's
Field
ready.
forced out. What's it going to be? Yeah, Lauren's very, very close to Blizzard. Blizzard could be the finisher here. Kellex is down. Blizzard out from Lauren onto the point. Doge goes down. Spain very, very close now. They just need a little bit more. 3 meters left to go. Slade trying to delay. Stuck against the wall. Spain pushing Denmark to the limit. It's going to be map 3.
Denmark pulls it out in the end. What a back and forth match between these two teams. I mean, it is those very small things. It's not like the most enormous, skill-based play, but I mean, so the Pulse Bomb comes in from Shockwave. We're hyping it up, and he sees a big clump, and it's 3 people, and he blinks and he drops it down. It's a beautiful Pulse Bomb. Then Immortality Fields, the ultimate on cooldown, essentially. It's a really, really good ability, but to get it out on time and to have saved it already for Canale, really well played there. He's been a priority target from the first 2 maps. Canale's been getting picked on, but he's extracting their own pound of flesh, and the defense from Spain was just phenomenal. It set them up in that good position for the offense. And while there were a couple of giant plays that came out, especially, Doge pulling it back in the penultimate fight here, very well played. And then Spain to be able to brawl it out and sustain long enough. You got to give the supports credit for how long they were able to sustain, because I think Lauren entered that fight at like 50% on the Blizzard. And that Blizzard was the closeout ultimate. Really well played. What a match. Map 3 coming up.
Yeah, and to me, all credit where credit is due. It was the defense coming out from Spain that was the true MVP here. They made it so their offense didn't have to go very far. Denmark quite nearly matched it, but it is hard to match a defense that good. We saw exactly why. And you got to give credit to Spain playing their game, playing what they're comfortable on. This was their map pick, and you're the one in the call decks going like, yeah, I see why this is their map pick. Everything that Spain wanted to do, they could do here on Havana.
Yeah, I mean, it allows Helm to play Reinhardt, which of course is great, and I mean, the play from Hero was so great, but I like the guts of the Hero play. It came a couple moments ago on this replay, but pretty much just climbs the wall in 1v1 Shockwave. Does I dare you? Like, well, it's Hanzo v Hanzo, right? Like, let the better bowman win, and wins it, then picks up another couple of kills that sets them up in a good position to close out the map and close out the fight. Man, I mean, it goes from like day 1 where I think Spain beat Belgium, and I was like, oh, well, that's a bit of an upset, a little surprising there. And every time I've seen Spain since, it's just like, this is a team that no one should want to play. Obviously, taking Denver to the Denmark to the limit here. Just amazing stuff from Spain, and I'm stoked we get another map.
Yeah, I mean, they brought it to the very edge. 1-1, Denmark versus Spain. Which team is going to take it? The finale comes at you right after this. Spain coming back strong on Havana to force a map 3 versus Denmark. And as good as Denmark is, Hex, we knew going into this that it might not be that easy.
No, and Spain didn't make it easy. I think it was, you know, the matchup against Italy was definitely a hiccup, an outlier. But other than that, you know, yeah, I mean, this Denmark team, you expect them to, you know, get out of groups, to be one of the tops. I've just gushed over this roster constantly, and like I said, there's not really a hole on this roster. So for Spain to be able to play as close as they have has been really, really impressive. And now, of course, with Denmark losing prior map on Havana, they will be able to choose our next map of the push game mode, and it is going to be Esperanza.
Yeah, a map that did not go super well for Spain last time they played it, where they ran into a brick wall known as Reaper. I don't know if Denmark's going to play that, though, so it could be a very different game. But I do feel like there is an element here where, as much as you might want to play what you're comfortable on, man, if Denmark could just pull out the Reaper here, I would, because you just saw how much trouble it gave Spain against thus far a weaker team in Italy, right? From what we've seen so far. Not that Italy wasn't impressive earlier today, but just...
yeah, I mean, the meta on this map has kind of been a lot of dive, because like there is some high ground that you have to control, like the Winston and Anna. Like Anna wants to get on this corner up top, and then it's like the Winston counter diving and diving. Also, we've seen some Sojourn come out on this map too to help control some of the high ground, but a lot of it has been Anna, Brig, and Winston, and then also with like obviously the Sombra Tracer. Italy cycled in the Reaper, which worked out really, really well too. So we shall see. But this is Denmark's map pick, and I mean, you'd have to call it an upset if Denmark doesn't pull this series off, right? Like this is a team that should be out of groups without a problem.
Yeah, it would be an upset and then some. I mean, it definitely adds to Spain's dark horse status overall. It also just puts Spain in like a very strange spot where they're definitely very much back in it should they beat Denmark here today. But also you just wonder, is like, what is the performance spread for Spain in terms of their highs and their lows? I mean, you talk about a team that, you know, very low floor, very high ceiling. It would probably be Spain.
Yeah, well, it'd be Denmark's second loss as well. So, yeah, really tough to recover from those. See what these teams want to run. It looks like Spain is going to go for their dive composition, and Denmark is going to run something a little bit different. Put Shockwave on the Ashe. Kind of a more rush comp for Denmark.
Yeah, and I mean, the Ashe isn't bad if Shockwave is hitting shots. There's part of me that would like to see them run Reaper with what they're doing. They definitely still could with the rest of the composition. We'll see how it pans out here as teams begin the all-important first fight here on Push, where momentum is everything. Shockwave right now looking for any open opportunities for now, just shooting the break.
Yeah, you take it. I mean, you see, exactly, that's where the Anna wants to live. On either side of center point, the Anna wants to live up on this bridge here, and just be able to pump in the Winston full of healing.
Ooh, that's big. Naga just catches Hero with the Icicle on the outskirts, and, you know, again, it's simple plays like that. Just a quick pickoff that leads to more, escalates, and gets you a big advantage on Push early on. The first kill on Push, at times, could be the most impactful in the entire game.
I mean, it's such a momentum-based game mode, you know, and obviously, like, if you win this first fight, you're in a good position. If you win this second fight, it is enormous, because then you get forward spawns.
38 meters here for Denmark, keeping it rolling. Spain under heavy pressure to make this next fight work. Still a ways away from the EMP, though Lauren's been building quickly. Held under pressure. Lauren forced back. Denmark fairly healthy, just getting hit by the bio. Lauren finds Slay. Now, this is going to be tough for Denmark. They're healing, really hurt from the early pickup from Lauren. Spain, just going to be able to go for it. And you see immediately in the progress, too. Denmark knows it. They just back out.
Yeah, they just bailed out, and Doge with like a sixth sense right there. He saw like he was getting a little bit pushed by the Winston and backed out, and then there was the Tracer and Sombra. He was definitely getting pincered and kind of felt it just before it happened, able to escape with his life there. EMP up for Lauren.
Yeah, it's going to be EMP versus Blizzard here more than anything else. And all eyes got to be on Lauren here in the setup. Goes for the EMP in the back, hits 3! Forces out Immortality Field immediately. Shockwave, though, still alive. Naga's still alive. Bob and Blizzard should be coming out here soon. Nano went on the Helve and Primal. Spain investing a lot for this fight, but Denmark looking very healthy in turn. They did drop the Blizzard to allay some of the pressure here. Helve getting very, very low. Primal's gone. Nano's gone. Bob out here from Shockwave. As Denmark still looking very healthy. Helve needs help, but not going to find it as Denmark weathers the storm.
Weathers the storm. Doge able to clean up top. Really nice play there. And just Denmark does a really good job of responding to the EMP. Like, 3 people got hit, but there was a really nice peel there, able to come back. And then even the Primal from Helve late got absolutely no value, got pushed out, and forward spawns. Critical.
Yeah, Lauren did get a late pick onto Slay, and Slay's actually had enough. Slay goes to the Moira now.
I don't mind it. It's much better escapability. It helps you deal with the Sombra a little bit, too.
Galax under pressure, hanging on to the beat. Helve isolated and taken down in no small part due to Naga's Ice Wall. And again, Denmark, they're going to add on even more to their lead here, Hex.
Adding a wall to the map ends up being really, really good. So Spain has just got no momentum going here. It's been very difficult. They want to be able to play high grounds and enable jumps, but so far, Denmark has been taking it away. Shockwave's been putting pressure on the high ground from distance, and for the most part, like, Doge has just gone, unharassed. There's really not much that Helv can do against the Ramatra on the point. Here's the beat from Kelix. Too late for Shockwave.
Yeah, it's not in time to save Shockwave, so Spain gets one away there. Still, the progress still adding up for Denmark, even in a fight where they're down Shockwave early. Spain, like, the name of the game has to be not just win the fight, but get good cleanup here if possible. Denmark's still rolling with 4. The Shockwave's going to be back very shortly, and he goes for a swap. Now onto the Sombra.
Denmark's disengages have been absolutely phenomenal, and it's a really good way to play this map mode. Like, once you get it to where you need to be, there's no reason to stick around. Like, if you're not going to win that fight and you're not going to get more progress, like, stalling the bot doesn't do a ton for you. The bot moves pretty quick, but make sure that you're in good position to fight next, because the last thing you want to happen on push is get snowballed.
Denmark just used Annihilation, didn't really get much for it. Spain gets a comeback in power, drops the EMP, Naga immediately gone. Help though, caught right after, not as beneficial to Spain as they would have liked. Hira nearly getting chunked down by Shockwave. And here comes the raid boss, Nano on the Gala.
Yeah, but I mean, like, yeah, they're burning out the Spain economy right now. They will end up losing 3, so the disengagement doesn't really happen for Denmark this time around. But that was a big investment from Spain. They end up using 3 ultimates that fight, although Denmark has emptied their own bank too, so pretty nice from Spain as they try to push this one back. But still, the progress is so enormous right now for Denmark.
Also, burning out the economy just sounds like way more dire of a phrase than anything else.
Yeah,
But
I mean, it hits close to home as an American.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Hira holding on to the pulse bomb. Locked and ready to go. Spain, early primal, they catch Kelix. Good start here for Spain as they try and bridge the gap. Pulse bomb came up here, didn't connect. Doge, though, in a really, really rough spot. Taken on down.
I think they're requesting a pause. They're not getting it.
Oh, now we go.
There it is. I think it was Helv who requested it first, maybe? I'm not sure. I didn't see exactly. But we are going to go into a pause with Denmark leading at about 80. Spain trying to get the comeback here. 2 down for each side. So it's going to be kind of a scrappy brawl when we get back. We'll figure out what the pause is all about. Wasn't a disconnect, because I think disconnects are auto pauses. So
Well,
that was
it might have been.
request for a pause.
Or like at least one that didn't take them out of game, because Helv said chat IDC.
Yeah, so maybe
written there, so.
maybe a lag out, something like that. But we shall see. It is the nature of online gaming. Just happens in our remote world.
Hey,
yeah.
Tech has progressed a lot. Remember in our old online tournaments, way before any of the organized setups, if someone disconnected, teams just had to eat that within reason. Like, you could come back with all the ability you have nowadays. I mean, we could pause, I guess, but that was about it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was responsible for pausing, but there were times where, like, someone would call for a pause, but it's like the dead middle of a fight, and I'm like, I kind of have to wait a second here. Like, yeah, I mean, look. It has been a difficult day for comp ops and admins, and I respect you, I love you, I appreciate you, because yeah, it's been a tough one figuring out rules, getting pauses in, herding teams into the server. So appreciate all the work for the people behind the scenes. I think that's what people don't realize about, like, a lot of online tournaments. Of course, you and I did a lot of the guerrilla stuff back in the days, but right now, whenever you see a tournament, there's about 30 people working. Like, there's a lot that goes into making sure that everything goes as smoothly as possible. And even with that, sometimes technology is just, there's always that fault point.
Yeah, the most support we got back in the day was a guy that would order us pizza on occasion. It was really one occasion, but yeah.
Well, he also paid us. So that was that was the support I cared about. If I could either have a pizza party or more pay, I think everyone would agree. I would prefer to get paid more.
Well, that one magic month we had both. But in case you're wondering, we do have a pause. That's why we're sitting here filling. And it is a little bit unfortunate for Spain if it was on their end, if it was on Helv, if that impacted anything in any way, because Spain actually has some decent momentum going right now. The best they've had all map long, and anything along those lines to disrupt that, definitely not ideal timing.
Well, I mean, I guess we'll figure it out too if it's a soft disconnect or a hard disconnect based on the ultimate charge, and we're getting right back into it. Helv at 1%, but still in position.
Primal though.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Don't know what happened. Doesn't really matter. This one's scrappy as all get out, but it does seem like Spain does have the bodies and the numbers here to be able to get some progress.
All right, Spain keeping the robot moving forward. Canal was just picked off, should be back before the next fight really takes place. And I mean, Spain did have to back up a little bit because of that late pick on the Canal. Now though, Lauren.
Yeah, they'll set up the EMP for the next fight.
You see Lauren right now just setting up, waiting for the right opportunity. Everything for Spain, banking on this EMP. Goes to the back, hits 3! Is the follow-through going to be there? Naga and Doge still alive! They got really low, but the follow-through from Spain, not there. So Denmark able to weather the storm, not get taken out by that. Now Spain going to have to invest more. Rally should be coming in here in a moment. Doge going in damage on the Ram. Gets slept in the middle fight and immediately woken up. Naga though caught! Hira was able to find Naga mid-fight. Pulse Bomb out for a little bit extra. Hira cracks it wide open with a quick 2, now 3.
Enormous plays from Hira and just grab another. That's what we expect to see from Hira. Hira the hero. Those plays on Tracer have become commonplace from Hira. Absolutely enormous switch around. Spain, again, though, still behind. There will be a recontest from Denmark at some point. Spain will love to get these forward spawns. It looks like they will. No, Naga's going to come in and contest.
And
just
Denmark's
even
way
seeing
richer.
the Reaper. Yeah.
Denmark, I feel like you're Spain, you have to be prepared for a very quick disengage here. You have to know your beat in terms of ultimates. Unless you get a quick pick off here, like, you have to know this is going back the other way.
Yeah, Naga goes up to check that spot where the supports usually are, but they have vacated the area. A beat comes in from Denmark as they try to engage.
Naga ready for the Death Blossom, doing it down Broad Street. Doesn't get much. Denmark spent a lot here for not much to show for it. EMP up here soon. Shockwave, though, solo. I don't think Shockwave feels good about dropping it. Spain has weathered the storm and then some. Now they get their EMP out. Is the fall-through going to be there? Denmark's looking real low across the board, but no pickoffs yet. Doge annihilating. Kellex finally getting caught. And Spain weathers some very difficult circumstances, keeps things going. 53 meters and on the verge of evening it up.
Well, Denmark's now just investing late into this too. Slade used Coalescence, trying to get some more done. Maybe they can spin this back. 2 late kills from Denmark. And Denmark's got Shockwave to come back with EMP. Brutal.
Yeah, Spain was in a really good spot, and I think just overdove a bit there. And you think about the mechanics of push, I mean, this buys Denmark 1, if not 2 fights.
Easily
when Spain
2.
was 1 fight away. That
Yeah.
is a brutal momentum shift.
Easy 2, and if I'm Denmark, I'm looking for the first decent EMP I can get. Solo person, 2 people, whatever.
The no
Doesn't have to
standards
be huge.
EMP, I'll take anything. It's
Yeah.
what you're looking for right now from Shockwave. And, well, Shockwave might not even get that. Has to back out early, so EMP's going to be delayed. Mark still looking strong, Spain looking for their way in. Nano up, Helv gonna dive in. Shockwave's opportunity, the EMP is quickly gonna fade as Hira finds Slay early into the fight. And Shockwave still uses the EMP! Is it gonna be enough? Naga gets 2 off of it, it's not the worst. Hira, though, gets the bomb on the Doge. Spain looking a bit healthier here thus far. They're gonna get the robot moving the other way.
They will. I mean, it's been actually some pretty decent stall there. Kellex tries to push back the team going to that. There
Helv
is a
needs
Death
help.
Blossom. Death Blossom is up. Helv. Where is Helv and why is he so low?
Helv is probably camped out at a health pack while waiting for Canal and Gal to get back to the fight.
Okay, so Denmark needs to win 1 more defense. That's it. That's fight. I mean, yeah, this does seem like it's coming down to last fight. EMP for Spain, Death Blossom for Denmark. I think if Denmark can stall this one out just a tiny bit, use Beat, and then get to Annihilation and get to Coalescence, they should be able to win this fight. They have the advantage
Goes
there.
in. Primal's good to go. Spain with options of their own, particularly the EMP. Looks for Shockwave, gets him! Catches Shockwave when he's low, drops in the pack, gets Slay, Kellex down! An incredible engage from Spain! And that could be it. Denmark now in overtime spawns. Gonna have to rush the touch the robot. They'll have beats, but that is the most brutal engage imaginable as Spain so close to the upset.
If they can touch, they still have 3 in the bank. It is so close. The Beat comes out.
Beat comes out. Denmark. Kellick's got buyout. Is Kellick's gonna live? Kellick's with 1 HP. Barely gets away, but Shockwave picked first once more. Slay, Shockwave, Kellick's all gone. It's just Doge annihilating on the point, but he's been hit with the purple. Gets hit with the bomb. And Spain just a little bit further, and they will take it. They do. Spain upsets Denmark in a 3-map thriller.
I am somewhat speechless. Not that it's like the biggest upset ever, because we've seen Spain play really close to everybody, but there were just so many strange moments there, and even still, Denmark almost pulled it back at the end. There ended up being so many times where the EMP comes in and Spain's able to capitalize, and also it just felt like Denmark was taking so much damage. There's so many times I look up at all 5 of their bars are below half, and they just can't put out enough healing. And with the Moira, you would kind of be surprised at that. And then I think it does come down to Shockwave just kind of an unluckers right there. You know, like he's low, trying to get out, and then the Sombra sees the low health, and that initial pick off onto Shockwave Sombra, absolutely killer for them at the end. About as close of a series as you can imagine, and Spain pulls it off, and I believe they're now ahead of Denmark in the standings.
Also, to that play, I would just go to the fight before too, right? Where, Denmark was able to make it fairly even with a late EMP, but the reality is that Shockwave's EMP was late. It came out after they were already down 1 player, and the engagement difference between the 2 teams really showed in the last few fights, where Denmark was slow to get their ideal fight condition, and a lot of it was that Spain was just playing aggro enough to not let them find it.
Yeah, Hero with just some enormous moments too. We saw the Pulse Bomb and the 3Ks, but also like one of those penultimate fights, he's able to solo slay on the Moira, which is never an easy feat as Tracer to try to kill a Moira 1v1, able to get that done. So Hero comes in huge, exactly when we expected. We mentioned their name at the top of the match as somebody who can carry fights single-handedly, not necessarily what happened, but I mean, I think back at like very first stages and a couple of these maps, and there were just some small mistakes from Denmark that Spain was always in a position to capitalize on. Denmark did not play perfectly at all today, but Spain, was there to take advantage of it. And what a tournament it's been so far for Spain. And I think they continue to impress. They continue to surprise, and they could beat anyone now, and I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, they just beat Denmark, and Denmark, I think, I can't speak highly enough about Denmark. So Spain. I mean, I can't believe they lost to Italy now, thinking about it. Like, that just makes that even...
Well, Spain's... Look, you have your high highs and your low lows, but that's what makes this tournament so much fun. That was Spain versus Denmark. I got news for you. Got one more match left here today. Coming up soon, it's going to be France versus Belgium.
Welcome back to the 2023 Overwatch World Cup online qualifiers for the EMEC region. I'm Jim Basco, that's CP, that's Hex, and we just watched Spain upset Denmark. ZP, give it to us. For those who might just be tuning in, what did they just miss out on?
I mean, they missed out on Spain playing up to a high level once again and showing why people, were really impressed with Spain at the beginning of the tournament. Maybe a little bit down after the loss to Italy, but right back up again. And look, I mean, they did it in part because particularly their DPS able to dive were just so incredibly good. The coordination between Lauren and Hira, the consistency, particularly when they use the EMP. I mean, look, I'll compare the two teams directly. The EMP plays for Spain were far better than the EMPs that Denmark was getting. And to me, with both teams running a similar composition, that was probably the biggest difference maker between the two teams on our last map.
It was some uncharacteristically sloppy play from Denmark, and you think about like even back to the first stage of control where we're like, oh, they just reset now and they come back in, right? And they didn't reset and they got caught. It almost felt like, even if they would lose something critical in a set play for a fight, they would still go for it anyway, and thinking like we're just better than these players, which probably to a man they are, but it didn't really matter. I mean, you think about like that last EMP that came in a little bit late, and you think about like Shockwave not resetting on stage 1 of Ilios, like those little things that came back, thinking like, well, I know it's 3v4 or it's 3v5, but we can still do this. That confidence can work out for you sometimes, but that confidence got punished today.
Yeah, man, after that map 2 as well, I'm sure both teams were shaking and ready to roll. Spain just keeping the composure for that much longer and getting the victory there. We've actually got an interview with the team manager of Team Spain, so Hex CP, I'll hop back right with you in just a second, but we've got Ness from Team Spain. Yo, happy to see you again. I think you're muted. Yes. He's working on that right now. Of course, if you guys don't know, we hopped on last week with an S, and he was talking about how proud he was to represent Spain. Here we are in the second week, of course, so as soon as he gets that sorted, we'll get him.
Can you guys,
there he is, Ness.
Okay,
Yo.
yeah.
Congratulations on the victory, man. How are you feeling? Talk to us.
I don't know how I'm feeling. I don't know if to laugh, I don't know if to scream, I don't know if to cry. I'm so emotional. I feel so good. I was there with the guys when they were in the last fight. Oh my God, we knew what it was coming. We knew what it was coming, but like not like this. My hair can't handle this.
Yeah, I don't know, we're just watching, of course. I can't imagine what it must feel like to be you. But of course, even map 2 into map 3, both such tight maps. Talk to us about it, right? After you win map 1, or after the loss in map 1, how did it feel for you guys going in through that series and then bringing it all the way back?
So we felt, actually, since map 1 was really close, we felt confident. And we were like, let's keep playing like this. We play well. There was some mistakes that, of course, we can actually recover from. But like, Health, the captain, told me, okay, I have a vision. We are gonna play Havana. We play Havana a lot in scrims, and we feel super confident about it. But oh my God, the map was so close. Then we won. We were with a boost of confidence, but we were chilling because we know that we have a really hard composition to play against. We know that they were gonna play Ramatra. They were gonna try to counter the monkey of Health. So we say, okay, our game is dive. Let's play dive. And if we win with dive, we win with dive. If we lose with dive, we lose with dive. But this is the tiki-taka of Spain. This is our game.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a vision, you got to stick to it. And when you have a motivated leader like Helv, which we can even see through his gameplay alone, just exudes confidence, right? Talk to us about that. What is the team structure like? What is the dynamic like? These are players who have never played in a World Cup before, but are now competing against some of the most veteran players in Overwatch.
So it's funny because I think the most new are the most chill. Sometimes when we are playing, Galan Kenile are a backlane that you have behind you and you know that you are not gonna die. That's why Health it's super confident into the team, and it's super confident when we engage with a backline like this behind. Health is the passion, Hira is the brain, and the backlane and Lauren are the pillars of all the team. Oh no, my God, I feel so emotional right now. I'm sorry if I'm like shaking or saying no sense.
You're fine, and I completely understand, man. We've been watching your journey the entire time, and with that victory, you are now in the top 3 of Group A, debunking Denmark from that. But of course, you know, let's take a moment to look ahead in the schedule too, right? Upcoming, you've got France, you've got Great Britain, you've got Portugal. There's so much to come, but you guys have made it so far. What's your message to your fans watching you in the last couple of days of competition here?
So we are gonna play to win. We are gonna play our game. We know that our next rival is one of the strongest one of Europe right now, but we're gonna keep like this. We're gonna keep playing and we're gonna keep believing. That's it.
You better believe it, and as the entire team out here is cheering for you, and I'm sure everyone in the audience feels your energy and your passion. So honestly, thank you so much for sitting down here with me today. It's been an honor to be able to watch you, and we can't wait to see you play again tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
All right, Hex and ZP, man, the energy is just contagious. You can feel it in the air. I feel so many emotions for this Spanish team. ZP, man, they've got a mountain to climb still, but boy, was their road not easy to get where they are now.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main thing going forward, right, is that any of the other teams that have yet to play Spain that are considered contenders, they have to be watching out and going, okay, this is not going to be an easy match. You need to prep for Spain as you would any other top-tier team in the group. The win over Denmark definitely shows that they're for real, and yeah, even though they've had some lows, their highs are something that can absolutely knock your tournament prospects to a very different place. So you'll love to see it, and definitely one of the coolest stories so far here in the Overwatch World Cup.
Yeah, so let's take a look before we talk about this some more. Let's take a look at the schedule. Let's bring that back up because there's only one more match left in the day. But yeah, Hex, go ahead. You know, we're talking about Spain versus Denmark here, 2-1. Their prospects for the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's a scary team, but also, like, that's just what the World Cup's all about. It's so cool to see that interview and just how happy they are. I mean, Spain should technically probably be undefeated. And ZP, I think you bring up a great point. Like, not only do teams have to be afraid of them and prepare for them, but also I just think what this victory does for Spain's confidence. You know, they get a couple of early wins, and then, like, that helps them out. But to beat Denmark and to beat them, like, you know, pretty well, like, not super decisively, but to pull it out and clutch out some of the fights they did, they have to have the confidence that they can beat absolutely anybody, right? I mean, so like you got Great Britain and like you've got teams, but if you do like the transitive properties, like they could absolutely, they beat a team that could beat a team, right? So yeah, this is a team that I don't think anyone had coming out of groups when we looked at it, and now like it's firmly in the realm of possibility.
Yeah, the World Cup producing storylines that even we couldn't think of, honestly. So you love to see it. You love to see these dark horse stories come to fruition, and we're wishing them the best of luck throughout the rest of the week. With that said, though, we're ready to hop into Match 7. No breaks, no more ads. We are hopping straight into the action. Hex, ZP, enjoy the ride, and I'll see you guys on the flip side.
All right, getting into it, and you know, Hex, this is going to be another match where we have an overwhelming favorite. We haven't quite seen the upset potential from a team like Belgium, but you talk about teams that Spain, you know, could take to the limit. France, they went to 3 against Denmark, and if Denmark went to 3 against Spain, you know, what does that mean when these two teams meet? Definitely something to be looking forward to. But the France roster, we've talked a lot about it, but let's talk about not the old here, Hex, but the new. Reviews and Pack, definitely the standouts here, even amongst all this veteran talent.
Yeah, and we said it even going into the last match against Denmark that these were the guys to look out for. Like, we know what everyone else is, but I think we started to really understand the value that Reviews and Pack bring to this team. You know, so far France is undefeated. They just took down Denmark, but that was a very close series. I think what we've seen from France is that they clearly favor a rush style because that allows Nico to play Mei, Ben Best to play like a brawler tank, FD God to play Lucio. Like, these are their best heroes, obviously. But then, you know, Pack on Hanzo, Reviews, Baptiste has been sick, and the Ana play has been really good. A just stacked team from top to bottom, and I think, you know, the questions that you had about this roster were of the newer faces, you know, the people that we don't know from the Overwatch League necessarily, obviously with competitive play experience, but Pack and Reviews were every bit as good as the rest of the team, if not the biggest parts of their last victory over Denmark.
Yeah, and that to me is the most exciting part of Team France here. But shifting gears, taking a look at Belgium. a team that's definitely had ups and downs. I think you look at a player like Ken, right, on the DPS end. We've seen rounds where Ken has played something like a Pharah and been lights out. And then we've had other rounds where Ken is on a different DPS and is simply out, non-existent.
Right.
Logix is just kind of flailing on his own. So, it's a very inconsistent Belgium team that so far has kind of struggled because of that fact.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, too, to add some context to Belgium, though, because it looks like, we're kind of giving them a bad rap. They got their first victory last week against, Portugal, which brings them to a record of 1-3. They hadn't won before that. But here's why. They faced Great Britain, they faced Spain, and they faced Denmark, right? And when they lost to Spain, we're like, oh, well, that seems like a bit of an upset on paper. Clearly, it wasn't now. Just revisionist history now. I mean, the schedule's not any kinder to them as they go against France. And, we constantly say it's about consistency, and that narrative hasn't changed. I mean, it's not just the DPS players and Logix and Ken have to be more consistent. They're the ones that it's most visible on because they're playing damage, but the whole squad has to just make better decisions, get better value out of their ultimates. They're 1-3, but God, that schedule is a tough schedule for them. So
Yeah.
it is still I still am not certain that this Belgium team is not good, but they're definitely the underdogs going against France.
Yeah, they definitely won the hardest schedule award, especially given the fact that we
Yeah.
just talked about all the tough matches they've had. And it's like, oh yeah, they
Those
got
are
to
the
play
first
against
3
France
matches.
today.
Yeah. Great Britain, Spain, Denmark. That's how you start the tournament. That's tough.
Well, if nothing else, they've had good competition to practice against. And one thing we've seen here in this tournament is that you can't take anything for granted. And if France went into this match, sleepwalking, Belgium can certainly punish them. But we'll see what France has in store as they roll out here. They did have Ben Best in as starter,
Yes.
right? So,
Yeah.
expect Friday, is what I'll say.
I mean, definitely a tank that's going to, a main tank, as it were. Some tank with a shield, very likely. But we'll see. I mean, Ben Best could play a lot of different things, but France does have. I don't think so. Here's my wild out of the box theory. They're not going to play Diva. That's the one thing I know. Poco's not in the lineup. They're not going to play Diva. But yeah, it seems like France definitely prefers the more brawl compositions. Like I mentioned, it allows their players to play their best heroes for the most part. So no surprise there. I don't think they'll really switch it up. It doesn't seem like they need to try to throw in some practice. Belgium against the brawl. Looks like they might run this Pharah, but there's no Mercy. There's the Mercy. Okay, speed boost out of spawn, switch to Mercy. Makes sense.
Yeah, and if there's any team that can play we're going to ignore the Pharah and stay on the point and do it well, it's this France squad. I actually have full faith in their ability to not die the rockets. Now that I've said that, watch someone fly off the map to a concussive blast, because that's just how the caster curse works in situations like this.
Yeah, I mean, they've already got the sim set up on the point, too, so definitely just going to kind of stay as a squad. Nico gets antied, but just going to run to the point and be fine. Decent flank here for the Pharah, though. Getting some good hits.
Yeah, it's decent hits, but France movement. Oh!
Nice
Gets
job.
reviews. A nice little direct. Had to kind of predict that there. Didn't have full line of sight on the map the entire time, but that is the way you make a team pay for trying to ignore the Pharah. And the barrage super quickly built. Really nice stuff from Ken, and yeah, killing the BAP that early. Great stuff from Ken.
Yeah, I mean, not only is it all the healing, but it's also like the counterplay to the barrage would be an immortality field to at least keep you alive, but also it's pretty much the only hero they have that shoots up really well. So the Baptiste is an enormous pick there. France complete swaps across the board, except FD guy can stay on the Lucio. Everyone else swapping over to the Winston Tracer Sombra dive.
They've gone to the other variant, which is we're gonna kill your entire team except the Pharah Mercy with a super hard dive.
I want a good name for it. What do you think about Spy Dive? Spy diving?
I can kind of see it.
We'll think about it. We'll think about it.
Yeah, I'll let marinate a bit as Pat got Potanova down immediately. Logix punishes Ben Best for it, but France definitely looking decent here on the dive. They got control of the point while they were doing that. Logix, though, has been taking out the trash. Gets 2 cleanup kills in the interim, just rolling around. Now looking for FD God as Belgium should be able to flip this back very quickly, but France, again, going to be prioritizing the point here more than anything else. It's point presence, dive on the non-far targets, let Ken do whatever he wants. That is the game plan for France.
Ben Best is really low. He's gonna escape with his life and go back to his team, but it anti, yeah.
Again, Logic's just good, easy cleanup on the outskirts, looking for reviews, gets it! And the strategy France is playing right now is making Logic's look like someone you want to thank.
Well, they still have the control of the point, though. I mean, France has done a really good job of staggering people in and out, and while Belgium is clearly winning this fight, they are not winning the points. It's been counting up. They've gotten at least 20% off this.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of battle versus war mentality going on here. Logic's close to the pulse bomb. Pack already has it. Pack, though, shot on down. 69 to 39. You wouldn't feel it, though, from how these fights are being played out.
No, the last minute or two have been Belgium absolutely winning it, but you know it's not about who. This isn't team deathmatch, unfortunately. It is control point, and France has been in huge control of the point, and they've got all the ults. There's Ian.
Oh, that was an assassination on the Padanova. The hack into everyone getting in on it. Gets rid of the honor for Belgium, which means it's going to be really hard for Shira to stay in and around the point right now. Like, Shira basically has to wait. At some point, he'll only come in. Logic's getting super, super low. Ken under pressure and down! Falls to his own rocket at the end. Shira, Nico, don't think it's going to be enough. France also got the reflip very quickly here, Hex, even as the fight is still going on. They prioritize the point. Shira out of it. Benbest still very healthy. Zepti God drops a beat. Ken, barrage in the top, immediately finding his wings clipped. And this is looking good for France now. One fight away.
Yeah, nice kill there from FD God. It wouldn't be a map without FD God getting a boop kill. Just gonna chill off on the edge.
Ah, the stick from Logic on the side. Style points for days. Now see if Belgium can make something come of it. Nico.
That was awesome.
Shaba though early. 4v4. France at 99%. Belgium has to stay on the point while fighting here, and Shira not to get demec'd. France at a massive HP advantage here, and also a numerical advantage, tank advantage, whatever advantage you want to throw into it. Belgium just hope for anything to break their way as Logix gets run over. France gonna take round one.
Yeah, it's all over but the crying here as Pac will clean up with a couple of melee confirms at the end, and really that's just a tale of two compositions there. France obviously got bullied out a little bit when they're running the Reinhardt and trying the more static composition of playing on point. You know, a couple of nice early kills from Ken. Logix looked solid at points in time, but France prioritized playing the point. And the EMP from Nico was enormous. I think it got 5. I couldn't really tell because Padanova got killed immediately.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure that was a 5-person EMP. The great follow-up there. And I mean, we talk about France's versatility, and I always talk about just like, the tank lines that they can sub in Poco, but also they can play different comps. And a lot of that goes to Nico's versatility as well. And Nico, as far back as I can remember, Nico plays like everything and plays it all really well. Maybe not everything, but like all the kind of off stuff, right? Like not, yeah. It's not like a Widow or a McCree specialist or a Cassidy specialist, but like every hero that's a little bit weird.
Okay.
Like Nico's good
If you think about who Nico used to play with, though, team-wise, like that was a team full of very strong personalities, and Nico just got forced to flex. There's a lot of like, I'm not playing that hero. You play that hero. Like that hero's beneath me, and Nico's just like, okay, I guess I'll play it with the old AKM Winstein. But either way, Belgium right now. More progress on the point. Padanova, though, gets caught early. You're going to see France come in and force here, where this is going to be about the quickest retake you can get. 5% for Belgium. We'll see if they can delay long, but, down there on us so early, it's kind of a losing fight.
Yeah, they will eventually flip it back, and this is exactly where France wants to be playing on this point. The sim is not just for the teleporter here. They're going to get set up and be able to have the turrets in here, and I mean, this is a composition that has worked out on this point since, well, this map was introduced. It just works out really well for Sim to be able to guard all the doors. Also, if a team looks like they want to take the front door, Nico's able to clean it off, but Nico goes down to Rocket.
Yeah, slow rocket from Ken, sets up the barrage to the back. It's a big one, gets 2. And Belgium immediately hitting pay dirt with the Pharah. Sometimes you just can't ignore it. We'll see how quickly Belgium reflips here. Should be fast, as most of France is back in spawn.
I just love that Ken can have an enormous play and like hit all these rockets and get a barrage, and then the kill feed is him dying to a sim turret. It's like, doesn't feel lore accurate right there.
Suffering from success. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah.
Well, I will tell you, though, the result of that happening is Belgium's about to lose this point. Losing the Ana that early is tough, unless they get a miracle pick. They're getting Valkyrie early to try and compensate, but it's not ideal. Ken needs to get a pick off here soon. Well, Benbest out of the fight. It's big from Logix. Belgium could hold on here. Logix goes down, though. Beat can be dropped. France can't commit. France does not feel like retreating here just yet. Refuse. Finishing off Shira. They got Pack. Pulse Bomb good to go. Do you use it here? Do you save it? Probably would like to save it, but gonna use it. Get rid of the Ana. Get rid of the problem. Make sure there's no healing. That's what Pack says, as Pack picks up a nice little 3-piece.
Yeah, very, very nice play there. I mean, Pulse Bomb's not something that you'd, like, think about holding on to, right? It charges up pretty quick, and if you have both supports in there, you know, go for the stick and absolutely eliminate it. Make sure that Belgium can't come crawling back into this. France will finally take the lead on this stage as they lead in the map, and see if Nico can get another big EMP. Belgium's in a weird spot right now, necessarily, so I don't know if you go for this.
EMP is how you set the momentum here. Like,
yeah.
You just
kind of just wait. They're not.
Yeah, you don't have to go for it now. But now, yeah, as soon as they group up, and the follow through on the Logix just immediately evaporated. As textbook as the EMP as you're gonna get. Now 75% for France. One more fight from France, and the map will be theirs.
I mean, they've just done a really good job of the moment that Belgium splits off into two squads, which is almost always going to happen when you have a Fair Mercy.
That is such an aggressive dive. Logix got mugged before you could even consider the point. You didn't even get the name or the license plate of that bus as it came on over. Self-destruct on the point from Shira, just trying to buy time, immediately punished, and yeah, that's one way to win a map. Just, you know, that final fight? Why have a final fight? Just mug Logix before he gets to the point.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that is, you know, the mark of like a great team, and I've always been a fan of like just be aggressive. Being aggressive almost always works out better in Overwatch, being proactive rather than reactive. And so like when you see those opportunities and the top level teams and the top level players do it, it's like, I see this and I'm pretty sure I can win this 1v1. Going up one person, especially now in 5v5 Overwatch 2, enormous. It kind of wins you entire fights, and especially towards the end of rounds when teams are kind of scrambling and trying to get back to the point, you will often find a stray, like, you know, off of the herd. It's where lions hunt the people who are straggling behind the pack, and that's exactly what happened there.
Yeah. Well, in that case, it was more like Logix was in front of the pack. They just went for the scout in that case. You know, Logix gonna have to hold the overclock for later, I suppose, but yeah, definitely a tough round for Belgium at points. Still had one of the most stylish pulse bombs I think I've ever seen with Logix chasing FD God off the edge. That was, you know, it's good when you see it and you just laugh. You just laugh.
FD God had just gotten the kill onto the Ana, almost got the Mercy, and then just beautiful.
Oh man, that. I mean, we saw FD God's point. FD God's like, wait, what's he doing? What's he doing here? Oh crap! Like that was probably the line of thought going through FD God there. It's like, but yeah, I mean, Belgium had their points, but France way more consistent, and you just saw the show superiority at the end where they just go, no one's gonna really guess that we're gonna send 3 people to just murder Logix before the last fight. And they did.
Well, and also the composition from Belgium makes sense. Like, you're not, first of all, you're not going to beat France at Rush. Like, it's probably not going to happen. It's a great comp for them. Second of all, I don't think Belgium's played Rush at all. Like, that composition that we just saw from Belgium is pretty much what they've been playing the entire tournament, where Ken will pick an Echo or a Pharah, sometimes some other things. Maybe they'll go like Sombra, Tracer, Winston Dive, you know, Spy Dive, as everyone calls it.
Everyone.
But yeah, I mean, I think that they had to go for that composition. They got a couple of kills, but really, you know, France, you know, got pretty lucky on the stage RNG to be able to play Rush in the good situations. And we'll see where Belgium wants to take them next. It will be Belgium's map pick, but kind of, you know, going according to plan so far.
Well, France, they are looking good here against Belgium. Coming up next, map 2. We'll see if Belgium can turn it around. France looking overwhelmingly strong in our first map against Belgium. Belgium having a few bright spots, but still struggling to put it all together. Just have Logix do more absolutely ridiculous pulse bombs that defy imagination. Just, you know, good 5 or more of those Hexa per match, and it might be close.
Yeah, two of the more stylish players in all of Overwatch, Logix and FD God, meet each other there. Like, FD God had just made an enormous play and almost got a second enormous play, and then that's when he gets picked off with one of the funnier pulse bombs I have ever seen. So Belgium is down 0-1, though, which means that they will be choosing our next map. Early on in the tournament, they went to Circuit Royale. Okay, we will go back to Circuit Royale. Later, they actually chose Numbani, so a lot of this comes down to, like, who do you want to have their better hero on? Because Circuit Royale allows Logix to play long-range hit scan, whereas Numbani was allowing Ken to play in Echo, so it seems like they're going to go back to Circuit Royale. They've gone to this map a couple of different times. Really opens up long-range sight lines for this squad, so maybe Logix is feeling it today. Probably some Widow, probably some Ashe early on. Also, it's not terrible for the Widow or the Sombra Tracer, but I would expect at least an attempt at some long-range hit scan.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where, you know, you go into it and it's not, we're doing it for a huge advantage, because you know what's coming on the France side, you know, particularly for players like Pack, is that you're going to be contested every part of the way, but you know, there just comes a point where you got to play what you feel strong at, what you feel good at, and Belgium definitely has to be in that mindset by this point.
Okay, a couple of substitutions, actually. Avo will come in for Nico. Avo would be their hit scan ace, so it makes sense. Poco will come in because Poco plays more of the off tanks, Diva, but also the Sigma. And, you know, this map, regardless of patches and everything that's happened, this map's almost always been Sigma Widow map, right? Like, pretty much you could always run a Sigma and a Widow on this map and feel fine. Even thinking about, like, maybe last year or the year before, or no, just last year, that's when the map came in. But, like, this would have map be that, like, Space would come in and play, right? This was always the map that your Sigma Specialist comes in, so no surprise here for France. I haven't seen a ton of reviews on Zen that I can recall, and I've been so impressed with their play on both Baptiste and Anna that I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah. Oh, and already, that's a pretty quick start from Logix. Just Avo immediately getting sent back to spawn. Some vintage Logix action there, and something that's going to be forcing France back while they wait for their own Widow to come back in. A lot of easy point game, though.
Yeah, that just pretty much gets you to the corner. there's nothing else. There's nothing else to say about it. You don't really have to worry about much. Going to be able to play this corner here. So score 1-0, Logix versus Avo.
All right, keep keeping that score. We'll see. Even though I don't think the Widow v Widow will last too long. Always fun to keep track of. But here we go. Avo to the top, looking to even it up. Looking for Hanzo. No, not just yet. Still looking.
Ken got Pack. So far, you know, the damage dealers for Belgium are winning this. It's only been 2 kills so far in the map, but almost a checkpoint. Like, if they can rush down Poco, they're going to get this point.
Yeah, Belgium's been winning the DPS mirror pretty handily right now. It's been fairly quiet for both Avo and Pack thus far. Reviews just like, I can't wait for the DPS anymore. It will be me. However, it comes at a cost. Reviews immediately punishes the Zen aggression, but you get the tank out of it. You're kind of happy right now if you're France. As Avo finds Shaba.
Yeah, it was a really nice play to just like get rid of that immortality field immediately and then still be able to track Chava. Although tracking a Zen, like, you know, I'm a terrible Widow, so don't like listen to this, but Zen is pretty easy to track. Kind of just floats, you know. One of the easier targets to track in the game, but it's still a nice shot nonetheless. Belgium will have now stabilized as France is pushed back. It looked like France is going to pull it off, but really nice kill from Reviews to take down Shira before, and now it looks like they're taking some space.
Yeah, well, I mean, Pack was able to kill his opposing number there, so you have the DPS of France starting to warm up, and Belgium has been making negative progress here, Hex, over the last minute and a half or so after a very, very strong start. You know, it goes to show you how your fortunes can swiftly change when you have this DPS comp versus this DPS comp.
Yeah, I mean, it's just all about pick potential, right? I mean, double sniper has kind of always been this way where, you know, it's once you lose one, it just gets brutal. I mean, it really does come down to pretty much individual play, individual mechanics. I mean, more than any other style of composition, this is DPS versus DPS, although Shira gets the worst end of Avo's Widow again.
I feel like France has been mixing in a lot more tank pressure than Belgium has, because that's the second time we've seen Shira just go down to pressure. Whereas Poco, on the whole, you know, aside from that shot there, has been pretty healthy the entire way through. Like, France has just been doing a better job at spreading out their pressure between DPS and tank, whereas Belgium is all just, hey, they'd like to kill your DPS. Hasn't happened for a while. Avo, going for the recon site, going for the hook shot, up over the top.
That was going to be a hook shot, but it turned into a get away from the dragon battle.
Mortality field down, Transcendence for Transcendence right now. Both teams praying, neither team down just yet.
What a mirror match.
Mirror
Both
match in
Flux,
more ways
both
than one.
Transcendence, like, it's just, everything's coming out at the exact same time.
The thing is, though, if you're France, you're a lot happier about it because Belgium's just been stuck at the same point for almost 3 minutes now. This has been fantastic for the defense and nowhere near as good for the offense thus far. Sight lines, crossing once more. Avo getting a little bit low. Logic's just hit him with one. Pack firing back the other way as Ken gets low.
There's 20 seconds left, and we're back in the neutral. I don't think anyone's really going to get ultimate anytime soon. It's going to be very close, and that's enormous.
Yeah, Reviews picking up his counterpart, Poco finding Ken, and with 10 seconds left, I mean, Belgium doesn't even get a full 5. The contest, they just have to stand the point, but I don't think Shira's going to be living long here. This is a really tough spot to be in, where France has an overwhelming numerical advantage. Poco lands the point-blank rock, Shira gone, and the payload, it's just stopping right here.
Yeah, I mean, blows were traded back and forth with the DPS pretty consistently. It was 1 for 1, 2 for 1, etc. The one difference that I saw, and it was Reviews' Zenyatta. I mean, going after people, also the pressure that the Discord was able to put on the opposing tank. Towards the end, a couple of nice kills from Reviews on the Zen. It was something I wanted to look at coming into this match because I've been so impressed with their play on other support heroes. But I think that ended up being like the small difference. I mean, the DPS kind of went, you know, pretty close. I think France edged it out in the end, but, you know, Poco stayed strong. Poco, I don't think, died at all. Just stunned a card, got nice healing, and Reviews was able to pick up the slack as far as putting out the extra bit of damage in this composition. And, I mean, Zen is a damage dealer. He heals accidentally sometimes.
Well, the other thing, too, is I point out is that, you know, even though the Belgium DPS looked good at the very beginning with the early pickoffs, it did really feel like they were mostly focused on killing their DPS counterparts, where, you know, Avo and Pack spread it around a lot more, which is why I think you saw, like, Shira, you know, getting picked off more. And, you know, anytime, you know, especially when you're running with double sniper, if you lose your tank, I mean, you're basically just stuck.
You gotta leave. Yeah, you can't do anything.
So, yeah, pretty big difference overall. Belgium not able to keep the momentum on, and now to stay alive in the match, they need to have a phenomenal defense.
Yeah, only 92 meters to go for France to continue their undefeated streak in the group.
Looking for anything. It's like, where am I going to hook up to here today?
I think maybe he was thinking that Logix might go for that shot. I'm not sure if you can grapple up over that. I try not to play Widow because I like not throwing games.
Yeah, you know, good for the rating and all that. But France, right now, not doing anything special, just trading out Poke. Getting a decent amount of free payload progress here. Nice angle from Pack, nearly gets Shaba.
Yeah, 1 arrow away from confirming that kill.
And again, Storm Arrow's about to be off cooldown. Reviews, a little bit of Zen pressure here from the back, charging up. Open and praying. Doesn't find anything there. France just keeping the payload pressure
careful.
on. Something's got to give soon here for the Belgium defense, or France is just going to push the payload directly to where it needs to go.
Well, they've got
Both
secondary
teams are
corner
pretty
now, too. This is good angles for them.
Yeah. Okay, getting low for a moment. Reviews looking. Shower getting low. Immortality Field forced out early. France can be aggressive now once this goes away. Immortality Field is down. France going to push the issue. Back at Shaba, but Belgium there on the punish. Get 2 of their own. As Ken, the nice little flank. Point-blank arrow to the dome. It's going to be Belgium holding it off for at least this first push.
I mean, it really ends up coming down to math at a lot of points in times. Like, did this team get more kills than the other? Like, it's such a slow-paced map and these compositions. Like, you're really just waiting for that one moment where, you know, I think there was a nice moment you pointed out where the Immortality Field went down that France maybe could have pushed a little stronger, but, like, what are you pushing with? You know, it's like your tank is going to end up being a little bit exposed. If you try to push too hard, you really are just waiting for your DPS to out DPS the other squad.
Belgium going to drop window first here. And if you
Yeah,
look at
then
France, France is
leaves.
just going, we're waiting. We're waiting. Like, we have no intention of really poking this at all. Now the window is down. They have a window of their own, so France
Yeah, which
gets
is weird.
slight
So you think
advantage.
Belgium maybe would have wanted to use that defensively at some point? I mean, what did you expect France to do, to hang out in the middle? I don't know. Maybe there was a shot that they thought they were going to get, but did not.
Dragon out from Ken. Window out from FD God, and Belgium now also going, oh, they don't respect it enough! Logix gets caught! Logix was the only person for Belgium in the line of sight through the window. FD God does not miss those. And now it just snowballs out of control. France sees a signal to go. They do just that, and France take it in a dominant 2.
Reviews with another 3-piece at the end, looking really strong. Like this, it was Belgium's map pick, and I think it was, we're gonna ride or die with our DPS, and I think that's been their strategy throughout the entire tournament. Either Logix and Ken are gonna crush, or they aren't. Like, that's it. I mean, 50-50 chance. Either they are or they aren't, I guess.
Well,
But
Hex, we've swapped it up. We've been rejoined by Jimmy, who is here not after the break, but right now.
yeah, I know. I saw him just agreeing with me as I say completely valid and correct points all the time. Appreciate you, Jimmy. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of what we expected from France, but like that pick from Belgium was just like, hopefully our DPS can outplay him. They didn't, and then Reviews Zenyatta looked really good. He kind of forced the issue, the more aggressive Zen at points in time, and I mean, that's all she wrote. Belgium goes down again. France continues to stay undefeated.
Yeah, France just looks like such a strong squad. And of course, when you're swapping out tanks and your options are Ben Best and Poco, they're just measured. They have patience. They know how they want to fight. Even around this corner, they were happy to wait for Belgium to overextend just around. They don't want to give them any windows of opportunity. And FD God, even when there wasn't a window of opportunity, found it onto Logix, not giving him the respect that he was due in those last couple of moments of the fight. But with that said, that pretty much wraps up the day of matches for today. We're on day 5 of this 2-week ordeal, and we'll be back with more action Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And those 3 days will determine which teams move forward to the main event. With that said, let's take a look at the schedule so we can recap everything that happened all throughout the day. We had some amazing matches, some great upsets, some great storylines beginning to blossom. Of course, we started out the day with Saudi Arabia 2-0ing Norway. Then we went to Germany, who also 2-0'd Turkey. Sweden made quick work of Poland, and Finland did the same to Iceland. Italy, much of the same versus Portugal, 2-0 there. The match of the day, I want to say, Spain versus Denmark. A story being written, and of course we'll follow it as the week progresses, and France progresses past Belgium. When we're taking a look at standings as well, let me refresh this little page over here. Group A, we've got France at 4-0, Great Britain at 3-1, and Spain at 3-1, comprising the top 3 spots of Group A. And for Group B, Saudi Arabia and Finland lead the way, with Norway in a close third there. ZP, man, we're back in with action. Of course, we've got so many matches throughout the rest of the week. Honestly, if we're looking forward, there are plenty of mountains to climb for many of these teams. Out of today, though, what was your favorite match?
I mean, favorite match had to be the match of Spain versus Denmark, right? Where we knew it had upset potential, and it lived up to that potential. I'd say a small favorite match was just seeing Sweden finally get a win on the board. It had to happen sometime, and seeing Sweden just go winless just wouldn't have felt right. So for me, those were the 2 things I liked overall in the game. But, on the whole, you can't really compete with Spain versus Denmark, as not only was it a great match and a bit of an upset, it was also the only match that went the distance the entire day.
Well, it mixes up the standings. The standings get kind of skewed there in that group as well. But Spain does have really tough opponents coming up, so let's think about that. But definitely a big confidence booster. And then I look at like Group B, and it just seems like Saudi Arabia and Finland are just going to run away with it. Like they just look a notch above everyone else that they're playing. And when they played each other, it went to 3, and it was close. So I don't think we get to see them play again necessarily. But it seems like Group B, it kind of looks wrapped up, whereas Group A, anyone's game so far. I mean, I think, you hit the nail on the head. Spain has been like one of the best stories in this World Cup so far, able to come in and just seeing the excitement from Ness and just like how those players have to be feeling. That was definitely the best matchup. And Denmark, you got to be worried. Denmark kind of has to like sweep it out from now on. I think they might need a little bit of help. I think, Spain has to play Great Britain still. So there's definitely some matches coming up. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a stacked list that Spain has. If you guys were curious, we're looking at Spain tomorrow plays France, the current #1 seed, right? The day after, they play Great Britain. And then the day after, they play Portugal. So, you know, two of the strongest matches that they could have expected in their group still to come. That said, though, it's been an awesome day 5. The action continues. Same time, same place tomorrow. I'm Jimbasco. That's CP. That's Hex. We had an absolute pleasure bringing you the matches today, but make sure you tune in tomorrow. It continues, and we'll figure out which teams make it to the main event. That said, though, it's been an awesome day. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll catch you all tomorrow.